Conv. Retendi William Henry Scott Land Culture and Society at CP Ateneo de Manila University Press. Contents Forward 9 Introduction. Cessason. The word barangay. Copyright the word Filipino sent the Filipino people. The Bayer Wave Migration Theory * Philippine Languages. A word about orthography. Part 1. The Visayas. Chapter 1, Physical Appearance. Xcusirasasas Decorative Dentistry. Tattooing * Skull mold. Copyright Ipanes G Pins Gurkha. Copyright Empire C ed S Iris O Centenaire * Clothijanugalry. Chapter 2, Food and Farming. CSSESESCXs rice farming * root crops * sago * bananas. Copyright Visayan farming terms. Camote * hunting fishing * domestic animals scent cooking betel nut distilling and drinking. Copyright Drinking Etiquette. Chapter 3, Trades and Commerce. Shayakania Tana Pain Teacups Ink Tenserne Ironworking Scent Woodworking Scent Architecture. Copyright Boat Building Pottery * Gold Working Weaving * Textiles. Copyright Domestic Trade. The Chinese Enigma. Copyright International Commerce _ Forward William Henry Scott, 1921–1993, Distinguished historian and eminent scholar, puts us in considerable debt with the publication of Barangay, 16th-century Philippine Culture and Society. By bringing to the fore the native inhabitants of the archipelago who in colonial documents and sadly even in historical writing are relegated to the background, Scott fills an egregious lack. The book is an ethnography of 16th-century Philippine communities that answers the question, what did the Spaniards actually say about the Filipino people when they first met them? Scott derived his information to answer the question from an extensive bibliographic base. A major cluster of his sources is the historical documents published in 5 collections. The first 3 are the Colecciones de Documentos Ineditos, collections of unpublished documents, cited in this volume as CDIA, CDIU, and CBD, published by the Spanish government beginning in 1825 with Martin Fernandez Navarrete's 5 volumes and totaling 60 volumes by 1932. The fourth collection is Blair and Robertson's The Philippine Islands, 1493–1898, br. 55 volumes of translations into English. The fifth collection is the ongoing Historia de la Provincia Agustiniana del Smo. Nombre de Gestas de Filipinas, HPAF, by Isacio Rodriguez with volume 20 being the most recent. In addition to these published collections analyzes decorative dentistry, skull molding, penis pins, circumcision, ear piercing, hair, clothing, jewelry, and tattooing. The treatment of each item goes as far as the documents allow. In the case of tattooing, for example, Scott examines various aspects of the custom such as who wore tattoos, how, when, and on which parts of the body they were applied, who actually applied them, what were their regional variations, what risks to health they posed. Most important of all, the author explains what tattoos meant in society. If the information Scott gathered together in his book is representative of what the Spaniards said about the natives, it is clear that they said quite a lot, at least, quite a lot more than is normally supposed. A case can be made that the Spaniards carefully took note of details in the native world so as to destroy or transform native culture the more thoroughly. But prescinding from their motives, the Spaniards collected data that now allow us to attempt a description of the native world. Spanish documentary sources were products of the colonial machinery. They were written by Spaniards, for Spanish purposes such as trading, evangelization, tribute-taking. But as he shows in Cracks in the Parchment Curtain and other essays in Philippine history, Scott had found a way of catching fleeting glimpses of Filipinos and their reactions to Spanish domination _, unintentional and merely incidental to the purpose of the documents. And particularly in this book, Scott took seriously all available texts in the local languages which, despite their Spanish provenance, are indigenous in the most basic sense. In them, the natives are the objects of study and of colonial intervention, yet, they remain subjects as well, since it is they who in the first instance spoke the language the missionaries used. The documents conserve the native languaging of the native world. Scott ventured to answer the question, What did the Spaniards actually say about the Filipino people when they first met them? Using a wide array of sources and a method conducive to gleaning information on native inhabitants, Scott lays out an answer to the question in a manner that reveals an intensely committed scholarship and an unfailing affection for his adopted people. Jose M. Gruz, S.J. Introduction. This book presents a 16th-century Philippine ethnography based on contemporaneous sources. Icent does not attempt to reconstruct that society by consideration of present Philippine societies, or of features believed to be common to all Austronesian peoples. Nor does it seek similarities with neighboring cultures in Southeast Asia, though the raw data presented should be of use to scholars who might wish to do so. Rather, it seeks to answer the question, what did the Spaniards actually say about the Filipino people when they first met them? It is hoped that the answer to that question will permit Filipino readers today to pay a vicarious visit to the land of their ancestors 4 centuries ago. History texts in use in the Philippine school system generally include a chapter on pre-Hispanic society and culture derived from 5 main sources available in English in the monumental Blair and Robertson Compendium of Translations, The Philippine Islands 1493 to 1898. These are Antonio Pigatetta's account of the Magellan Voyage, Miguel de Lorca's 1582 relation, Juan Plasencia's 1589 treatises on custom law and religious practices, Pedro Chirino's 1604 Relación, and Chapter 8 of Antonio de Morga's 1609 Sucesos. Unfortunately, they also make use of 2 20th-century forgeries attributed to 16th-century Diego Pagna and 19th-century José Buenaventura. Tagalog dictionary includes ethnographic data found in none of the accounts. Details of technology and industry, commercial contracts and interest rates, head-taking and puberty rights, jar burial, and sexual mores. Naturally, these sources must be used critically. Dictionary definitions are often tantalizingly brief, and the absence of a particular term may reflect the lexicographer's limitations rather than the non-existence of the concept. Comments on Filipino ethics and morality are hopelessly skewed by Spanish ethnocentricity and the reactions of aliens caught in the grip of culture shock. On the other hand, missionary reports intended for European audiences are often distorted by the desire to prevent converts from appearing like naked savages. Reports to the king on products and industries suitable for colonial exploitation are obviously more reliable than those recounting Filipino belligerence and treachery which might excuse conquistador brutality. Information on native religion is especially problematic. Direct questions about God, creation, the flood, the human soul, heaven, and hell, regularly produced obliging answers contrary to actual cult practices. In this ethnography, therefore, all descriptions will be based on a synthesis of all the sources available. No data will be presented unless they accord with that synthesis. Moreover, with few exceptions, they will be derived from primary sources in their original aquae, not secondary sources or translations. Regrettably, these sources contain 2 significant lacunae: lack of statistics and failure to cover the whole archipelago. Vital statistics are completely wanting, as well as figures on production and distribution which would permit an estimate of Filipino living standards before the imposition of colonial burdens. Tagalog and Visayan culture can be reconstructed from documents and dictionaries, but there is little information on the peoples of northern Luzon, and none at all on the Mindanao and Sulu sultanates, which the Spaniards did not visit in the 16th century except for military attacks. It should also be noted that the Philippines was neither isolated nor unchanged during the century. A Malaccan prince founded a new sultanate in Maguindanao, Brunei established commercial and political ties with Manila, and Filipinos themselves traveled as far as Burma and Timor as merchants or mercenaries. But the many Spanish and Chinese innovations of the last 2 decades of the century cannot be considered part of traditional Philippine culture, though they quickly became regarded as such. Camote and corn, for example, rice mills, and draft animals, were all introduced during a single lifetime. Discovery of an ancient boat in Butuan, to a bastardized Philippine term, Barangay, which has gained popular currency though no such word is known in any Philippine language. When the Spaniards reached Luzon, they found this word for boat also being used for the smallest political unit of Tagalog society. Franciscan friar Juan de Plasencia, 1589a, 23b, described it as follows: these datus were chiefs of but few people, as many as 100 houses and even copyright less than 30, and this they call in Tagalog, barangay. And what was inferred from this name is that their being called this was because, since this, are known from their language to be Malays, when they came to this land, the head of Barangay is taken for a dadu, and even today it is still ascertained that one whole was originally one family of parents and children, slaves, and relatives, no doubt, the ancestors of the Tagalogs reached the archipelago in boats, but it is hardly likely that Tagalog communities could have maintained their discrete boatload identities across centuries and millennia. But the choice of the term, and the explanation for it, would have reinforced the perception of each community as historically distinct from all others, and legitimized its captain's claim to personal allegiance. These two meanings of the word barangay call attention to two important characteristics of the 16th-century Philippines not characteristic of the cent-20th dependence on boats and highly localized government. Barangay is therefore not an inappropriate title for a book about Philippine society and culture in the 16th century. With the exception of sparse populations inhabiting the interior mountain ranges, all 16th-century Filipinos lived on the seacoast or the banks of navigable lakes and streams. Their only means of transportation were boats. There is no evidence of wheeled vehicles or draft animals. Traders and raiders, friends and foes crossed from one side of a river to the other by boat, from island to island, and between distant ports on the same island. Communities were connected, not separated, by water. It was by water that they exchanged foodstuffs, manufactured wares, and foreign imports. The eventual clearing off of interior forests and the opening of new land to the plow and population expansion may be seen as an emancipation from the limitations of the older boat culture. But the new economy was dependent, and still is, on an overland road system periodically interrupted by the destruction of bridges across waterways that were once the arteries of Filipino culture, channels for the movement of people, goods, and ideas, not obstacles to it. Filipinos, when they were practicing their own culture, or, to put it another way, before they became Indios, in the 19th century, Spaniards born in the colony began to be called Españoles Filipinos to distinguish them from Spaniards born in Spain, a designation which was logically contracted to Filipinos when speaking of Spaniards. Philippine-born Spaniards, however, often resented being called Filipinos by Peninsulaves, preferring the term Hijos del País, children of the land. Sinibaldo de Mas, 1843-138, in his 1842 population estimates more neutrally divides Spaniards and Filipinos into the following categories: Filipinos, Indios, Españoles Filipinos, and Españoles Europeos. Indio-Filipino was just how Francisco Suarez signed himself a century before when he engraved a portrait of Philip V for Pedro Murillo Velarde's 1743 Cursus Juris Canonici, frontispiece, and native Filipinos were still using the term in the next century. As José Rizal, 1887-111, said of the Philippine community in Madrid, Creoles, Mestizos, and Malays, we simply call ourselves Filipinos. Finally, with the growth of a national consciousness, Filipino patriots began to project the term anachronistically into past centuries. Thus, they identified all Spanish bishops born in the Philippines as native Filipinos, however surprised those bishops would have been to hear themselves referred to as such. When the Americans seized the Spanish colony as spoils of the Spanish-American War, they called its inhabitants Filipinos, and so today citizens of the Republic of the Philippines are recognized in international law as Filipinos. Common parlance, however, has tended to exclude people whose ancestors were never acculturated into the Spanish colony, even though they vote in national elections and travel abroad on Philippine passports, Carlos P. Romulo was once burned in effigy by Baguio collegians for stating that Igorots were not Filipinos, and many Muslims reject the term as a colonial imposition by a foreign power their ancestors resisted. Nor does the confusion end there. In 1955, Agnes Newton Keith incorporated a popular perception in her bare feet in the palace. In the 19th century, by Spanish edict, the native born in the islands was known as an Indio and not called Filipino, Keith 1955, 74. But no such edict is known to serious history, though non-historians have not infrequently referred to such a restriction. Despite this somewhat checkered career, the term Filipino will be used in this work to refer to those ancestors of the present Filipino citizens, who resided in the archipelago in the 16th century, and who spoke Philippine languages. Examples cited always involve independent tribes on the one hand, and subjugated Filipinos on the other. What the Spaniards did report on their arrival was that armed conflict and raiding were commonplace, if not endemic, in pre-colonial Philippine society. No doubt this included high-jan-4 land warfare, but was not limited to it. A well-known passage from Miguel de Lorca's 1582 relation indicates that enmity did not preclude mutual trade. There are two kinds of men in this land, Panay, who, though they are all one, behave somewhat differently and are almost always enemy sent: one, those who live on the seacoast, and the other, those who live in the mountains, and if they have some peace between them, it is because of the necessity they have of one another to sustain human life, because those of the mountains cannot live without the fish and salt and other things and jars and plates which come from other parts, nor can those on the coast live without the rice and cotton which the mountaineers have. Lorca 1582, 120. Scholarly friars also speculated on the origins of the Filipino people. They had no doubt that the Negritos were the aboriginal inhabitants of the land, but were unable to account for the highlanders in the interior. Perhaps they speculated they were also aborigines who withdrew in the face of later migrations, or they may have been a mixture of civilized and uncivilized tribes, or even the descendants of shipwrecked Chinese or Japanese seafarers. But they were agreed that the lowland population came from Malay-speaking islands to the south, and they accounted for the variety of Philippine languages accordingly. For example, Tagalogs from Borneo, Kapampangans from Sumatra, or Visayans from Makassar. These Malay origins were based on observed similarities between Malay and Philippine languages, similarities arising from the fact that both Malay and all Philippine languages are members of the great Austronesian family of languages. Malay was the trade language of Southeast Asia at the time, and took its name from the Sumatran port of Melayu, now Jambi, once the seat of expansive political power. Speakers of this language could be found in all the trading ports in the Philippines from Sarangani to Manila, either professional interpreters or members of the ruling families. When Magellan's Sumatran slave spoke to the ruler of Limasawa, himself a native of the trading center of Butuan, the king understood him. Pigafetta, 1524b, 114, said, because in those parts the kings know more languages than the other people. And because of Manila's Bornean connections, Tagalog today has more Malay loanwords than any of the other major Philippine languages. Indeed, it seems that the Manila elite were speaking Malay as a people. To these were added two peoples from 19th century folklore, the Orang Dampuan in Sulu, and the 10 Datus of Borneo, said to have purchased Panay Island from native Negritos. Each of these waves was provided with a point of origin, credited with distinct cultural traits, and described in physical detail. Migrants of the first waves walked dryshod into the archipelago together with Pleistocene mammals over land bridges, since submerged, but later ones came from China, Vietnam, Borneo, and the Celebes in dugout canoes or plank-built boats. The Proto-Malays car-ride blowguns, bows, and arrows, the Northern Malays introduced bronze and rice terraces, and the Southern Malays were blacksmiths, weavers, and potters. Java man was powerfully muscled and hairy, type A Indonesians. Tall, light-skinned, and thin-lipped, and Southern Malays were tattooed. All_J and all, it was an imaginative and comprehensive synthesis. But it was also flawed by little evidence, dubious methodology, and simple fantasy. Since Bayer's day, 40 years of additional research have cast doubt on the synthesis. Geologists question the existence of the land bridges, archaeologists cannot fit lithic finds into his categories, anthropologists demand skeletal remains to determine human stature, prehistorians are persuaded of the antiquity of trade contacts in Southeast Asia, and linguists believe that people speaking Philippine languages were living in the archipelago thousands of years ago. Probably none of them would accept Bayer's assumption that by examining living populations you can determine what kind of tools their ancestors used, or that by examining tools you can determine the race of the men who made them. Bayer also gave little consideration to the fact that cultures are dynamic, not static, that they survive through change, adjustment, innovation, development, and borrowing. Thus the fact that Filipinos in Manila eat McDonald's hamburgers but those in Bontoc do not, does not require one more wave migration to explain it. It is probably safe to say that no anthropologist accepts the Bayer wave migration theory today. Registered trademark. Most prehistorians today only postulate two movements of people into the islands of Southeast Asia and the Pacific to account for the present populations. The first they call Australoid, people whose surviving representatives are generally characterized by very dark pigmentation. Philippine Negritos are considered to be a specialized physical variation of this stock. The second movement is thought to have begun some 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, and to have largely displaced or absorbed the earlier population, though whether it reached the Philippines from the north or south is a question still being debated with some heat. These people are known to anthropologists as Southern Mongoloid and to laymen as the dialects of Ifugao, but Ifugao and Tagalog are two different languages, mutually unintelligible. In time, the mother tongue from which dialects and languages are derived will disappear, but linguists can theoretically reconstruct such extinct proto-languages by comparing the similarities between the living languages which are descended from them. These similarities are accounted for in two ways: outright borrowing from other languages, or inheritance from a common ancestral stock. Terms are often borrowed to accompany new cultural introductions like Malay kuda for horse in Manobo and Tiboli, or Spanish caballo, that is, habia, in Tagalog, Ilocano, and Visayan. Or they may reflect the prestige in which the donor language is held. So Malay bini-bini, female, was taken for princess in Tagalog, while daddy and papa have replaced ama, father, j in many Philippine households today. But there would be little need to borrow a word like mata, which appears in many Austronesian languages. Linguists seeking the relationship of sister languages therefore compare a basic vocabulary of concepts like sun and moon, nose and hair, and up and down, which would presumably be common to any human society. From this exercise, they are able to construct a family tree which shows the relationship of the languages belonging to the family as a kind of genealogy. On an Austronesian language tree produced by this method, Philippine languages are found on the lowest branches, meaning to say that Austronesian languages were being spoken in the archipelago earlier than in places like the Malay Peninsula or the Pacific Islands. By the time of Spanish advent, Austronesian speakers had occupied the whole archipelago, absorbing or displacing the sparse populations already present, as their original tongue diversified into three main branches. A northern branch included Luzon languages like Ilocano, Ibanag, and those on the Cordillera. A southern branch included almost all the languages spoken in Mindanao. A central branch had proliferated most widely. It included not only Visayan but all the languages between Pampanga and Butuan, as well as Disig in Sulu. In addition, a non-Philippine Austronesian language had entered with a boat people the Spaniards called Luta or Lutea, and diversified into the Samabadja languages. With this exception, however, all Philippine languages have more in common with one another than any one of them does with a language outside the Philippines. This means that the Filipinos the Spaniards met in the 16th century were speaking languages produced within the archipelago, not introduced by separate migrations from abroad. ZZ Copyright PU Chapter 1 Physical appearance descriptions of the color of Filipinos by Spaniards in the 16th century were often contradictory. For example, the first Filipinos the Spaniards observed were Visayans from Hamonhan, Limasawa, and Butuan, and were described by the visitors as being of medium stature and dark-skinned. As for Pigafetta, he called them olivastri, in Italian, meaning live-skinned, or tanned, and English corsair Thomas Cavendish called Apul Icelanders tawny. But the most frequent designation was the color of Ocate quince, pretty 1588, 42. On the other hand, Father Alcina said he did not think they were really at dark, though almost, and that the natives of Leyte and Samar were lighter than those of Davao. Mentrida, however, defined Visayan Mailam as color a bit darker than that natural to the Visayans, though not black like he ate, Negros or Negritos. From Cebu, Juan de la Isla reported that the natives were darker than the Indios of Mexico, but a contemporaneous count written in Mexico said they were lighter. The subjectivity of these descriptions is indicated not only by their contradictions but also by the fact that sympathetic accounts regularly refer Filipinos as light-skinned. Thus the natives of Leyte, in whose homes a called tapol gave them the appearance of polished ebony, and probably had a preservative effect. Red laca and eggs were used to color teeth and paso flowers, both teeth and fingernails a deep red, an effect heightened and preserved by habitual betel nut chewing. Copyright The most impressive examples of Visayan dentistry were its gold work. Gold-pegged incisors were noted by Pigafetta in Limasawa and by Urdaneta in Lianga Bay, and plenty of beautiful specimens have been recovered from archaeological digs. Pusid was the general term for teeth gold work, whether they were inlays, crowns, or plating. The Mananosaurus, the dental worker, a professional who got paid for his services. As the Shinchas Dictionary, 1617, 434b, puts it, Pilaiso hal ko na papamusad ko dimo 3 much will you charge me for gold teeth, halop, covering, included both plating held on by little gold rivets run through the tooth, and actual caps extending beyond the gum line, also secured by pegs. Banzil were gold pegs inserted in holes drilled with an awl called ulk, usually in a thumbnail-shaped field that had been filed into the surface of the incisors beforehand. If they were simple pegs without heads, they looked like gold dots on ivory dice when filed flush with the surface of the tooth. Siawi, king of Butuan, had 3 in each tooth. But if the pegs were tack-shaped, their flat heads overlapped like golden fish scales, or if round-headed, they could be worked into intricate filigree-like designs similar to beadwork. Of course, this gold work was considered all the more effective if displayed on teeth polished bright red or jet black. Such dentistry figures in the epic literature of Mindanao. A common image is the flash of golden brilliance when the hero opens his mouth to speak or smile. A lyrical passage in the Manobo Olahingan describes how it is highlighted by the blood red of a chew of betel nut. He then picked up the ready-made mima and quid. Tenderly he pushed this through his teeth, artistically designed. Gently he pressed it in between his molars with lovely pattern. There is nothing you can see except the flashing of crimson. No need to be surprised. Because what is sparkling are his shining gold-crowned teeth, what is glittering all over are the shining Ampenatec caps. Makaso 1977, 183. The first tattoos a person received were applied to the legs beginning at the ankles and ending at the waist. Chest tattoos, which looked like breastplates less frequently, tattoos on the abdomen only came after further action in battle, and still later, those on the whole back, widest field for the tattooer's artistry. Facial tattoos from ear to chin to eye were restricted to the boldest and toughest warriors. If the illustrations in the late 16th century Boxer Codex accurately portray Visayan tattoos, these were characterized by bold lines up legs and back, and matching geometric floral designs on both pectorals and buttocks, see Figure 1. Different regions were no doubt distinguished by different patterns, but a few generalizations can be made. Labid were the distinctive inch-wide lines, both the straight ones and those which, in Father Sanchez's, 1617, 983, words, go snaking or zigzagging up the leg to the waist. Ablay were those on the shoulder, dub, those on the chest up to the throat, and dia or tagur in panay on the arms. Bangut, a muzzle or halter, were the ones that made of the face such a frightening mask, also called langi, gaping like a crocodile's jaws or the beak of a bird of prey. Hinawak from hawak, a tight, lean waist were men tattooed below the waist, and lapang were heroes tattooed all over, except under the G-string, like the fancy linipong porcelain jars from China. Women, however, only tattooed their hands, one or both, and the lines were exceedingly fine and had the appearance of damask or embroidery. Early Spanish descriptions give the impression that Visayan men wore long robes which covered them from neck to ankle. It is true that such garments existed, sometimes cut from expensive textile imported from mainland Asia, but it is hard to believe any pre-Hispanic dress code would have dictated the hiding of those prestigious decorations so painfully acquired. Of course, Filipinos quickly learned to adjust to colonial requirements. The Boxer Codex shows a Tagalog wearing pantaloons instead of a G-string, but missionaries addressing European audiences also wished to avoid the impression that their converts were naked savages. For example, in his Relación published in Rome in 1604, Jesuit Pedro Chirino, 1604, 18, quickly added to his description of Visayan tattooing, not for this do they go around naked, but are always and in all places very circumspect and careful to cover their persons with extreme modesty and decency. However, in a Jotter manuscript which his order never published, he said, the principal clothing of the Cebuanos and all the Visayans is the tattooing of which we have already spoken, with which a naked man appears to be dressed in a kind of handsome armor engraved with very fine work, a dress so esteemed by them they take it for their proudest attire, covering their bodies neither more nor less than a fig. 1. Tattooed Visayans, from the Boxer Codex, foreign observers, including chronicler Juan de Medina, 1630, 58, therefore attributed their use to an inordinate sexual appetite. Go much so that women considered it a compliment and were proud of it, and in their copyright songs during their drunken feast were wont to Manicariko worship with those who had been their lovers, and as further evidence of this, they would not let a man approach them who did not have a sacra, which is a little spiked wheel like a Catherine dot. Asterisk wheel, with the point blunted, which was fastened with a bronze pin through it, for, since childhood they had their male organs pierced through, with which they did it with women like dogs. Circumcision _. The practice of circumcision was widespread in the Visayas. It was called tulay and was technically supercision rather than circumcision, that is, cut lengthwise above rather than cut around. If the prepuce was actually removed, the act was called gurlo, the same term used for the cutting off a piece of a pig's ear for identification purposes. The uncircumcised were called paisat, an unripe fruit or green youth, a term which was also a polite euphemism for the female parts. The operation was performed informally with no particular ceremony, and was thought to serve hygienic purposes. Spanish missionaries were quick to conclude that the custom had been introduced by their Muslim competitors, as it probably had been in some areas, but Visayans claimed that their custom was of indigenous origin predating any contact with Islam, and so did circumcised natives of Guam. Certainly circumcision is too universal a practice to require any Semitic origin. It was practiced by the ancient Aztecs in Mexico, and still figures in male initiation rites among African tribes and native Australians. In the 17th century, however, the word Islam came to be used in Visayan for circumcision according to the Muslim rite, and Maj Islam meant to perform the ceremony. Pierced ears. Both men and women wore earrings. They had their ears pierced, men with 1 or 2 holes per lobe, while women with 3 or 4 to accommodate a variety of ornaments. Earrings with or without pendants were held by thin gold pins run through the ear and fastened behind, but earplugs required holes as wide, also had short hair, so Visayans considered them a lot, shorn, and a rough curse to exclaim at a Tagalog was inalitan ka you close cropped, you. Mentrida 1637a, 18. However, facial hair and in some places body hair, too, was removed with tweezers or a pair of clam shells. Both men and women had their eyebrows shaved into thin arcs likened to a crescent moon. Women took pride in a great mass of hair, gathering up ankle-length tresses into a chignon as large as the head itself, with curls over the forehead, together with additional switches called panta or talabhak, which were considered their crowning glory. For a man to tou such a hairdo was a terrible offense, but they were a handy target for other women. Sampo long meant to grab somebody by the locks, especially the chignon. Flowers were worked in for fragrance, as well as sesame seed oil, also believed to degree encourage luxuriant growth, or a perfumed ointment called bulat, compounded of many ingredients. Datus, however, preferred the bolder scent of mammal excretions like ambergris, civet, or musk. A Panay-epic waxes lyrical about Humidapnon's perfumed grooming, lubricated and guiled with oil sweet-scented, the scent permeates, add the sweet body scent, increase the permeating scent so breathtakingly strong, odor so sweet, flowing along brooks and streams, drifting along the rivers. Bart 1987, lines 323-31. Spanish observers were impressed with the amount of time and care Visayans gave their hair, a preoccupation which is still echoed in oral literature. Datung Sumanga, the hero of a lost Visayan epic, only manages to overcome stubborn Princess Bubung Humazanun of Bohol by threatening to come and personally tear off her panta. In the Manuvio cycle of the Cotabato Davao border region, Tuwayan's wife combs her warrior husband's long hair before he sets out on his adventures, braiding it into several kinds of knots. In the Subanon epics, a hero's locks are oiled by his stir and wound into tight coils which should not come undone except in hands of his sweetheart, and Chief Sandeo of Tubiglayasan goes forth battle, armed with two victory charms plaited into his hair, one for the Nemi and the other for the ladies. Formal occasion, an ankle-length garment called sayab was worn, with or without sleeves but open down the front like a cloak. Raja Humaban put on a silk one at Magellan's request to take his oath of vassalage to the Spanish king. There seems to have been no Visayan term for the long-sleeved gowns depicted in the Boxer Codex, with fine pintado ankles just peeping out at the bottom, see figure 2, nor for those tight-sleeved tunics the Tagalogs called baro. Perhaps this can be explained by the fact that these pictures were painted 25 years after Spanish advent. However, though references from whatever source were and have been made to such clothes, these toga-like garb could not have been the ordinary Visayan costume. All royal datus who had dealings with early Spanish commanders were clothed only in tattoos and G-strings. Colombu of Limasawa, Awi of Butuan, Katuna of Bohol, and Tupas of Cebu. Bare-chested exposure to the elements was a matter of masculine pride, and even a century later, men's jackets had still not caught on. Writing in 1668, Father Alcina said, "They rarely used these tunics, or baros. What was common for going out and for working was the bahag only, except for old men who would cover up with these baros against the cold or extreme heat, or the flies and mosquitoes that bit them." Alcina 1668a, 149. The tube skirt was described by Juan de la Isla in Cebu in 1565 as follows: "The clothes which they wear are a piece of material closed like a sack or sleeve with two very wide mouths, and they make many pleats of the extra width on the left side, and, making a knot of the cloth itself, let the folds fall on the left, and although it does not go above their waist, with a tight blouse most of the body and legs are clothed." Isla 1565, 235. This was the lambong, and because it could also be fastened under the armpits or over the shoulder, or even around the head, the Spaniards called it a sayo, smock or coat, rather than saya, skirt. The same term was extended to include any garment tailored to the body, like the sinyalog, i.e., Sulu style, or shinana, Chinese, a short jacket which exposed the midriff and more, Father Sanchez observed, when they raised their arms. This shinana could have originated in Indonesia or Malaysia, since the Visayans called all foreigners Sina before the coming of the Europeans. Untailored clothes, however, had no particular names. Pandang, a lady's cloak, simply meant any natural covering, like the growth on banana trunks or a natal caul. In Panay, the word kurong, meaning curly hair, was applied to any short skirt or blouse, and some better ones made of imported chintz or calico were simply called by the name of the cloth itself, tabas. So, too, the wraparound skirt the Tagalogs called tapas was hardly considered a skirt at all. Visayans just called it habul, woven stuff, or halang, abaca, or even pulun, sash. Father Sanchez, 1617, 54b, shared their assessment. He defined balakuscos as the knot which women make in their blanket when they wrap it around instead of a peel skirt like those they more decently wear in these parts. If it is from Panay, Pampanga, or the Tagalogs, it is really indecent. Open gowns or cloaks were closed in front by cords or gold gansing, a kind of hook and eye or button, at the throat, or a hulun sash, whence the waist or private parts were called jinhunian. Imported textiles included fine white kao from China and a thin red cotton from Borneo called kalasumba. High-quality local abaca or cotton was woven with alternating colored stripes, liri, sometimes of silk, or in squares, soke, like alamaniscos, ger man stuff. Humaban's queen walked in procession all in black and white, with a gold-striped silk scarf over her head, hat, and shoulders. Good lambang, blankets, or other clothes had decorative strips added to underscore the edges and ends. Salyakap was a checkered design, and poyak, little rosettes, while lure were separately woven strips that looked like a banister of many colors. Datas and their ladies were distinguished by exquisite uri, on all four sides called bot, a circuit, such as that which the sun appears to make around the earth, halibutan. The usual male headdress was the pudong, turban, though in Panay both men and women also wore a headcloth or bandana called potlong or sapling. Commoners wore pudong of rough abaca cloth wrapped around only a few turns so that it was more of a headband than a turban and was underscore therefore called pudong as the crowns and diadems on Christian images were also later called. A red pudong was called magalang, and was the insignia of braves who had killed an enemy. The most prestigious kind underscore of pudong, limited to the most valiant, was, like their G-strings, made of, apinayusan, a gauze thin abaca deep scarlet in patterns as of fibers selected for fine as embroidery, their whiteness, tie-dyed and burnished to a silky sheen. Such pudong were lengthened with each additional feat of valor. Real heroes therefore let one end hang loose with affected carelessness. Women generally wore a kerchief, called tubatub if it was pulled tight over the whole head, but they also had a broad-brimmed hat called sayap, or terindak, woven of sago palm leaves. Some were evidently signs of rank. When Humaban's queen went to hear mass during Magellan's visit, she was preceded by 3 girls each carrying one of her hats, a headdress from underscore Cebu with a deep crown, used by both sexes for travel on foot or by boat, was called sarak, which actually meant to go for water. Fig 3. Wealthy Filipinos, from the Boxer Codex, Chapter 2 Food and Farming. The staple crops of the Visayans were rice, millet, taro, yams, and underscore bananas grown in switens, kaingin, wild yams, and sago. Rice was grown everywhere and was the preferred food. But since only in a few places could a year's supply of rice be produced, root crops were therefore the most common food for part of the year, or all of the year for part of the people. This dearth in rice supply was later even more characteristic of the Spanish colony because tribute was collected in rice from the very beginning. As Father Alcina, 1668a, 8:101-2, observed a century later, the rice usually does not last them longer than the time it takes to harvest it, since the rest they pay in tribute or sell to get the cash to pay it. Spaniards made much of the fact that Visayans did not produce a year's supply of rice, and that even datas with many slaves ate root crops in certain seasons. Apparently, neither were the Spaniards aware that low-intensity farmers wished to distribute to several different crops the risks of bad weather or infestation by locusts and other pests, nor did they consider that the Filipinos might not have found such annual variation in diet a particular hardship in the first place. Adverse conditions did, of course, cause food shortages, or even famines so severe that parents would sell children for food that was brought in from as far away as Borneo. Such exposure to monsoon winds, the best time for beginning the agricultural cycle, was not the same on all islands and coasts. Magellan was asked for help by Raja Colombo of Limasawa in a harvest in late March. Bernardo de la Torre harvested some Filipinos' rice under arms on the southern coast of Mindanao in October, and Legazpi reported that Panayenos were harvesting in October and November. Perhaps crops were grown twice a year in Iloilo. Miguel de Lorca gave a 4-month schedule for preparing swidens beginning in June, that is, when the Pleiades first appeared, which would presumably have been planted in September. Available swidden land was, for all practical purposes, unlimited. A century after Spanish advent, Alcina, 1668a, 3:75, could still write, regarding land, "Here there is no difference between mine and thine. Because it is so great, so extensive, and in almost all places so good." Farmers simply drove a stake in the ground or cut some branches off a tree to establish their claim. This claim did not include ownership of the land, however, but only of the crops grown on it. But not only crops could be harvested, traded, or sold. So could a full field of standing grain, for example. Ioako Daganian Shining Akintabadaba, help me harvest this tice I have bought. Sanchez 1617, 24b. Two farmers might work a field in common, Tobang, and all fields were worked by exchange labor, Alian, planting or harvesting each one's field in turn, the owner feeding all the workers. Most swidens were made in secondary growth where earlier ones had been fallowed, Bunglayan or Habohabon, or even last year's field with the dried stalks still standing, Dinagamian. Balasubas, Kalasakas, Kanat, and Higaban all meant the process of clearing off the undergrowth, including guro, to slash through bamboo or vines, and harabe or haras, to hack off shrubs and small plants at the root. Hadhad was to chop down full-grown trees. But not all trees were cut down. To clear a swidden, some were left standing with their branches removed, small ones to serve as poles for climbing vegetables, large ones because they were too laborious to fell, and Hile or Hicklay was to cut those branches along the edges of a swidden that would shade the crops. All this debris, durak or dopak, was gathered into large piles called tapang for burning when dry, though pieces of wood large enough to be useful were dragged off to be saved. The climax came with the actual firing, dabdab, and the swidden was then a kahing in, ready to be planted and cultivated as a field, uma, or ball in Cebu. All this work would be stopped if it was discovered that there was a mound of a termite's nest, pasgo, or some evil portent like a baling kokagon if women ordinarily carried around with them, or bisang, an even smaller one for cutting threads or betel nuts. Green ears were separated to 4 undate and toasted as pilipig, and the rest were sunned and stored and threshed in field granaries called kurab, or aligif, standing on a tree stump, or under the house in tambobong, a kind of huge basket of woven reed mats. It was threshed as needed by being trampled underfoot, julyuk, scraped against a seashell, kagur, or pulled through with the hands, humo, a term which also meant to rub ripe grains loose from a growing plant in me of hunger, leaving the others to mature. After threshing, it was winnowed, milled with a mortar and pestle, then winnowed again. If peachily white rice was wanted, it was pounded again, hashas. It was this plain white rice cooked without condiments or seasoning which the Spaniards came to call morisqueta because, as Father Collins said, it was no better than a Moro meal. Alcina 1668a, 1:82. It could also be pounded as fine as flour, binokbak, and mixed with ingredients like honey and grated coconut to prepare confections, or fermented into yeast cakes, tapi, for brewing whence, tinapay, leavened bread. Second only to rice in importance and esteem was millet, dawa, which in some islands was the main crop, with rice not being grown at all. It was sown by broadcasting, saboig, and unlike rice, could grow in poorer soil, yielded more bountifully, and ripened sooner, but it had the great disadvantage of having seeds so hard they were tiresome to mill by pounding. Sorghum, batar, was also planted and eaten as a cereal but was less common, though it was regularly mentioned in Cebu. The grain-like jobs tears, arli, was also eaten in place of rice. It grew wild, and had large seeds so hard they could be drilled through and strung as necklaces. But whether tice or millet was the preferred food, root crops were actually the most common Visayan staple. Root crops among their many root crops, or tubers, the one the Visayans considered most nutritious was taro, colocasia, which required moist soil, even mud, or standing water, and had large shield-shaped leaves. It was called gabi, lagway, gaway, or soli in various places, but one called baiga was not colocasia at all, but alocasia. There were May varieties, alchina, 1668a, 8:103, said he counted 78, including humna, a kind of yellowish gabi so soft and mellow it might have been mixed with butter. Taro's prominent place in Visayan life was reflected by extensive vocabulary for its parts, cakes, landan, which dried as hard as bricks but became soft and palatable on boiling like macaroni from Sicily, Alcina said. These were commercial products imported into the Philippines from Makassar packaged in leaves. Magellan survivors intercepted a boat loaded with them just off Basilan. Bananas. A number of different bananas and plantains, cooking bananas, boiled like rice or yams when still unripe, were also a staple food crop. Spaniards regularly praised the flavor and variety of Visayan bananas. Juan Martinez, 1567-456, rhapsodized over their Latin name, Musa. There can be no doubt that they are the very fruit which Jupiter's 9 sisters, that is, the Muses, used to eat in their day, because they gave them the name of Musas. Like Spaniards, Visayans ate ripe ones as fruit or between meal snacks, especially the fragrant little ones called todlong binakot, lady fingers, though, unlike them, probably not sprinkled with cinnamon or doused with wine. But the reason they were cultivated so widely was that before ripening, their sugar content was all starch, and so provided a valuable staple of diet. Visayan farming term. 16th-century Visayan farmers knew neither the plow nor the carabao, and the rather puny plows which became available in the next century would have been of little use in Swidens anyway, because of snagging on roots. Farming tools and techniques other than those for clearing Swidens included those in the listing below. Baker bunyag damas or napon jibo habuk kahid koyaglalong pusak sandal sun at or sunag tag bung or hamigdas to tll the soil by any method to water plants by sprinkling a field of root crops, a crude broom for sweeping a field to cultivate the soil for planting with a bolo, a rake or harrow to plant trees, vines, bananas, or camotes in rows to transfer a whole plant, including the roots with soil attached, to plant a whole field to one crop or one kind of tree, a paganito, religious rite, for rain in time of drought, a transplanted tuber to plant something whole, like a coconut wide leaves. In Bicol, Marcos de Lisboa, 1628, called uba big brown camotes, and apare little white camotes like testicles. The San Buenaventura Spanish Tagalog dictionary equates camotes with gabi, nami, tagay, and uba, and the unpublished manuscript dictionary of Francisco Blancas de San Jose defines bagina as some wild camotes, and butila as the bud of the camote they call gabi. The historian therefore cannot tell whether early Spanish explorers Dasmariñas in Nueva Vizcaya in 1591, for example, or Quirant in Benguet in 1623 reporting camotes were referring to sweet potatoes or some other root crops. On the assumption that the batatas and camotes reported in 1565 were actually New World sweet potatoes, it has sometimes been suggested that they must have been brought over by the Villalobos expedition of 1543. It is well known that Villalobos's starving crewmen tried to grow food on Sarangani Island, but what they planted was corn, not camotes, and it did not grow. What is more likely is that camotes were introduced like corn and cacao as new crops for the benefit of the colony only after Manila was established as its capital. A reference by English corsair Thomas Cavendish in 1588 is suggestive in this connection. He said that while anchored off High Capel Island, he was hoping to intercept the Manila galleon. One of the chief caciques brought us potato roots, which they call camotes, pretty 1588, 40. These were probably real camotes, since it seems unlikely that the Filipino chieftain would have applied the alien name to a native crop. In any event, whenever and however they were introduced, both the word and the plant were widespread in the Visayas in Alcina's day. He probably gave what was the last word about camotes in 1668, the camotes which were brought here from Nueva Hispania, Mexico and keep the name, are really what they call batatas in Spain, but these here differ in size, being generally much larger. There are red ones and white. The camote is the refuge of the poor. These roots are rather sweet but of little sustenance and good only for wind. Alcina 1668a, 8:106. Hunting. Me Visayans hunted with dogs and nets. The dogs were called ayam, the hunters manggangayam, and those who could predict whether the dog would be a good hunter by examining the teats at birth were in ayam. Good dogs SESECCES a fishing. In the 16th century, Visayan waters literally teemed with fish. Fish swam upstream to spawn in inland streams, inhabited swamps and thick muddy waters, rose to the surface to breathe, and even climbed up onto the roots of mangrove trees. Large ones competed with fishermen by attacking their nets, and more voracious ones like barracuda actually endangered the fishermen themselves. Fish were caught in nets, traps, and corrals at the mouth of rivers or dammed up streams, snared with peck and line, or speared with harpoons. Most fishing was done close inshore, so there was little incentive for deep sea fishing or for the use of nets large enough to require organized parties. It was often done at night, because schools of fish could be seen shimmering in the moonlight, or because they could be attracted to torches in the boats. There was a variety of nets. Pagiyad were dragnets used in shallow water, fastened to the small of the fisherman's back by a leather brace, paholan, like the belt the weaver uses with a backstrap loom. Laya was a casting net. S4NCHEZ thought it was a recent introduction in his day, though there was a similar net, holos, in use, except that it was lighter and had no lead sinkers. Some were 5 meters across and so required considerable dexterity to cast. Datas were as proud of such skill as they were of their hunting skills. Bearing were nets woven like loose cloth, fine ones were for catching tiny hippon shrimp in the surf, while haor were nets with the widest mesh and were used in swamps. Pansag was what is nowadays called a salamba, a large four-cornered net lowered by a simple derrick mounted on a raft. Pagbide was to set nets upright along the edge of 30 or 40 boats strung out along the shore, which caught fish leaping into the air to escape fishermen ding alongside. It was a raucous activity accompanied by much hilarity. Fish fell all over those fishermen who were in the boats, sometimes even undaying them. There was quite a variety of ways of catching fish. Rivers were dammed. Copyright lead fish into nets or traps. For this, weirs or corrals, bacad, were constructed as long as 250 meters. The roots, bark, or berries of more than a dozen different trees, called tubli in general, were squeezed into the water to stun the fish. Rattan basket traps, bobo, were set in creeks. A hook and line called rhombos was also used, as well as harpoons made in different tiles kaloit or ist, also used for hunting, which were barbed like an ohead, sikap, a two-pronged fork, sarapang, a real trident with 3 or Visayans evidently did not hunt it in sufficient quantity to attract Spanish attention. Visayan cooking was done on a clay kalan stove, or 3 stones, shugang, in an open hearth. Besides flint and steel, there were 3 other traditional methods of bagay, making fire by friction, by pulling a band of rattan, back and forth around a split stick driven upright in the ground holding the tinder, by rubbing a knife-shaped piece of bamboo along another stuffed with tinder and held horizontal with the foot, or by rotating a wooden rod between the palms, drill-like, against a wooden board. The tinder was either fine wood shavings or the lint-like fuzz of various palms. Staple foods were boiled, though tubers, bananas, and fleshy leaves or _jaff stems were also roasted in hot coals. Viands were frequently fried in coconut oil, and both meat and fish were barbecued or smoked as tapa. Steamed in sections of bamboo were all kinds of food pala in general, sakal, if rice flour with grated coconut, and litlot, if broken out afterwards to retain their cylindrical shape. Grain was also parched in dry pots, likewise dried were seeds and fruit pits intended to be pulverized to mix with rice to stretch a limited supply. Damer was any such mixing with millet, sorghum, beans, or nuts. Pili seeds were collected for this purpose, having been picked from under the trees where they had been dropped by kala birds after digesting the flesh. Seafood, not only fish but eels, snails, squid, crabs, mollusks, turtles, and turtle eggs were the main source of Visayan protein and was preferred to meat. Wild game was considered a typical masculine food and little preferred by women. All meat was forbidden pregnant women, and so was shark flesh, because baby sharks were believed to swim in and out of their mother's womb during her pregnancy. Fish were preserved and marketed as sun-dried daying, or split open and salted before sunning as _barrel. Lassi was fermented fish paste or meat brine. Dayok, danglusi, and jinamas were high-flavored adobo-like dishes of minced meat or fish. Yaman, or panakot, were any kind of spices and seasonings, pungent and sour foods fit to supplement a bland starchy diet. Honey was also an important food, as indicated by the frequent mention of activities connected with it. Seasons were designated by the flowering of trees and plants whose nectar fed the bees, like catparazon from January to March when the parasan rattan was in bloom. Wind and rain could eret if 2378-82 359 is sons mes betel nut. Betel nut is the fruit of the areca palm, and is chewed together with a leaf yf the betel piper vine, from which it has borrowed its name. The nut is cut into segments, sprinkled with lime made from shells, wrapped in a leaf, and chewed into a quid which produces a blood-red spittle. In Visayan, the nut was called banga, literally fruit, the betel vine was called bio, and so was a prepared quid. To chew it was mama, whence the quid was also called maman. The preparation, exchange, and serving of betel hut was the most important social act among Visayans. Men carried the necessary ingredients with them in little baskets or pouches, ready to share segments of i.e. same nut, kulo, and thus become kakulo with another, an essential relationship before beginning any discussion or business. For a householder to fail to offer betel nut to anyone who entered his house was an insult inviting enmity. On formal visits, the quids were prepared and served in valuable metal trays or boxes by females of the household, slaves, daughters, or the lady herself, depending on the social standing of the guest. The Panay epic of Humadapnon climaxes with a 62-line description of betel nut being prepared and served by Binakot maidens. Special honor was to add a touch of musk or a slice of cinnamon bark, some other aromatic flavoring. Betel nut also figured in romance and courtship. To offer a quid partially chewed, UPA, was an act of flirtation. To eid one in response to a man's clandestine text was an acceptance of advances. To send it unbidden, an open invitation. Banga palms were extensively cultivated, often with a biovine planted at their base. However, inferior nuts from wild palms were used when necessary, such as sarwang, which was not an areca palm at all. Youths chewing for the first time usually suffered giddiness like that due by alcohol or koro root, and even a young lady's first chew was ind of puberty rite. In a Subanon epic, When the hero Sandeo appears for Datu Dogbulawan so young that the sword at his waist scraped the iloer, he is told, Bata, kna janapag podapa no pn lieben child, no lime you know not woman, Resnia 1982, 291. One of the first things the Spaniards learned about the Visayans was that EY were good drinkers. Magellan had no sooner landed on Hamanhan, at H0A43E6 EMOSES Coa Peg area as reading by natural propagation to the exclusion of all other vegetation. Soluan was one such island. Pigafetta got the impression that a family of 10 old live off 2 trees there. That is no doubt why Magellan threatened Lapu-Lapu that he would burn their land and the palm groves off which Dty supported themselves. Anonymous N.D.A. 11, Cabarawan. Cabarawan, from bara, to temper or mediate, was the D whose bark was decocted to produce the beverage. The decoction as further boiled to half its volume, mixed with an equal volume of fresh honey, and left to ferment naturally to become a smooth, strong liquor nui regalado y fuerte, Father Sanchez said. Unlike more ceremonial inks like pangasi, it was consumed by men gathered around the jar, all sipping through straws until the bottom of their jar was visible. Since honey was an important item in the Visayan diet, Cabarawan was produced in sufficient quantity to market, and its production and consumption were doubt increased by Spanish tribute demands for candle wax. Intus. Sugarcane juice was extracted with a simple one-man press. A long springy pole was pivoted over a tree stump and kept bouncing up and down with one hand and a foot pedal, while with the other hand, the cane was inserted to be squeezed near the fulcrum. The juice was boiled, preferably in a cast iron bayong that held as much as 15 liters, to half its volume. For Spanish consumption, it was boiled down to a thick syrup. It was then sinyaba, and a small bundle of Cabarawan bark was added as seasoning. When cool, it was stored in Chinese porcelains if available and left to ferment and age as intus or kilang. Visayans did not make sugar itself. Even after the introduction of the Chinese sugar mill, the one with 2 rollers geared together and turned by a caraballo when sugar was for sale to those who could afford it, intus remained the main use for sugar cane. The juice was also drunk as a tonic, served as a substitute for mother's milk when necessary. Varieties of ain less suitable for pressing were eaten as food or snacks, and invariably offered to visitors upon arrival. Saga, for instance, was the sweetest variety, but was too hard and fibrous for the Visayan press, though these same characteristics were desirable when inserting it between the rollers of the anise mill. Pangasi. Basi was the mash of cooked rice, already leavened with tapi, which was placed in the jar to produce the liquid pangasi. It was let stand drinking etiquette except for outright alcoholics who suffered poor health and early to mice. Visayans did not drink alone, nor appear drunk in public. Drinking was done in small groups or in social gatherings where men and women sat on opposite sides of the room, and any passerby was welcome to join in. Women drank more moderately than men, and were expected to stretch their menfolk out, to sleep off any resulting stupor. But men were proud of their capacity. Father Alcina had a Samarino parishioner whom neither Spaniards on a bet nor Filipinos with the same intent could make drunk, no matter how much they gave him, and a famous Bohol dad who enjoyed the reputation of downing 3 liters fresh from the still with one breath. Prudent drinkers, however, prepared beforehand by lining the belly with food, like lining the cooking pot with banana leaves, banag, hinanagan and jinhawa sin kanuan, Sanchez 1617, 62v. Drinking etiquette began with agda, exhorting some person, or diwata, to take the first drink. Gaza was to propose a toast to somebody's health, usually of the opposite sex, and salabat was a toast in which the cup itself was offered, even carried from one house to another for this purpose. Tib were milk brothers, and naga itib was for 2 to drink together from the same jar, like 2 babies nursing at the same breast. Abong was an honor dadu might pay one of his Timawa vassals by presenting his own cup after he had taken a few sips himself. Sum was any food taken with the wine, that is, Piloton, like the plate of pork Raja Colombia shared with Pigafetta, 1524b, 118, who reported, "We took a cup with every mouthful." And had Pigafetta been a Visayan, he would have murmured politely with each piece, "Tabi tabi dino by your leave, sir." Drinking was commonly called pagampang, conversation, and neither business deals, family affairs, nor community decisions were discussed without it. For this reason, Spaniards often attributed Filipino attempts to subvert their occupation to an overindulgence in wine. But Alcina, 1668a, pr, assessed the custom more realistically, when practical matters come up, whether for public projects, orders from the king or his officials, or any other work, and they discuss among themselves the best, quickstand most equitable way to carry it out. If they meet dry and without a little wine first to enliven their interest, they talk little, discourse poorly and slowly, and decide worse, but after drinking something, he who proposes does it with eloquence, those who respond, with discretion, those who decide, with attention, and all with fairness. Master carpenters, and boat builders, all of whom were called Ponde. Smithing was considered the noblest profession, probably because only the wealthiest datus had the means to import the raw material. If they were copyright indeed the ultimate source of all metal tools, including the Swidden farm ers bolos, they would have exercised effective control over Visayan means of production. As Father Alcina, 1668a, 3:105, said, "It is certain that no profession among the Visayans is more profitable than this, and so it is the most honored and esteemed among them, since the greatest chiefs are the best iron workers." Iron itself had actually been produced in the Philippines in ancient times. Iron slag has been recovered in considerable quantities from archaeological sites, including Visayan graves, and slag is normally a waste product of iron smelting and refining. But to extract the metal from the ore, by primitive methods is very difficult, and so is the transportation of the ore. Thus it is generally more economical to trade local forest products for malleable cast iron if available, and it was available at least by the 13th century. Bornean refineries were then producing it in large quantities in Santiabang, Sarawak, and Song traders were delivering big Chinese cauldrons and pig iron direct. By the 16th century, iron was also being produced in Sulawesi, but was still so rare and valuable that when the Santa_Maria del Parral ran aground in Sangar in 1526, the natives burned her to recover the nails. In the Visayas, those Chinese cauldrons remained the major source. They were deliberately broken up to supply local forges. The bellows of the forge, hasohas, were two upright cylinders, tehop, about a meter high, hollowed out of small tree trunks, with pistons, tamburuk, ringed with chicken feathers set so as to collapse on the return stroke. They were alternately raised and lowered by the blacksmith's apprentice, maseop, to produce a steady draft. Both cylinders had a bamboo outlet near the bottom which led to a common stone receptacle, long, which concentrated their draft into a charcoal fire. The anvil, landasan, was a piece of iron set in a heavy wooden block, and the smith's tools were a two-handed stone maul, palo, a stone hammer, palo, a pair of tongs, kipit, and an assortment of ordinary bolos for cutting the red-hot metal. The most important tool manufactured, repaired, or retempered by the blacksmith was the bolo. Dohong or dayapak was the ordinary, one, wood, a heavier one for woodcutting, bake or bantok, one with a curved blade for weeding or cultivating, and paisa, one with a short blade and long handle to be pressed under the arm or against the ground with the foot to leave both hands free for stripping rattan. The blade had a tang for hafting into the wooden handle, and was held firm with resinous sap and a ring of rattan chosen for their incorruptibility, with huge pegs set into them to carry the floor beams, and wooden walls were fitted into channels chiseled into sills above and below. Plates, bowls, spoons, and ladles, urns called bohan, coffins, and chests of all sizes were hewn from single blocks of wood, and often decorated with fine carvings. Rough leaves of the hagapit tree or berry palm were used as sandpaper or wood rasps, and the tough tail of the disalye fish or hide of the dahanan served to smooth even the hardest woods. Architecture. The Visayan word for house was balay, whence kabalian was a settlement, magabale, a man and wife, and minalay meant married. There were basically three types: permanent wooden structures that might be called town houses, cottages built of light materials near the fields, and tree houses. The first were occupied by datas, the second by ordinary people, and the third only in time of war. Houses were elevated off the ground on posts and dominated by steep roofs, both features appropriate to a tropical environment characterized by heavy rains. The prominence of the roof was reflected in Pigafetta's symbol for houses on his maps, a triangle standing on legs, *s. In addition, there was a variety of huts, balay, and temporary shelters for hunters, farmers, and travelers. The large town houses were supported on tall hardwood pillars, haraji, or tagbang if supporting the ridgepole, toko if only reaching floor level. There were 5 to 10 on a side, planted deep in the ground with some valuable, sanag, buried under the first one, so sturdy and incorruptible that some were known to survive decay and typhoon for 2 or 3 generations. The upper ends were set into a girder, sablayan, which carried the main rafters, saraganting, so called because they crossed at the ridgepole like gunting, shears, to extend beyond the ridge, and joined to the apo_side haraji by a tie beam, yubung. A lower girder, sasagangan, which carried the floor joists, batanan, and the sills, bakalan, into which the wallboards, ding, were rabbit, was supported on big pegs, tanur, driven into the harajas, or directly on shorter toko, see figure 4. The floor, salig, was divided into 2 sections, puta, one slightly higher than the other, by a squared beam, puthanan, running lengthwise, and was made of bamboo, rattan, or cane strips lashed together on top of a wooden grill. Both the grill and the rattan strips were called buklag, and were loose enough to permit liquids to run through and noisy enough to keep respectful house members off it while the dadu was sleeping. The roof bobonan ga00 and gan buronan, tip type, palahosan eeyapp% olid lyra 08 balangat or katsad, elarak, svalsual. Abayabay saraganting degree or dh, IHII 7 mga aromatic cross-section scale 1, 100 mts, copyright AYMTS, Fig 5, Visayan houses, from Alcina's Historia de las Islas e Indios de Bisayas, flat, open boats were daya or paya, literally, a half coconut shell, but by the end of the century they were being called champan from Chinese sampan, 3 boards, a term 18th-century Europeans would extend to any Chinese vessel, even huge seagoing junks. All foreign vessels with high freeboard were called adayong, that is, Malay jong. But the most celebrated Visayan vessel was the warship called Caracoa sleek, double-ended cruiser with an elevated fighting deck amidships, and catwalks mounted on the outrigger supports to seat as many as 6 banks of paddlers, see figure 6. They displayed tall staffs of brilliant plumage fore and aft as a_sign of victory, called sambal on the prow, tongal on the stern. All these vessels were designed for coastal seas full of reefs and rocks, and inter-island passages with treacherous currents. They therefore drew little water, had low freeboard, had outriggers on both sides and steering oars instead of center-line rudders, and their flexible hulls could absorb underwater blows that would have stayed in the sides of a more rigid vessel. They had 1 or more tripod masts that carried matting sails woven of palm fibers, though ironically, the Manila galleons would later be sailing under Philippine canvas woven on backstrap looms. Their sails were wider than high and had a yard both top and bottom, a type of lug sail the Spaniards called luta after a seafaring people. Luio meant floating, in Mindanao and Sulu. Paddles, a meter or 120 centimeters long, bugsay, and with a leaf-shaped blade, were carved of a single piece of wood. Oars, gear, however, had a blade shaped like a dinner plate. The caraco could mount 40 of them on a side, and its speed was proverbial. As Father Combs, 1667, 70, said, the care and technique with which they build them makes their ships sail like birds, while ours are like lead in comparison. Pottery. The Visayan potter's craft was dehun, and it was practiced by female potters using not a potter's wheel but the paddle and anvil technique. The Maninian gathered the clay herself, Kalo, kneaded it, liuyang, and then, made a lump for each pot shaped like half a coconut husk. She placed this over one hand holding inside it a smooth round stone, the anvil, igso sul. She then thinned and enlarged the lump of clay into pot shape by giving it light blows on the outside with a paddle, dakal or dapi. From the slapping sound, pak or pikpik, she was also called mamarakpak or mamirikpak. Sticking the soft pot on a board or basin for easy rotating, she widened and smoothed the lip with a wet cloth, igijahit, and then left the two or oaodt. Jarge black jar, itu, a small black one, and kabo, a Ming blue and white yarlet. Plates had even more names according to their size, shape, and color. Put all the big deep ones were called kakaun from kaka, to swish the fingers from side to side, and some were valued at more than 2 taels. Status symbols. All, both jars and plates were displayed in a kind of wickerwork holders on the house beams. Gold. Working gold is mentioned in early Spanish accounts more often than any other one substance, evidence not only of their interest in it but of the fact that EY found it everywhere they went. They seem never to have seen a Visayan without gold on his person, and said that all of them could tell where any gold came from just by looking at it. But the Spanish were surprised at the Jiao intensity of Visayan mining operations. The Visayans only went to get it as needed. They would rather keep it below the ground than in cash boxes. Juan Martinez, 1567, 463, said, because since they have wars, they can steal it in the house but not in the ground. The wars, of course, included Spanish tribute collecting and looting, and moved Filipinos to curtail or even cease local production. Most of this mining was placer mining, gold panning in streams or riverbeds. Placers were called Bulanan from Gilang, the wooden pan used, the activity, pamiling, meaning sifting, and a wooden trough or tub, bilinan. There were streams that could be worked in most islands, and Bohol was ID to have one in Cabularan where as much as 1 mas, 2.4 grams, a day old be recovered. Kotkote or Kali was to mine by actual excavation, whence mine was called Kalian, and Sabad was a rich vein like those found 5 or 6 meters deep in Masbate. Masbate attracted miners from neighboring slans and supplied the famous itinerant goldsmiths of Bicol, and a Panish assay in 1567 gave 6 ounces per hundredweight of 15-carat quality. Any deposits went unworked for lack of tools and technique, and some Butuan and Surajao were leased by the month instead to outsiders who came and went by sea. The Visayans called gold Bulawan and fine gold Himulawan, presumably from Bula, red or rosy, a color they often produced artificially with porog, ochre. Though they had touchstones, sanitran, to test its quality, most men could estimate its content on sight, and they carried little scales and weights around with them in a special pouch to make spot purchases. So they expressed that the low level of pre-Hispanic Philippine technology would have prevented Filipinos from producing such sophisticated jewelry. But the logic is dubious at best. Many nomadic barbarians have produced very fine jewelry. On the other hand, jeweler Ramon Villegas, leading authority on Philippine gold, argues persuasively that many motifs and techniques of Philippine gold work which have origins or similarities elsewhere, are here, combined and developed in ways not found outside the archipelago. Until such examples are found elsewhere, therefore, the easiest way to account for the vast hordes of unique gold work that have been uncovered is to assume that it was crafted by Filipinos of Philippine gold in the Philippines. Weaving. The Visayan word for cloth, blanket, or skirt was habol, which was woven on a backstrap loom by women or male transvestites. The backstrap loom was so called because the warp threads were supported, not in a permanent framework, but in one continuous loop around a loom bar held in the weaver's lap by a strap behind her back, and another one suspended from a house beam or tree branch as convenient. These two bars were traditionally about 4 meters apart, and so produced a textile twice that length and diameter wide. The standard measure was 1 birang, half of what came from the loom, lakdug. The front loom bar was called ososan and it was coated with a sticky black wax to keep the threads from slipping. Jacos were the cords fastening the ososan to a leather or wooden backstrap, paholan. The back loom bar was sablayan, riding on the warp was the reed or comb, salangtan, made of 2 parallel rattan rods, tankup, about 3 fingers apart, grooved to hold the teeth, salasi, by wrapping a thread around it and in between them. The reed could thus be opened by removing the thread in order to insert it, comb-like, over the upper set of warp threads. Beyond the reed, these warp threads passed alternately over and under a bamboo shed rod, bukig, forming a shed to pass the weft threads through. The alternate shed, for passing them in the opposite direction, was formed by pulling up a heddle, kaghan, a heddle stick, borberin, with a thread wrapped loosely around it to pick up every other warp thread. And beyond this, each warp thread was wrapped once around a cross rod called sankad, technically a coil rod, to keep them taut and evenly spaced. The weaving process required a hardwood batten, barilla, shaped like a dull sword as long as the fabric was wide. The weaver would insert it flat into electing them as tribute for cordage and were graded according to quality. Gamay fiber was the finest and produced a light fabric called sandulan, a lapnis was for heavy cloth, and dikil made a canvas like horsehide and also strong thread for heddles. Tying these fibers together with fine knots to produce thread was the first task little girls learned to perform. More than a dozen varieties of abaca were grown, but wild abaca and other hemp-like fibers, including buri leaves, were also woven into cloth. Cotton was gapas or bunang or tinkle when spun into thread with a distaff and spindle, tinkalan. Kupang was one skein, composed of 10 boko, each of which was 10 kawol, and a kawol was 10 threads, lugas, and a bay was half a kupang. Cotton cloth was called lampot, both the textile and standard piece or blanket as in USA ka lampot. The standard measure was jintas, 3 meters. Cloth straight from the loom, kobal, both cotton and abaca, was ordinarily soaked in lime, sometimes with dye added, and then cudgeled to soften it. Dye stuffs were red sibuca Brazil wood made more intense with nino wood, tagam, indigo, gila, a yellow ginger-like root, hajaba, a kind of saffron, and an impermanent dye of black soil called tina. Dyed thread was used less to weave colored cloth than to insert colored stripes, liri, in plain cloth, including imported silk threads or even threads of gold. When a cloth was fully covered in alternate stripes, it was called by a variety of terms which implied such repetition, for example, tumungmong, buruk, or solot. The most elegant textile, considered a monopoly of Visayan weavers, was the pinayusan, which was the strict prerogative of men who had personally killed an enemy. It was woven of abaca fibers hand-selected for their whiteness and hair-thin texture, and then tie-dyed by binding little pinches of cloth, puios, to leave a fine flowered pattern in natural color on a field of deep red. It made gauze thin pudong whose loose ends heroes let carelessly fall over their shoulders to flap in the breeze. Domestic trade. The day after Magellan made his first Philippine landing on Hamonhan Island off the southern tip of Samar, some fishermen appeared from nearby Soluan to trade fish, coconuts, and arak. Soluan is one of the most remote bits of land in the archipelago, and the alacrity with which its inhabitants initiated trade with unknown foreigners reflected a common feature of Visayan life: all communities exchanged foodstuffs. Moreover, the fact that these Suluanan were tattooed indicates that trade and warfare merchants or the potters themselves is not clear. Blacksmiths, however, practiced their profession from town to town with an apprentice carrying the anvil and bellows, repairing and retempering tools and forging new ones out of used iron. In the Visayan marketplace, heavy items were weighed with a steelyard called sinanta. Spaniards reckoned 1 chin and tat at half an arroba, or 6.3 kilos, but gold was weighed against little seeds in a pair of balances small enough to be carried on the person. Rice was itself a medium of exchange. Pots were sold for the amount they could hold, and a gantang was the value of a ganta of unhusked rice. Expensive items like boats, slaves, or good hunting dogs were priced in gold to hill, 38.4 grams, or, conversely, in Bahandi items themselves valued into hill, for example, pakaigungan, to price in gongs, agung, or hinalasan, the value of an imported dragon jar. Calculations were made with little wooden counters, kukot, every 10th one being of different size. But there are no reports of pre-European coinage, even though the square-hole Chinese cause was in wide circulation Jin Islands to the south. Martin de Islars brought some back from the Loaza expedition minted early in the 15th century. Cebuanos would not accept copper, silver, or gold coins from Magellan in 1521, but 20 years later, Diego de Bustos bought a piece of silk in Abayo, Leyte, for 2 pesos, and in 1565, Luzon and Borneo merchants would accept nothing but silver. That this change was due to the Portuguese presence in Malacca is suggested by the fact that the Visayan word for silver coin, salapay, meant half a peso, that is, a Portuguese eoston. Indeed, Visayans always calculated Spanish currency in terms of a 4 real tostan rather than an 8 real peso. For example, Iqualo, 0.5 real, an eighth of a tostan, or stopad, 1 real, a quarter tostan, and the kahati, 2 real coin, meaning half a tostan. To appreciate the vigor and scope of Visayan trade, it is only necessary to review its specialized vocabulary. Visayan trade terms alag ig angkatangkayan abangalang or batang bakal or bakas balagia, beni yaga batang palit balidia, to buy a little at a time, to take merchandise on credit, to rent a house or boat, to deal in expensive or luxury goods, like boats, slaves, bahandi jars, or gongs, to deal in ordinary goods, a business partner to carry rice, pigs, chickens, or foodstuffs by sea, to sell notions to women, the price of alang goods when Legazpi captured a parao owned by Anton Maladies, a Portuguese resident of Borneo, carrying cargo belonging to the Sultan of Brunei. Its chief pilot was interviewed. This Moro told the general that 2 junks from Luzon were in Butuan bartering gold, wax, and slaves, and that everything they carried is almost the same as the Borneans, and it's all goods from China, and that since what they carry is goods from China, they call Bornean boats and those from Luzon Chinese junks in Thusc Islands, and they themselves are called Chinese among these Icelanders, but in truth Chinese Jatan exid Solandus C. A on Mon he 1 R5 E65 Beck for a 67 U, S.E. They are very large and not fit for we. Between this testimony appears to be corroborated by the fact that Visayans called foreign nations like the Borneans and Sanglayas Chinese, Sina, and that Chinese sailing directions published in 1617 avoided inland Visayan waters by passing from Mindoro to Otan, Iloilo, to Dapitan. Moreover, the word junk, junco, of early Spanish accounts was actually Malay jong, a ship of Southeast Asian build, not Chinese, whence Visayan Adayong, a ship of high freeboard. International commerce. At the time Magellan reached the Philippines, a friend of his was Captain I General to the Sultan of Ternate, a Luzon businessman was governor of the Muslims in Portuguese Malacca. The Sultan of Brunei's Manila son-in-law had a Makassarese slave who could speak Spanish, and the Butuanan ruler of Limasawa understood a Malay-speaking merchant from Chama, I Champe. Registered trademark. This is impressive evidence of an international commerce which extended literally from the Atlantic to the Pacific. By the middle of the 16th century, the Visayan end was being serviced by traders from Borneo, Sulu, and Luzon, and possibly Sangils settled on Davao Bay. Chinese goods were delivered to Manila and Borneo in large seagoing junks, sometimes taken in piratical action off Mindoro, 2. And redistributed for local retail, preferably in exchange for gold and slaves. That all these traders were Muslims, including the Chima merchant, suggests a kind of cultural bonding like that enjoyed by Chinese businessmen. But there are also local trading networks sealed with marriage alliances, as illustrated by Raja Colombo of Butuan personally guiding Magellan from Limasawa to Cebu. The greatest bulk of Chinese trade goods was in porcelain, stoneware, and unglazed crockery. Prior to the galleon trade, silk was limited to religion. Chapter 4:3 Visayans worshipped nature spirits, gods of particular localities or activities, and their own ancestors. Religious practitioners were male or female mediums who contacted spirit patrons in a state of trance to determine the cause and cure of illness. Sacrifices included foodstuffs, beverages, and live fowl, hogs or human beings, and ancestors, spirits, and deities were invoked at feasts in which these things were offered up. Ancestors were also invited to partake of any meal or drinking, and their well-being in the next world depended on sacrifices offered by their descendants both before and after their death and burial. Nature spirits natural forces like celestial bodies or flowing waters were personified for reverence or worship. Chief among them were the sun and moon, especially the new moon whose regular waxing from a thin silver to full brilliance so strongly suggested prosperity and fertility. Stars and constellations connected with the agricultural cycle were invoked for good crops. To the winds themselves were addressed prayers for fair weather and place, as Juan de la Isla, 1565-233, said, "In every town they have their god, all called Diwata in general, but as a personal name, that of their town." Their number must have been legion considering that individual shamans during seances named different ones with whom they were in communication or who took possession of them. Some gods constituted a genuine pantheon, a hierarchy with specific roles to play, particularly in connection with birth, longevity, death, and the afterlife. Others were the patrons of specific human conditions. Dalikmata, a Diwata with many eyes, was invoked in the case of eye ailments, while Makabosig moved men to gluttony. Gabuanos referred to the image of the Holy Child which Magellan gave Humabon's wife as the Spaniards' Diwata, and supposedly rendered it homage after Magellan's death, and were said to have taken it down to the shore and immersed it in time of drought. Our earliest list of Visayan deities was recorded by Miguel de Lorca in Panay in 1582. Sidopa was a Diwata who marked out one's mortal lifespan on a tree trunk on Mount Matias at the time of birth. Magayan ferried the souls of the deceased across to a kind of inferno, and Pandaki rescued the deserving for a more pleasant fate. Lalahan was the fire-breathing goddess of Mount Kenlon who could be invoked for good crops but who sent out swarms of locusts if angered, while Mayong was the Diwata of the Yalcano in Ibalan, Albay, which bears her name. Inaginat and Malanduk were invoked for success in battle and plunder, and Nagant, Arapayan, and Macbarabak could be appealed to when concocting a poisonous oil. A few were actually hostile to mankind. Makaptan, for example, who lived in the highest heavens and so had never tasted human food or drink and, presumably for this reason, capriciously caused them death and disease. One of the first questions Spanish explorers always asked Filipinos was what their religion was. When Magellan asked Raja Colombo whether they were Muslims or pagans, what they believed in, he was told that they did not worship anything but raised their face and clasped hands to heaven, and called their god Abba, Pigafetta 1524b, 126. This was an understandable confusion. Magellan's interpreter was a Malay-speaking Sumatran and Abba was a Malay-Arabic word for father, while in Visayan Abba was a common expression of wonder or admiration like hail, in the Ave Maria. 5 years later, Sebastian de Puerto reported from the Surigao coast that the natives sacrificed to a god called Amito, that is, Anato, the ordinary Visayan term for sacrifice or religious offering. Father Chirino, 1604, 53, on the other hand, stated that of the multitude of Filipino gods, they make one the principal and superior of all, raid, sometimes going on board in the form of a python. Indeed, some were said to have been born as snake twins from the same womb as the heirsons they were destined to protect. It was these Umalagat and Kalig, rather than the Diwata, who were the main objects of Visayan adoration, receiving not only formal worship conducted by priests and priestesses, but domestic offerings and routinary acts of reverence on the part of laymen. The spirit underworld. Visayans also believed in a demimonde of monsters and ghouls who had characteristics modern medicine assigns to germs: invisible, ubiquitous, harmful, avoidable by simple health precautions and home remedies, requiring professional diagnosis, prescription, and treatment in the event of serious infections. 20th century folklore considers them invisible creatures who sometimes permit themselves to be seen in their true shape or in the form of human beings, but 16th century Spaniards thought they were really human beings who could assume such monstrous forms, witches whose abnormal behavior and powers were the result of demon possession or pacts with the devil. But in either case, if Visayans became convinced that a death had been caused by one of their townmates who was such a creature, he or she was put to death along with their whole families if the victim had been a datu. The most common but most feared were the aswang, flesh-eaters who devoured the liver like a slow cancer. At the least liverish symptom, people said, kinibtan angate livers being chipped away, and conducted a omen-seeking rite to discover the progress of the disease. If it appeared that the organ was completely consumed, emergency appeal had to be made promptly to some Diwata to restore it. Aswang also ate the flesh of corpses, disinterring them if not well guarded, or actually causing them to disappear in the plain sight of mourners at a wake. Their presence was often revealed by level spots of ground they had trampled down during their witches' dance at night, or their singing, which sounded like the cackling of a hen nangangakak. But like all other evil creatures, they were afraid of noise and so could be kept at bay by pounding on bamboo slat. Spanish lexicons listed alok, balbal, kakag, oko, anglo, and wakwak as synonyms of aswang, but tiktik as one that flew around at night, and tangle ine that left the lower half of the body behind, or even the whole body with mnly the head flying off by itself. Manta were ghosts or apparitions, and the Diwata to answer questions by causing some inanimate object to move. Abiyog was to swing, like a bolo suspended from a cord, and kaibang was to move or wiggle, like a winnowing tray or a shield laid convex side down. Mangay orators before putting to sea were sure to board a small barato without outriggers and, sitting perfectly still on the center line, ask the Diwata to rock the boat if it was propitious to proceed with the expedition. If they received a favorable response, they asked who it was who had rocked the boat, naming a list of possibilities, and then offered a pre-departure sacrifice to the one who had favored them. Sorcerers were believed to derive their secret knowledge of black magic spells and charms from unnatural forces. Habit was a spell, and jinabit, the one bewitched by it. Bakwit was a spell by which women detained their lovers, Lumai, a love potion, and Buringgit, the opposite. Buringgit also made its possessor fearless in the face of danger. Mentala were incantations and verbal formulas, for example, to request crocodiles not to bite or hot iron not to burn. Awag was a spell put on coconut palms to make a thief's stomach swell up. Tiwi made fish follow the fisherman to shore or wild boar follow the hunter out of the woods, and Orapak caused rats to multiply in somebody else's field. Tagasilangan were persons with a charm which enabled them to see hidden things, and Tagarlam was a charmed herb that rendered its owner invisible. A powerful deity's power was enhanced by popular fear of his arcane knowledge of black magic, sometimes reputed to be handed down from one generation to another. Rapak was a charm which caused the one who received it to obey like a slave. Panless was a spear or G-string which caused leg pains or swelling in the victim as soon as he stepped over it. Bosang caused intestinal swelling in those who crossed the dadu. Hok was to kill simply with a breath or the touch of a hand, and Keha was to pierce somebody through just by pointing a finger at him from a distance. A reputation for such powers no doubt both facilitated a datu's effective poninol over his subjects, and arose from it. Worship Anato was a sacrifice, a formal act of worship conducted by a Babalan. This same word was reported from Luzon as meaning an idol, ancestor spirit, or deity, that is, an object of worship. But although Visayan missionaries sometimes used the word in this sense, their dictionary definitions are unambiguous. Anito was the root of the words paganito and _ a solemn paganito in Cebu was described in the 16th century as follows: the site was adorned with green branches, palm leaf cloths, and colorful blankets, and the offerings red blossoms, roasted fish, rice and millet cakes wrapped in leaves, and a piece of imported Cambay cloth were set out on large plates. A live-large hog, raised and fattened for this end, lay bound on a grass mat, and cacophonous music was provided by gongs, drums, and resonant porcelain plates. The babalan was an old woman wearing a headdress topped by a pair of horns and accompanied by a second medium, both of them carrying bamboo trumpets which they either played or spoke through. They both proceeded to dance around the hog with scarfs in their hand, acting out a dialogue between the spirits possessing them, drinking wine on their behalf, and sprinkling some of it on the hog. Finally, a spear was given the presiding babalan, and with it she began AC cries of feints at the hog as the tempo of her movements increased to a frenzy, and then, with a sudden thrust, ran the victim through the heart with unerring aim. The foreheads of the main beneficiaries of the ceremony were marked with the blood of the victim, whose wounds were then stanched, and the mat that had been bloodied during the sacrifice was carefully burned. The babalan was then divested of her accoutrements and awakened from her trance, while the hog was singed, butchered, and cooked. The feasting then began, everybody receiving a share, though the flesh touched by the spear was reserved for the babalan. Some of the meat was taken down to an altar on the seashore or riverbank where, after prayers, it was placed on a little raft together with the altar and all other paraphernalia, and set adrift. This brought the ritual to a close, though the celebrating continued. Naturally, these ceremonies had their own vocabulary. Janaya were offerings of spherical yellow rice cakes, Tinurlok was the hog reserved for sacrifice, and Bani was the taboo requiring the mat to be burned. Taruk was the babalan's dance, Badayang, her bamboo trumpet, and Bani, a fan or fly whisk with which she kept time. Ola, Hulak, or Tagdug all meant spirit possession, with Sayab including even animals. Tabo was the wheezing sound when the Diwata spoke. The little houses or altars on the riverbank were Latanan, or Magdanianjif, large enough for major community sacrifices. The babalan's healing prowess was described in dramatic terms. Aga, to carry off by force, was to snatch a pain from the sufferer. Tawag, to call someone out, was to summon the spirit that had kidnapped the soul, and Baywai, to rescue, was to free the invalid from the grip of the afflicting spirit. Further confusion is added to the picture of Visayan idol worship by the fact that the English word idol inevitably suggests an actual carved figure. But Spanish tidalo means not only a graven image, but anything worshipped, jadolized, or deified like an ancestor or a baled tree. Father Mentri. 1637a, 132, defines Diwatas God, idol of the pagans, not images, because they worship the demon in the spirit. Thus modern English translations obscure the fact that the idols invoked by a babalan during a solemn paganito were not wooden statues, but invisible spirits. Origin myths. In the beginning there was only sea and sky, so says a Visayan myth well known to Spanish chroniclers. The following is the account attributed to Legazpi himself in 1567, in the beginning of the world there was nothing more than sky and water, and between the two, a hawk was flying which, getting angry at finding no place to alight or rest, turned the water against the sky, which was offended and so scattered the water with islands, and then the hawk had some place to nest. And when it was on one of them along the seashore, the current threw up a piece of bamboo at its feet, which the hawk grabbed and opened by pecking, and from the two sections of the bamboo, a man came out of the one and a woman from the other. These, they say, married with the approval of Linag, which is the earthquake, and in time they had many children, who fled when their parents got angry and wanted to drive them out of the house and began to hit them with sticks. Some got in the inner room of the house, and from these the grandees or nobles are descended, others went down the steps, and from these the Timawa are descended, who are the plebeian people, and from the children who remained hidden in the kitchen, they say the slaves are descended. San Agustin 1698, 293-94. With local variations, the myth was known all over the Visayas. In a Panay version, the bamboo itself was produced by a marriage between the sea breeze and the land breeze, probably the primordial pair of deities, Captain and Magwayan, but in Leyte and Samar, the first man and woman issued from two young coconuts floating on the water and pecked open by the bird. The Highlanders of Panay listed two other categories of fleeing children: those who hid in the kitchen ash box and became the ancestors of the blacks, and those who fled to the open sea, the progenitors of the Spaniards. The most detailed account was recorded by Lorca from the coastal people of Panay, probably in Oton, Iloilo, where he was operating a Spanish shipyard. Irada wrote, "This violence indicates the conviction that a Datu was the ordinary target for vengeful spirits of men he had vanquished, and that fitting retribution was therefore required to satisfy his own ancestors." The cadaver was usually anointed and groomed as in life, though in Cebu subjected to a ritual haircut. Pigafetta attended a funeral in which the widow lay on the body, mouth to mouth, while this mournful ritual was performed. So as to be assured of a ready reception in the next life, the deceased were bedecked with the jewelry they were accustomed to wearing on festive occasions, and as much gold as possible, some even being placed in their mouth and between the layers of as many as 10 blankets with which were shrouded. Aromatics like camphor were applied for embalming effect, and the house was meanwhile fumigated with burning incense in porcelain jars. During a wake which lasted as long as the bereaved family could supply food and drink for guests, the widow or widower, together with first degree, were secluded behind tattered white hangings, actually, mapura, and dyed, not maputi, white. Professional mourners, generally old women, sang dirges which emphasized the grief of the survivors, who responded with keening wails, and eulogized the qualities of the deceased: the bravery and generosity of men, the beauty and industry of women, and the sexual fulfillment of either. These eulogies were addressed directly to the deceased and included prayers of petition. They were therefore a form of ancestor worship, one of such vigor that Spanish missionaries were never able to eradicate it. Poor Visayans were buried wrapped in a banana leaf in simple caskets of thin boards or even bamboo, but the standard Visayan coffin was made of a hardwood like ipil, incorruptible enough to outlast its contents. It was hewn from a single tree trunk with a lid cut from the same piece, fitted, pegged, and caulked airtight with resin. This hermetic seal was an essential feature, since coffins were often kept unburied in the house. These were called longan, a term Visayans did not apply to the sort of casket introduced by the missionary fathers. All datus or prominent persons wanted to be buried in a traditional longan, decorated with fanciful carvings often executed by the future occupant himself during his lifetime. The corpse was placed in the coffin with all body cavities filled with biosap, together with its finery and such heirloom valuables as porcelain jars or plates and saucers placed under the head like a pillow or over the face and breasts. Some wore actual masks and mouthpieces of beaten gold, or were provided with bejeweled side arms. Aside from these, an axe handle was placed in the coffin of a Benjile. A woman who had known no man other men with permanent positions said, "Baga deo na kitadin hi, we are like deo here." Al China 1668a, 3:244. Slaves were also sacrificed at a Datu's death, even being killed in the same manner in which he had died, for example, by drowning. These slaves were usually foreign captives, but occasionally a lifelong personal attendant Tatubang who expected to follow his master to the grave. Most prestigious, and regarded as especially respectful and affectionate, was secondary burial, that is, the reburial of bones exhumed from a primary burial after the body has decomposed. For 1 year, the coffin was kept in the house suspended from the rafters, or in a small chamber extended to one side, or in a shed underneath, or in a field. If it was hung in the house, putrefied matter was drained off as necessary by caulking a bamboo tube into a small hole in the bottom, which was resealed afterwards. If it was removed from the house, it was not taken out the door lest the spirits of the living follow it, but through a temporary opening in the wall. A year or so later, the bones were removed, given a ritual cleansing by a babalan, and placed in a small chest. Here they were permanently preserved, venerated, and carried along if the family moved. The most dramatic expression of grief for a departed parent was to dismantle or burn the house in which he died, or cut down trees he had planted. All these things, like a slave sacrifice to accompany him, were called anang, something which shares the same fate. When placing heirloom wealth bahandi like gold or porcelain in the grave, his children would say, "Ianong tainan bahandi gan ama, may this bahandi accompany our father," and when men swore by the sun, they said, "May I share the sun's fate pahanang akosar law if one am not telling the truth, that is, disappear at sunset." Sanchez 1617, 379 v. Not surprisingly, missionaries applied the term to the Christian sacrifice, and atin ginu Yesu Christo ne pahanang dakwe, our Lord Jesus Christ took on our fate. Sanchez 1617, 379 v. Mourning, both widows and widowers observed 3 days of fasting and silence, during which they neither bathed nor combed, and might even shave their hair and eyebrows as a special sign of grief, and until the full mourning period was ended, they did not eat cooked food. Family members draped undyed cloth over their heads when they went out, men let their G-strings drag in the dust, and widowers did not don their red pudong or G-strings in the afterlife. Married couples were reunited to continue accustomed activities like farming, fishing, raiding, spinning, and weaving, but did not pair children. Babies, who had never engaged in adult activities, did not have an afterlife. In this way, they spent their days for 9 lifetimes, being reborn each time smaller than the last, until in their final reincarnation, they were buried in a coffin the size of a grain of rice. The souls of those who drowned, however, remained in the sea. Indeed, drowning was such a common cause of death that Samarifios figuratively used the terms meaning drowning for any death. Those who died in war, who were murdered, or killed by crocodiles, traveled up the rainbow to the sky. In the Pane-epic Labadangan, the rainbow itself is formed by their blood falling to earth. In the sky world they became gods who, deprived of the company of their kin, were presumably ready to lend their aid to survivors who undertook to avenge their deaths. Sulad was therefore not a hell where evildoers as judged by European Maoris were punished, though, as Father Mentri. 1637a, 350, said, because they have no knowledge of the inferno, they call the inferno, solar, that is, Sulad, and those who dwell in the inferno, Salanan. These Salanan, of course, were simply those who went to the grave without sufficient gold and whose relatives could not afford the paganito to rescue them. There was also a common belief that there was a deep cave called Lalanban which was an entrance to the underworld, and that from it a loud noise like the slamming of a door could be heard prior to a ranking _Datu's death. _Nor was the sky a heaven where the good were rewarded, it was the abode of Makaptan, that deity who killed the first man with a thunderbolt and visited disease and death on his descendants. They did not realize, Father Alcina, 1668a, 3:175, complained, that the sky served as God's own house and the abode of the blessed. Indeed, the Visayans long resisted the Christian dogma of a heavenly paradise. Juan de la Isla, 1565, 234, wrote, "They believe that their souls go down below and say that this is better because they are cooler there than up above where it is very hot." A century later, a wise old Visayan told Alcina, 1668a, 182-83, "Father, we do not doubt that there will be a heaven for the Castilians, but not for the Visayans, because God created us in this part of the world so very different from you, and since, as we see, the Spaniards will not even let us sit down in their houses here, nor show us any respect, how much less there where, as you say, all is grandeur, majesty, and glory without end." He sent word to the king of Luzon that he would like to open trading relations with him. In Alcina's day it was assumed that Philippine literacy ultimately derived from non-Filipino Muslims because the first literate Filipinos the Spaniards encountered were Muslims in Manila. Indeed, The Visayans referred to the Philippine script as Moro writing, as they referred to many Manila imports as Moro, for example, granulated salt. The alphabet _ the only specimens of Visayan penmanship known today are the signatures of Bernardino de Mabeza and Maria Mucia of Bantay Island, which appear in their divorce proceedings of 1647. In addition, 4 missionary fathers recorded the letters the Visayans were using in their day. Alcina included them in his 1668 Historia, but unfortunately they survive only in a late 18th century copy made in Seville by somebody who naturally was unfamiliar with them. Those recorded in the Arte de la Lengua Visaya of Alcina's vice-provincial, Domingo Esguerra, contain what are probably engraver's errors, for example, the use of a marginal check mark normal to Spanish usage of the time, to represent 2 different letters of the _ alphabet. And those which appeared in the manuscript Arte Bisaya Cebuano of Father Francisco Encina, who died in 1760, are known only from an 1895 copy made in Manila by Cipriano Marcilla y Martin. Father Mentri. 1637a 248, made the following comment on Visayan script in his 1663 Arte de Lengua Bisaya Hiligüena de la Isla de Panay. It is to be noted that our Bisayans have some letters with different shapes, which I place here, but even they themselves do not agree on the shapes of their letters. For this reason, and because we are limited by the types available, one have shown the characters according to the Tagalogs. The 1818 edition of the Mentri. Arte, however, presents a curious alphabet, obviously not based on any Tagalog type font. Father Juan Delgado, 1752-331, for his part, said in his 1751 Historia Sacroprofana, as a curiosity I will place here the Visayan characters, which differ little from the _ Tagalog. But when the book was published in Manila for the first time in _ 1892, it made use of the same plate as appeared in the 1890 edition of _ Chirinos Relación, which shows characters very different from the letras _ de los Filipinos of Chirinos' original Rome edition of 1604. It has been a popular belief that Visayans used a different alphabet from _ the Tagalogs, but our sources give little support to such a theory. These not recorded by friar chroniclers or ethnographers who would have considered the idea of oral literature a contradiction in terms. But it was well developed, sophisticated, and presented by artists rewarded for their skills. This is amply shown by Alcina's 1668a, 320, chapter, concerning the alphabet and manner of writing of the Bisayans and the various and particular types of poetry in which they take pride, which includes the full summary of what must have been an actual epic. There is no evidence of any prose literature, but ordinary Visayan speech was itself rich with metaphor and colorful imagery, and their poetry must have been even more so. A high proportion of the dictionary terms have both a literal and a figurative meaning, and a wide selection of pejorative terms to apply to common objects when angry. Men, women, and children are referred to by the names of birds and animals they resemble in appearance or behavior, or trees and baskets whose shapes they share. Somebody who is articulate and talkative is likened to luxuriant foliage, while one who speaks ill of his own relatives is like a big bat, because these creatures are believed to defecate in their own face while hanging upside down. The red-faced are like dap blossoms, an untattooed man is called, plain white, undecorated teeth, a chaw of coconut meat, and foreheads not sufficiently flattened as a baby, bulging or overstuffed. When irritated, a tired oarsman calls his oar a cab, the heart-shaped leaf of the maluiban vine, and a cat is called musancagar mosarewan. Such sentences as, "Damned cat stole my food again." Naturally, formal poetry had a special vocabulary of its own. Handoy, for instance, was the poetic term for damsel, and slaves were called guhati in epics and eulogies. But the essence of Visayan poetic skill lay not so much in a command of vocabulary as in the ability to use words figuratively to create subtle images. Alcina, 1668a, 3:28-29, said, in their poetry, even if not with the variety of rhyme scheme and meters of ours, though they do have their own rhymes somewhat different from ours, they no doubt excel us, for the language they use in their poems, even most of the words, is very different from what they use in common everyday speech, so much so that there are very few Europeans who understand their poems or rhymes when they hear them, even if they are very good linguists and know a lot of Visayan. Because, besides the words and meaning which they use in verse being so different, even when using the ordinary words they sometimes apply to their courtesies, what they say in verse is so figurative that everything is the subtext metaphor, and for one who doesn't know and understand them, it is impossible to understand them in it. To this may be added that less sophisticated Visayans were also unable to follow deep poetry, and that when two lovers sang to each other, their subject matter was the heroic exploits of ancestors, the valor of warriors, or the beauty of women, or even the exaltation of heroes still living. Alcina, 1668a, 4:257-59, recorded the summary of one or two of them with tantalizing brevity, like the following from the Pacific coast of Samar. Kabunga and Bubung Jinbuna on the coast of Ibabayo were two celebrated lovers, the man called Kabunga and the woman Bubung Jinbuna. Before they were married, these two had been in love for a long time, and once when he had to go on a certain rather long voyage, in company with others who were setting out on a Pangay or raid, he left instruction with his sweetheart that she should go straight to his parents' house to get whatever she needed for comfort. He only had a mother or sister since his father had already died. She went one time when she had to get a little abaka to weave clothes for her lover, but was so ill received by her swain's mother and his sister, who was called Halanai, that after abusing her by word, they did not give her what she had come to get, so she went back displeased and determined not to return there or even be seen by her lover again. He learned this as soon as he returned and asked if she had requested anything, and the bad send-off she had been given instead, so after much brooding, he refused to go up into his house until he learned where and with whom his lady was living. He did many things and particular deeds, which I am not putting down so as not to be too long-winded, until he learned that she was on a little island where she had fled with her slaves. He was almost drowned the times he went in search of her and escaped only by means of supernatural aid, until on the third attempt he reached there, and pretended to be dead near the house where she was living, until he was recognized by a slave who reported it to his lady. She went down drawn by love, and in her presence he recovered the life he pretended to have lost in her absence, and both rejoicing, they were married. They remained there as lords of that little island, which they called Natunawan in allusion to the love they had felt on first sight, because Natunawan means that they melted together with happiness, or Nawadan, which means lost footsteps. There, they say, not only men followed them from the mainland, but even plants, attracted by the goodness of the land and the good reception from those settlers. The reason why the story of Kabunga and Jinbuna is so badly truncated is that it appears in a chapter entitled, Of the Troubles Which Some Famous Princesses Had in Their Antiquity to Get Married, and the Efforts of Men to Abduct Others, Alcina 1668a, 4:245, thus the whole meat of what must have been an epic-length tale has been excised as being of no service to Alcina's purpose. All those adventures which form the flesh of Philippine epics that he did not put down so as not to be too long-winded, those heroic deeds, shipwrecks and drownings, the intervention of deities, and the flight to distant lands to live happily ever after. Moreover, the incident resume, Dadung Sumanga's 6 forays are given only a sentence or two apiece, but if this Kandu took all night to sing, they must have included details like the hero's flashing gold teeth and magic sword or gong obtained from deities in a many-layered heaven, and the magnificent plumage at prow and stern of ships miraculously propelled by guardian spirits rather than oars or sails. Another characteristic of Philippine epics is the amount of space given to betel nut. The Datu's followers turn the ground as bloody as a battlefield with their spittle, demigods chew banga of pure gold, jadis make their appearance preparing quids for their menfolk and serving them ceremoniously, and lovers seal their commitment by exchanging them partially masticated. Heroines are royal princesses secluded as inaccessible by Nakot in their chambers, where they are found spinning, weaving, or embroidering their princes' clothes. They are esteemed for such skills as well as for their beauty, crowned with a great mass of hair embellished with artificial switches, which it is a great offense for a man even to touch, and a good epic ends with a colorful description of the lavish wedding feast in which its protagonists join to display their wealth and magnanimity. Dadung Sumangga and Bug Bung Humasanun. There was, so says the singer, a princess in the island of Bohol of great repute and fame called Bug Bung Humasanun, the most renowned among all the beauties and of the greatest fame for her talent among all the damsels, so secluded and enclosed in her chamber that nobody ever saw her except by sheerest chance. Her visage was like the sun when it spreads its first rays over the world, or like a sudden flash of lightning, the one causing fear and respect, the other, joy and delight. A great chief desirous of marrying her, called Dadung Sumangga, one day arrived below her house and, giving a salute, asked for the said princess without going up, by calling out her name and surname and the other names which she had been given for her beauty. Irritated by his call, and either angry at his boldness or pretending to be, she sent a maid to ask who he was, and learning his name, acted angrier still that the courtesy had not been shown according to their custom, and replied, why had he come in person? Had he no negroes to command or slaves to send, perhaps not even someone he esteemed like Asen, whom he trusted as faithful and could send as a friend? So, without replying or speaking a single word, the chief had to go right off rebuffed. So, selecting a negro slave, he ordered him to go as intermediary and ask that princess for bias, and told him not to come back without them. The negro go-between went with his message and asked for the bias in his master's name, repeating the words of courtesy and praise which were customarily most polite. To this she responded with the same courtesy, saying that she had neither bongas to put in the bias nor leaves to make them, for the bongas which she used came from where the sun rose, and the leaves which she added from where it set. And she said nothing more, captives and spoils, which he immediately sent to his lady with the oft-repeated plea for the bias. But the lady was not won over by even all of this, but rather, setting her contract still higher, asked for the impossible, for the reply which she gave was to say, and here the poet speaks in the hyperboles which the Visayans use with much elegance, that in due time and without fail she would make the bias if he performed one more task first, which was that he should bring her something from heaven as important as what he had brought her from earth. On this reply, seeing that she was asking for the impossible, he said, come then, let's get started, we will try to conquer heaven. Prepare the ships, he said, and we'll go there. We'll make an attack on the sky, we'll unhinge a piece of it, we'll unfold part of one of its 8 layers or levels, and we'll seize one of its greatest thunderclaps, we'll rob the moon of a bit of its splendor, or if nothing else, at least one ray of those that are forged in its workshops. Come then, we're off, we're off. So he embarked, but in vain, and so he sailed, but without end, for of all the receding horizons, he neither reached one nor could he cover them all, so he returned satisfied, and sent word to her that he had done what she had ordered, but that could only dedicate, not give, the thunder and lightning to her, for throughout the many regions he had coursed, many were heard but few were found. He added that unless she sent him the bias immediately, which had cost him so much and had so tired him out, he would come and personally remove her hairpiece and make a sambat plume of it for his ship. On receiving this message, she began to cry and moan, terrified in her heart lest he dishonor her, and so she decided to make the bias so many times denied. When they were made, she put them in a little casket of marble fashioned with much art, and this inside another little case like those in which ladies keep their jewels, and sent them with the negro go-between who had so many times come and gone with messages, but when he told his lord that he had them, he was unwilling to see or receive them and sent them back instead, saying he would not accept them whole but only chewed, and that she should send one in a perfumed box of gold, all of which was a sign of her foreconsent and pledge of their intended wedding celebrations, which they performed afterwards with the pomp and ostentation fit for their class and wealth. Alcina 1668a, 4248-56. Folklore Visayan folklore is scattered all through Alcina's Historia. In the volume devoted to botany, he tells the origin myth of the first man and woman, and remarks that the makapag flower was believed to blossom well indoors because it was originally a man whom the gods changed into a plant. Under zoology, he recounts monkey lore that are still popularly believed that they fish for crabs by using their tails as bait, for example, or form living chain bridges by grabbing each other's tails to cross. Crocodile infested the tortoise and the monkey. From the sayings which are common among these natives about this animal, the tortoise, we can deduce its characteristics. In one of them they say of it what we say of doctors over there in Spain: he doesn't want it even as a gift, because they tell a story, and it is this. This tortoise and the monkey found by chance a bud or sprout of a banana plant, which we have already said is called sahan. They fought over who would take the best part, and in order to deceive the monkey, the tortoise asked for the part which had the leaves, which thus seemed best to the monkey, and he kept it, giving him the part with the root, which is what the latter wanted because it is what sprouts, grows, and bears fruit, and so he gave signs of wanting the opposite so they would let him have what he wanted and was more profitable. So to say of somebody that he is a man of intrigues and plots, they say he is like this animal's intestines because they have many twists and turns, and even though small, it knows a lot since it was able to trick the monkey, which is so much larger and wiser than it, and also when they give somebody the worst part, they say they treated him like the tortoise. So to continue the story begun above, we say that when the piece of stalk or root which the monkey had given him sprouted, grew, and bore fruit, the tortoise, since he could not climb, went to find the monkey to climb up and get the fruit, which he did gently, and seated above, began to gather the ripe bananas and to eat them, throwing down all the rinds or skins on the tortoise who was down below, with which he tricked him, or revenged the first trick. And from this fable they get the said proverbs, Alcina 1668a, 2:202-3. Pusong of Magtayon. I will tell of one brave whose memory is still very fresh because it happened not many years before the Spaniards arrived here. This one was an Indio of gigantic stature called Pusong, a native of the town of Magtayon in the interior of the island of Samar and Ibabaw, who used to make frequent invasions of the towns of Calbiga and Labunao which are on the Samar side, but not so much around Buronan because those on that coast were much more feared. Those he had killed were many when they stood up to him, and even more those who had been captured in repeated times because he was a great raider, or Magaha as they call them. Until near the town of Calbiga they set a trap for him in which he was killed. This trap was that in a stream he had ta cross, which was a flat stone with three high banks of rock, one of the more daring hid below it on the side he usually came from, and the other waited for him on the opposite side, with arms ready, though not trusting so much in them as in the treachery and trap they had set for him. This one challenged him from the side where he was, with the stream in between, and when the one from Magtayon jumped over, the one who was hidden below the bank threw his spear with such great force that it passed through his body, with which he fell. And the one who had challenged him came down and they killed him, since a dead Moro gets many blows in the very place where he had fallen with the first wound, and since this was of very wide flat stones, as I saw when I went there just to see what traces I'll by, when the force of the sea and its waves were strong and turbulent, he did not venture to go straight in but took shelter instead near the beach which Rawis Point makes with very fine sand and free of shoals, where, because of an islet across the entrance from the sea, the surf is less obstructive and the sea milder and calm. From there he sent a small boat with a sign of peace to announce the purpose of his coming, which was simply to carry Benji away as his wife, the fame of whose beauty alone had left him love-struck, and with only this would he then return to his land without making any attack and always afterward remain their friend and protector, since being more powerful than they, he could do it to their advantage. Karagrag, rather than making reply, showed them how well prepared he was by entertaining them, and when his wife was informed of Dumerdug's intentions, she responded at once say 'twas greatly surprised, thought for something of such little worth he had made such a demonstration and launched so many ships, that she was content with the husband she had and did not care to exchange him for any other, even one much more powerful, and that so long as he was alive, she could not think of leaving him, and If it should be her unlucky fate to fall into his hands captive, he should understand that though he might carry her off and command her as his slave, that to make her his wife, she would never consent and was ready to give her life first. Encouraged by so bold a response, her husband Karagrag simply added that he was there waiting with his men deployed, and that although they were not many, they were very good men, and that the place where they were was very secure, and if he came to try his arms in battle, they would do their duty, and if he should defeat them, he would be lord of his wife and property, but if not, he would return to his land empty-handed, if indeed he escaped from there with his life. With this reply, and in view of the strength and impregnability of the place for them, with no more arms than spears and shields or at most some arrows, the chief reconsidered and hesitated a bit but not for long, and without attempting anything more and risking his men, he returned home just as he had come, leaving both the chief and his wife Benji happy. This happened a few years before the Spaniards came, and is still fresh in the memory of the natives of the Lawan town, who today are their descendants. Not many years ago, I buried a chief of the said island, who was more than 70 years old, whose parent had been alive when this raid took place, and a son of his who had heard it many times, related it to me with all the aforesaid details. Alcina 1668a, 4:20-23. A Benji or Benjile was a virgin or a woman who had been faithful to one man all her life. It must therefore have been bestowed on the heroine of this romance sometime after the Albi raid, the first step in an historic event's becoming a legend. The quotation of her and her husband's noble words indicates that the poetic process had already had its effect by the time Father Alcina heard the story. Perhaps with retelling over the centuries and the accumulation of apocryphal embellishments, the tale might have grown into a full-fledged Kandu. Indeed, had ancient Visayan culture not succumbed to colonial acculturation, some Wari bard might now be singing the epic of Benji boarded Legazpi's flagship in Oras Bay and danced to the rhythm of one, after his blood compact with their chief. Mindanao epics provide a few details of their use. Agong were played either on the edge or on the navel that is, the center boss or knob, slowly to announce bad news, faster, by the ruling Dadu himself, to summon the people. Warships approached the enemy with all gongs sounding. Gongs were given a larger vocabulary than any other instrument. Alcina, 1668a, 4:129, considered it an evidence of the elegance of the Visayan language that there were special terms even for the cord with which they fasten and hang it, which it would be improper to apply to anything else. Mungmungan was the boss or teat, of flat gong, or one from which the boss had been worn off by long use, was panis, including the plate-like Chinese ones, mang mang. The largest one in an ensemble was ganding. Hotatak was to play them on the edge with a simple stick, or saray if more than one player alternated strokes. Pigdana or pigbasal was to strike them on the boss with a padded drumstick called basal. A governor or chief was also called basal, presumably because of his prerogative of sounding a gong to assemble his people. Actual bells from Spain or Asia were lingonai, and little jingle bells like those the epic hero Bantunan had on the handle of his camp island were galong. Chinese gongs were little valued, ones from Sangir were worth 3 or 4 times as much, and those from Borneo 3 or 4 times that 4 or 5 pesos in 1616. Huge ones said to reach 1.5 meters in diameter could fetch 1 or 2 slaves. The Bornean gong was a standard of value when bargaining for expensive goods. For example, Pakai gong anta ining katana, let's price this Japanese sword, Sanchez 1617, 9v. Indeed, assessments like Pinipito or Piñacapito, both referring to the number 7, were understood by themselves to mean 7 gongs. Gongs were one of 4 items along with gold, porcelain, and slaves required for any Dadu class dowry, or bride price, and men mortgaged themselves to borrow one for this purpose. The bargaining between the 2 families was done with little wooden counters placed on top of a gong turned boss up on the floor, and the gong itself became the property of the mediating go-between upon the conclusion of a successful settlement. Vocal music Visayans were said to be always singing except when they were sick or asleep. Singing meant the extemporaneous composition of verses to calm of grief from the widowed and relatives present. Haya were also called Knagon or Kanogon, alas, woe is me, and since they not only praised the dead but petitioned them directly for supernatural favor, the missionary fathers took a dim view of their performance. As Father Sanchez, 1617-127, said, Kanogon is also to bewail the deceased and is like paying him an honor, or better said, to sing something which should be prohibited because in the singing they invoke the deceased and the Diwata. Dangkang, with the exception of funerals, all Visayan feasts sponsored by Datus were accompanied by dancing and gong playing. Weddings, birth of children, planting and harvesting of crops, preparations for war, and victory celebrations afterwards. Saya or Sabay was the general term, one for men, Magagal for women, Magabanag for a pair of dancers, and Magsisabay for group dancing in two opposed lines. Sabay suggested bird-like motions with the arms for men, one arm pointing down and the other up, to be reversed while opening and closing the fists, for ladies, extended with slow deliberate finger motions. Taruk referred to the delicate foot movements characteristic of dancing Bayaman, including babalan around the pig or wine jar during paganito, often only slightly lifting either the heels or toes. Patad was stomping to a light tread by either sex. In the kegel, a lady held a kerchief in both hands, waving it to one side and then the other, placing it around her neck from time to time. Kegel meant to hold hands, perhaps she and her partner joined hands to end the dance, since otherwise men and women never touched each other in Visayan dances. Salabay was actually a war dance in which two men armed with shields and spears performed a ritualized but energetic duel with feints and lunges accompanied by gong beat. They sometimes became so enthusiastic they had to be separated lest intentional or unintentional body contact lead to a real fight. Games and gambling. As Spanish lexicographers gave little space to toys, mentioning only little girls' dolls, bata or kulasat, and a children's game called kungat played with kiga or buske seashells, probably modern sunka, but youths for that matter, men of all ages spun tops, which was the most popular form. Chapter 6 Natural Science Visayan society knew no schools or classrooms. Children became functioning adults through informal instruction within the family. In the field of morals, most communities recognized some wise and persuasive elder as a kind of pastor, parawali, probably from Malay Arabic wali, saint who gave advice in household gatherings. But knowledge of the physical environment was learned from parents, the movement of heavenly bodies and change of seasons, the direction of winds and recognition of storm signals, the nature and habits of different species in the animal_kingdom. All such knowledge might be called natural science. Environment. The Visayans called their natural environment Banway, a word which meant mountain, countryside, terrain, climate, and homeland. In Colorado Nile times, it was extended to mean town. For example, Hiligaynon Naga_Binanway Kami Pag Pakayon Sa Hokam, we supply the alcalde with food, _town by town in turn Mentrida 1637a, 53. Banwan meant overgrown and Napabanway gone to the hills. Binmanway's a man who could take care. Many of these phenomena which would be rejected by modern science were accepted by well-educated missionaries in their day. Father Alcina, for example, did not doubt that the ipo tree was so venomous that it killed any who passed through its shade or downwind, and that the tree was therefore surrounded by the bones of wild animals poisoned in this manner. Neither did he doubt that one of his own parishioners had given birth to a crocodile twin. She was the wife of Pakatolani of Tubig, who had been raised in a Jesuit house as a church boy, and the little creature was delivered together with a normal child. The parents moved away to get rid of it, but it not only followed them but regularly brought them a wild hog or deer, or large fish. Father Alcina heard the story from the parents themselves and did not doubt it because, as he said, they were both exemplary Christians and therefore trustworthy. Like all peoples in the 16th century, Visayans believed in an extensive menagerie of fabulous beasts, or ordinary beasts with fabulous qualities. Below is a sampling. A Visayan bestiary bangat or siko berngata basal buka, dumoragman kolago or kagwang mago magpopo miro tailigatus tiji hawks in whose nests a root or herb could be found, which contained the secret of their fishing ability. This root or herb could be sold to fishermen for a good price, or to weavers because it made their arms light and tireless. A species of small crocodiles friendly to human beings, it drew near to listen to their conversations, and allowed them to step on its back to cross water. A caterpillar whose hairs caused dangerous infection when accidentally touched, but were harmless if it was seen before. Touching an owl which was a sure sign of death if it perched on a rooftop, it always flew in pairs with its mate, and children were told they were witches come to eat them. A black snake that made bark leaf nests, and cured wounded snakes of its kind by applying medicinal herbs. A kind of flying squirrel whose loud clear cry at dawn meant there would be no rain that day. A tarsier that lived on charcoal. A small viper with a crest and that crowed like a rooster. A civet cat which charmed roosting hens with its eyes so that they fell from the branch. A snake which was always accompanied by 100 others which would rush up if it was killed, so nobody dared to touch it. A snake whose bite was not fatal if the victim called for help and somebody responded, who would then suffer the effects of the poison instead of vegetable husk for cleaning and polishing the teeth, sipan being fancy ones of betel nut bark which ladies often gave their lovers. Bobho was a tree whose scrapings were used as a shampoo to get rid of dandruff, and puno was a fine comb for removing head lice or ringworm scales. But any reference to dirt in the ears, atoll, under the nails, adinglig, or the private parts, burus, was an extreme offense, barasan being an insult so serious it required revenge or satisfaction. Ailments. Despite their attention to personal cleanliness, Visayans suffered skin diseases as one of their most common complaints. Some of these were simple discomforts connected with ordinary activities, nugas blisters from poisonous plants, arapunga sores between the toes, or chafing from loads or clothing, bioic on the throat, bilok, or bioc on the groin. More serious were alate or colomeo, defined by Mentrida as erysipela, that is, an intense inflammation accompanied by streptococcus infection. Pox in general are called booty, with pinarurcan being distinguished as the virulent kind, that is, smallpox. More widespread were bangtas, tabahak, or tabuca ulcers, and bilog glandular swelling, all of which the Spaniards called bubas, indiscriminately. Try was to separate somebody outside the village who was offensively bubaso, covered with sores. The classic meaning of bubas was the lymphatic swelling symptomatic of bubonic plague, but following Columbus's return from the New World, it became the common term for syphilis, a disease no doubt confused with A_yaws in the tropics. Spanish lexicographers in the Visayas, however, used it to mean any pustules or ulcers, though Lorca, 1582, 66, must have been referring to an actual contagious disease when he wrote, "In this island of Panay, the natives say that none of them ever had bubas until the Boholanos, who, as was said above, abandoned Bohol because of the Moluccans, came to settle here, since when some natives have caught it." Saint Lazarus's disease leprosy was called Kirnga, Kajirkat, or Tuyug, Vithamamadol, especially suggesting the loss of fingers or toes. Goer or Godden was the stage when the ravages of the disease were still not visible sternally, Budog, the thickening of the skin, Bangig, the loss of the nose, and Binokbak, wounds so deep they seemed to be eaten by Bukbak wood borers. This specialized vocabulary, however, probably does not reflect the incidence of the disease so much as the emotional reaction which it elicits in human societies. Surgery was limited to suturing or cauterizing wounds and to cosmetic surgery to repair torn earlobes. Sisip or culotte was to trim the edges of ragged jobs so the raw surfaces could be sutured together. For flat areas like the stomach or scalp where stitches were difficult to make with a straight needle, it was said red animatas ants were used, a species as large as wasps, which had the characteristic of leaving its head behind with jaws clamped in its vicious bite. 7 Iyun was button cautery, that is, igniting a pellet of moxa, the woolly lint of certain plants, to smolder on a small wound. Atolab was sweat induced by smoke, steam, or rubbing with hot stones or ashes, and was the most popular specific against skin dashes. Tub was to fumigate by covering the patient with mats and blankets to concentrate the smoke of medicinal fuels, and Oslab was a steam bath in which the patient lay enclosed on a rack over containers of water into which hot stones were copyright dropped. The woods used for this purpose were called bulan, meaning medicine china wood. Sarsaparilla, obat, was the most effective, from which was derived the terms burulangan or bulanganan for the little enclosed sheds. So, too, hospitals came to be called pamalangagan when they were introduced by Spanish missionaries. Tombal were all plants, roots, leaves, or bark with medicinal properties, for which reason the Spaniards called the Tombalan an herbalanio, one who has knowledge of plants' hierbas, their powers and properties. They were not to be confused with practitioners of sleight of hand who pretended to extract a bone or stone from some part of the patient's body nagabatbat. Tombal were taken internally or externally, with plasters or poultices distinguished as haklup or tompas. Below isa iopling of Ison materia medica. Agaho, a tree whose leaves were a specific against muscle cramps. The leaves were applied to the affected part or used for a bath. A treewosk bark was a specific for intestinal pains. The bark was chewed, or decocted for drinking. Avery medicinal plant, its soots were boiled and the decoction drunk for stomachache, its leaves used as a plaster for headache. It was also used in baths to bring down fevers. A vine used as a preventative for epilepsy. A plant prescribed for bladder stones or other urinary complaints. A plant whose leaves were chewed mixed with lime, or mixed with oil and hot sulfur as an antidote for poison. A tree whose toasted leaves were boiled as an antiseptic for bathing wounds. Irits, ancestral or otherwise, who had been wittingly or unwittingly offended by the behavior of the person afflicted. These required diagnosis and prescription by Babalan or Datan, shamans, or mediums able to entact the spirit world in a state of trance to learn the nature of the offense and what was required for satisfaction. In the case of witches, or naturally malignant spirits, monsters, or ghouls who could not be reached by this technique, the Babalan sought to enlist the intervention of a personal patron spirit. Prescriptions were the performance of a specific paganito involving the sacrifice of a live animal or other food offerings. Omens were taken during both diagnosis and treatment to facilitate prognosis, and were the last resort in preparing the moribund and their families for the inevitable. Time-heaping. The Visayans divided the daylight hours into a dozen or more specific times according to the position of the sun. Between dawn and noon, they reckoned Nasivana, shining, and Nabahadna, climbing, and then Agurit Lagna, time for hens to lay, and Mukalululu, when your bracelet slid down your raised arm if you pajainted at the sun. High noon was Adto Na and Adla, followed by 2 points of descent in the afternoon, Padisnand Ligasna, until midway to setting, Tungana. Natupangna sa lub as when the sun sank to the height of the palm trees seen against the horizon, and sunset was Ajuna, or Nadarna, when the sun finally disappeared. Day ended with Igsavinto, when it was too dark to recognize other people. Beyond the day, however, they distinguished no time period shorter than 1 month. This means they did not recognize either the Eurasian _7 day or Javanese 5-day week, neither of which, as a matter of fact, was based on any celestial cycle. But they reckoned the days of the month precisely, that is, the days from one new moon to the next. Just as they divided the hours of the day by the movement of the sun, so they identified the days of the month by the appearance of the moon in the night sky. The new moon was Sudang the first night it could be seen, or more colorfully, Hilat Kilat, a little lightning Nash, when it appeared as a full crescent the next night or two, it seemed to have opened its eyes, Jamata, or, alternately, closed its mouth, ungut, like a baby's on a mother's breast. Then came a 3-day moon or high new moon, Hitaz Na and Subang, followed by Balavig, the 4th or 5th night, and next it was near the zenith, Adto, when it appeared as an exact half-disk. What western, calendars call the first quarter moon. It was directly overhead at sunset, at the time of the donances, fair winds when the monsoon is changing. The next they call kawi, which is when they weed the fields. The next, that is, another is called frarapun, which is when they begin to harvest the rice. The next they call manululsul, which is when the harvest is finished. The other months they take no account of because they have nosing to do all the fields then. What OE called Monday ths were seasonal events connected with Sweden_farming, they do not appear in early Visayan dictionaries as the names of ponths, nor do any other names. Rather, the year is defined as the time between one harvest and the next, a time which naturally varies according to whether the monsoon rains come early or late and in what quantity. For Alcina, 1668a, 340, explain the word mig, year, as follows: it is a word with which they also counted the acres, but without computing or numbering the months, which from harvest to harvest they would count as cleven or 12 distinct and past, and which they called tuig, and although they now confuse it with the akar, it was not a single year but an indefinite time, because that word means to them the same as time does to us. There were three Visayan words for year: don, tuig, and dagon. Don actually meant harvest, don na didto dil. It's already harvest in their _place and was used for calculating age. Old folks were those who had seen many harvests. Sanchez 1617, 504b, tuig was both harvest, for example, Tino tuigan, what is ready for harvest, and any recurring period of time, not necessarily annual. Tinwig naca was said of a menstruating woman, and Panuigan sang olan sang habagat was the coming of the rains either from the south or sang amihan, from the north. Dagon was used in the same way, Panagon sa manga kakahuianw.as, when everything was in bloom. Indeed, it was the flowering of trees and plants which indicated the rotation of the seasons. Katparazan, January-March, Cataloto. March-May, Catlawan, June-August, and Katkazi, October-December, were the months during which trees of these names blossomed. The seasonal behavior of birds was another indicator. When the kaha bird gave its kaha call in the morning, it was time to plant. The agricultural cycle began, as Lorca noted, with the appearance of certain stars. Most often these were the Pleiades in the constellation of Taurus, which can first be seen in June, locally called Moroporo, meaning either the boiling lights or a flock of birds. Swidens were prepared at that time, and seeds were sown in September when they were directly overhead at sunset, though the exact time depended on local climatic conditions. Indeed, because the rainy season varied from island to island, in some places farmers made use of the Big Dipper, Ursa Major, which as wind that blows between Brisa and Mediodía, that is, between northeast and due south. Leyte Samaranias called all cool winds blowing in off the Pacific Amihan J general, and they considered Habagat a west wind. Habagat lasted from April to September, Amihan from December to April. In between, came a chill north wind, Kanawati or northwest wind, TPO, regularly causing respiratory ills. Timog was always considered a relief from the monsoons blowing in from the east in July-September, the south in May-June, but the south wind itself was properly called Salatan or Ifig. The other side, winds issued from caverns deep in the earth that were opened and closed to control them. Visayans, however, did not recognize these winds as the four winds of Western navigators, so Spanish lexicographers selected four Visayan terms and applied these to the four winds: Kanawayan, Amihan, Salatanan, and Habagatan. Some old men were renowned for the accuracy of their weather casts. They predicted storms, their severity, and the flooding that would follow, 3 or 4 days in advance, or even a week, by judging from cloud formations and the color of the skies, sun, and moon. Dark clouds meant a squally storm, onos, but leaden skies meant a real typhoon, bagyo. The new moon of October was considered the most likely time for a typhoon. Conversely, Typhoons were said to be rare during the waning of the same moon. These men believed, too, that unless a typhoon ended with winds from the south, it was sure to be followed by another one. They also prophesied whether the coming year would be wet or dry, supposedly by observing the position of stars and constellations. Seamanship Visayans spent a lot of time on the water because boats were their only form of transportation. Heavy loads like ships' hulls or tree trunks could be moved on land with log rollers, but neither wheeled vehicles nor draft animals are mentioned in any early account or dictionary. So in the 17th century, the word for a sheave or pulley, galinan, was extended to the wheels of Spanish carves, carts, and carrozas, carriages. Except for reasons of defense, settlements were built on the coast or riverbanks, and nobody lived more than 40 kilometers from salt water. Orientation was taken, not from the direction of the sun, but of the sea Ilawad, downstream, or Irea, upstream. Everybody and everything moved by boat, from Dajara to fertilize fields to guests to attend weddings. Farmers from Bantayan Island went to till fields on the Cebu coast by boat, and Chapter 7 Social Organization Wandala Isla, 1565, 232, described Visayan social structure in 1565 in one simple sentence: they have three classes, they call the chiefest, datos, who are like knights, and those like citizens, timagwas timawas, and the slaves, orapes orapun. Visayans themselves considered this three-tiered structure so normative they extended it figuratively to the animal kingdom. Little green parrots were husi. Not olapun, and green ones with red breasts were husi na timawa, but those with resplendent red and green plumage all over were husi na datu. It was a structure canonized by a well-known Visayan origin myth. All three classes were offsprings of a divine primordial pair, who fled or hid from their father's wrath. According to the Boxer version, they scattered where best they could, many going out of their father's house, and others stayed in the main sala, and others hid in the walls of the house itself, and others went into the kitchen and hid among the pots and stove. So, the Visayans say, from these who went into the inner rooms of the house come the lords and chiefs they have among them now, who give them orders and whom they respect and obey, and who among them are like our titled lords in Spain, they call them datos in their language. From these who remained in the main sala of the house come the knights and hidalgos among them, inasmuch as these are free and do not pay anything at all. These they Salapata, Sipad, and Paduka, came from Sanskrit Sri Paduka, and was used, by Humaban and at least three of his contemporaries, Kabungsawan's son Makaalang of Maguindanao, Dalasan of Panglao, and the Sultan of Brunei. Humaban's brother was his Bendahara, prime minister, whose son Tupas was married to Humaban's eldest child and was his heir. One of his fellow datus was Abadala, and Humaban himself was married to Lapu-Lapu's niece. We do not know what title Lapu-Lapu claimed, but Macton's location put him in a position to intercept shipping in Cebu Arbor. When Magellan tried to force him to acknowledge Humaban as Verlord, he replied that he was unwilling to come and do reverence to any whom he had been commanding for so long a time. Anonymous N.D.A. 21. None of these titles appear in Spanish lexicons, but Old Javanese Hadi is listed as king, though no Visayan chief was named with this title, and _Mantilai, minister, as a rich Timawa or one who is like a king in a town. Mentrida 1637, 264. These datus were part of what social anthropologists call a chiefdom, a loose federation of chiefs bound by loose ties of personal allegiance to a senior among them. The head of such a chiefdom exercised authority over his supporting chiefs, but not over their subjects or territory, and his primacy stemmed from his control of local or foreign trade, and the ability to redistribute luxury goods desired by the others. Philippine chiefdoms were usually located at river mouths where they could facilitate the sort of highland-lowland exchanges described by Lorca, 1582, 120, in Panay. Those of the mountains cannot live without the fish and salt and other things and jars and plates which come from other parts, nor can those on the coast live without the rice and cotton which the mountaineers have. A datu's authority arose from his lineage, but his power depended upon his wealth, the number of his slaves and subjects, and his reputation for physical prowess. Some were therefore autocratic and oppressive. A courageous, frightening datu was called Pamalpagan from palpag, split and flat _tend bamboo. Others were not, those whose subjects were followers rather than vassals, very free and unrestricted, as Juan Martinez said. A ruling _datu boasted heirloom wealth called bahandi gold work, imported purse lamb, and bronze gongs but not real estate. Bahandi was required for status display, exchanged in marriages, shared among close relatives, held as collateral for loans, and loaned out itself to men who mortgaged them selves into bondage to obtain the bride of their family's choice. Bahandi was originally acquired through raids, the sale of local produce, and the control of trade including hanos, anchorage fees, by-hit, tariffs on punting dogs, and were proud of their dexterity in handling casting nets, and among them were skillful blacksmiths working imported metal. They owned cargo vessels and war cruisers, and all maritime expeditions whether for raid or trade were captained by datus with the necessary seafaring skill and experience. Their ladies wove the elegant textiles with ornate borders which were the distinctive marks of their class. Buchuanan King Awi's silk, kerchief was no doubt a Chinese import, but his cotton G-string decorated with silk thread was probably produced in his own household. Timawa. Spanish dictionaries always define Timawa as freemen, libres, or freed men, libertos. They were originally the offspring or descendants of a datu's commoner wives or slave concubines, and they were technically free because their progenitor had granted it. But slaves could also be freed. Matidamawa, so Lorca, in describing this social class, found it necessary to call them true or recognized Timawa. All persons liberated by their own master were called Jinu, and might be chided, Dika Magpadea, K Akan Ka Jinu, don't put on airs, I'm the one who made you Jinu, Sanchez 1617, 204. In English, freedman has little meaning today. In modern societies, all citizens are free. But when Ila referred to Timawa as citizens, he meant a privileged class, not ordinary people. In 16th-century Spain, citizens, ciudadanos, were the non-slave residents of chartered cities, ciudades, who enjoyed its special laws and exemptions. They were not peasants, peons, serfs, tenants, or farmhands, all of whom would have been called Orapun in the Visayas. Timawa paid tribute called bohis or handug and, in theory at least, were free to transfer their allegiance to some other datu. But those attached to their lord as personal vassals paid no tribute and rendered no agricultural labor, thus the Boxer Codex called them knights and hidalgos. They won their tattoos beside him in battle, rode and manned his warship, received his favors, and shared in the public accolade for his victories. Their datu was obligated to defend or avenge them at the risk of his own person if need be, and to share booty and captives with them. They attended his feasts as retainers and familiars, acting as his wine tasters, and were sometimes honored by receiving a cup from his own hand from which he had already taken a sip. They were sent as his emissaries to open marriage negotiations for his sons, and at the time of his death, acted as bailiffs to enforce his mourning taboos, and three of the most renowned among them would honor upon. The word orapun appears to be a transitive form of an archaic root udap, to live, meaning to let live, for example, to spare life on the field of battle, to ransom a captive, or to redeem a debt equivalent to a man's price. The market for these exchanges was provided by it. Shortage of labor for exploiting a rich natural environment, and debt slavery was prevalent because agriculture was undeveloped, goods limited, and interest rates high, so debtors had little collateral except their own persons. The orapun produced by these conditions were legally slaves, they could be bought and sold, but that was all they had in common. Some were foreign captives or purchases who served as victims for human sacrifice, some were members of their master's household and suckled at the same breast as his own children, Some were householders who gave their masters or creditors a portion of their crops or labor, and some were hardly distinguishable from freemen. Sociologically, therefore, they constituted the class which in contemporary European society would have been called commoners. Individual status within the Orapun class depended on birthright, inherit or acquired debt, commuted penal sentence, or victimization by the more powerful. Outright captives were bihag, and they were marketed by dealers in Alanjar Batang as expensive merchandise like bahandi porcelain and gongs, or ships and houses. Orapun who lived in their master's house were hayahay or ayui, and those with their own house and field were tuha or mamahi. Like Datus and Timawa, they bore children of their same class, or in the case of mixed marriages, their children became half or quarter. Slaves who served their masters half-time or quarter-time. Half-slaves were called button, month, if their owners divided their time by the month. Debt slaves, too, only served their creditors part-time in proportion to their debt. Their owners often paid such partial slaves the balance to take full posses Zion of them. As for householding Orapun, they supported themselves, giving their masters only a share of their labor or crops. With opportunity and enterprise, they could earn enough to decrease their debt or even pay it off in full. Hayahay were at the bottom of the Orapun social scale those most enslaved, as Lorca, 1582-142, put it, the ones they mostly sell to the Spaniards. They were domestics who lived in their master's house, received their food and clothing from him, but were given 1 day out of 4 to work for themselves. Their children born or raised in his house were Jintubo, who might become favorites called Siban or Janagatan, treated like his own children and set free on his death. If both parents were house-born slaves like themselves, or actual purchases, they were Jinlubos, and if of these variations in Orapun status and opportunity for upward social mobility no doubt reflect local differences in economic conditions, crops, markets, demand on labor, and the size of the Datu Timawa population. They also suggest that the Majini Yi *VE were Orapun. To Spanish advent debt and dependence Visayan social fabric was thus woven of debt and dependence, that is, relationships in which one person was dependent on the decisions of another, the one exercising choice, the other not. The slave did not choose to work for his master, but his master might choose to grant him a favor. For example, Tagalaling were the days given a slave to work for himself. Parents chose their children's mates as a normal act of social order, just as Datus had the right to choose the booty their Timawa comrades received. Copyright one's position in the social scale was therefore measurable by the amount of control he exercised over his own time and labor, the hayahay at on _extreme and the Timawa or Tumau at the other, where they could transfer their whole service to another person. Among Orapun, such dependence was expressed in franc terms of debt. The high interest rates which created these debts were based on the natural increase of crops or livestock. Sulit meant a debt without interest, a sale without profit, or a crop without increase. The loan of an inanimate object like a knife or boat was hiram and did not incur utang, debt. A debtor's children were born in debt, his first-degree kin were also liable, and any favor received incurred debt. Captured Timawa rescued by their Datu became his personal debtors, unlike he Spaniards ransomed or purchased from Filipino captors by Saavedra in 1528 or Torre in 1544. In conjunctions for grand larceny, a whole family could be enslaved. Alcina had Orapun parishioners whose ancestors' crime had been to break a borrowed bahandi gong. Jayon was a kind of involuntary collateral seized until the debt was paid, and tokad, to make sure, was to collect a debt from somebody other than the debtor, who thus effectively acquired a new creditor who then had to collect as best he could. Community A Datu's following was his hop or dalahan, Visayan terms to which Tagalog barangay was added after Manila became the colonial capital. Fold of their skirt as if to assure that their private parts were doubly covered. And everybody addressed seniors or respected persons with polite tabi expressions like tabi saio amagi ako with your permission, I will underscore pass, Mentrida 1637a, 365. Kinship underscore early Spanish dictionaries of Visayan languages often list Cebuano, Hiligaynon, or Samario variants under a single entry. This is especially true of kinship terminology. Thus the word for father is given as amahan, ame, and anjuyan without distinction, though with a Cebu variant of amba or ambuyan, and mother as inahan, Indian, and iloi, with a Kinirae variant, inang. Ama and ina or inda were terms of special respect used as proper nouns, for example, siama, and often extended to non-parents for that purpose, while mama was what people called their own father. Fathers were also addressed affectionately as baba, thus himaba was a gift to a go-between by a suitor who wished to establish such a relationship with his prospective father-in-law. Parents, brothers and sisters were also differentiated by sex. Uncles were yoyo, oyoan, or bada, and aunts were iyan or dada, but sons and daughters were simply anak, offspring, and so, too, brothers, sisters, and cousins of either sex were ianak, igsuan, igmanhad, igdatud, or olad. Otad was a piece. Cut off something, hence, kaoturan, relatives of one lineage. Cousins could also be distinguished from siblings as patod or igaga, and second cousins in Kinirae as a kampor, while bogdo or bagong tinay, gut brothers, meant children of the same parents like a piece of the same cord. But siblings related through only one parent were maba, and stepchildren or ones adopted were oblas. Grandparents of either sex, together with their brothers and sisters and their spouses, were all apwi, apahan, or oang, or more respectfully, laki or bai, sometimes with gurang, mature, added. Great-grandparents were apo, or bata with or without aki, bai, or gurang attached. A prudent person therefore muttered laki laki or apo apo when leaving the house in order to invoke his ancestors' protection against harm or accident, a custom continued by Christians. Father Mentrida said, or they say, Jesus. Grandchildren were apo, and they and all their descendants were kapahan, though a great-grandchild might be distinguished as apo sa tohad just as a great-grandparent was apwi sa lohad sa tohad, meaning literally at the knee, and awake with a guilty conscience. A synonym for kablangan was kagawayan, from gaywai, to keep or preserve, for example, paragawai, a steward, or underscore gaywayunan, propertied people. But batas or batasan was a decree regulating commerce, for example, Sino in nagbatas shining io ipapalit who assessed this merchandise of yours. And batas was tariff, Sanchez 617, 70v. A datu acted as judge, hukam, in both civil claims and criminal cases, sometimes in consultation with an expert in custom law, by hearing testimony of sworn witnesses. If the results were inconclusive, he might order underscore the litigants to submit to trial by ordeal, for example, retrieving an object from a pot of boiling water with the least injury, or staying underwater longest. Recognized crimes were theft, defamation, murder, witchcraft, lese majesty, that is, offense to a datu's authority, and malicious vandalism like poisoning livestock. Penalties were fines set in accord with the litigant's standing. Crimes against upper-class persons were fined more heavily, and an Orapun who murdered a datu was simply killed outright. Killings among high-ranking datus could not be settled until a blood feud had run its course, and were geld, man price, was argued as hotly as bride price. All fines were underscore imposed in terms of bahandi valuables, too high to be met by agricultural products or handicrafts. In theory, nobody was condemned to slavery, they became slaves for inability to meet fines. There were no sentences like imprisonment or deportation which would take labor out of production, rather, punishments realigned labor forces within the community. The only exception was the death penalty for convicted witches or sorcerers. The most common thefts were of foodstuffs, for example, dangpas was 3 for theft of root crops, ugnas for fallen fruit, sarak for bananas, sugarcane, or coconuts, and sneak thieves crept into houses naked and oiled so as to underscore be slippery if caught. The stealing of valuables, however, was associated with raiding and so was rare within the community and punished severely. First-generation missionaries were always struck by the absence of locked doors and coffers in the homes of the wealthy. Any altercation that resulted in wounding had to be compensated with hilyago, blood price, and insult was also valid grounds for litigation. The most serious was an accusation of witchcraft, but there were also violent curses like binalika be changed. That is, become crippled or deformed, jananitan ka be flayed. Like an animal hide, or nahahan _ mo get your guts. From haha, to remove marrow. Or meat from _ shells, but insults reflecting on a man's virility required personal satisfaction called kukad went to the bride's brothers specifically to guarantee her return in the event she ran home after a marital squabble. The engagement required a relative or friend of the suitor to obtain remission from the girl's father to open proceedings. The man's relatives then went to the girl's house with a respected timawa bearing his spear. There they were received with gongs sounding to assemble her relatives and give public notice, but not admitted until they bargained with the girl's grandmother to let down the house ladder. Then, with a fine Freudian gesture, the spear-bearer drove the weapon into the house ladder and invoked the ancestors on both sides for fertility. They then entered, presented a gift, and fixed the date for negotiating the marriage contract. The father's acceptance of the gift was his pledge of his daughter's hand. On the date set, the marriage contract was negotiated in the girl's house. The man's relatives were accompanied by 2 or 3 mediators, kagan, who placed a porcelain plate in front of the father containing a number of little sticks, the ordinary counters used in Visayan calculations. The father tossed a betel nut quid in the bowl to signal the opening of the discussion. This began with painful formality, but became less inhibited as drinking continued, and often had to be broken off and resumed another day. As each item was agreed on, slave, porcelain, or gold, one counter was placed on top of a gong on the floor. As agreement was reached on the schedule of payment, the counters were moved from one side to the other. Part of the bugay had to be paid immediately as a kind of down payment, but the rest was deferred until later, and some even held in abeyance and only demanded in case of connubial conflict. Still another part of the bugay was really not intended to be paid in the first place, it was only agreed to for the sake of the lady's prestige. Conversely, the hingo-sol, a fine if either party withdrew, might be demanded in advance if the girl was of much for higher rank than the man. The girl's father usually asked for the same bugay as he had given for her mother, and if the father were a proud dadu who refused to lower his demand, the match would be cancelled unless the suitor agreed to enter his father-in-law's household for a number of years or even a lifetime. It was normal for a man to serve his father-in-law for 1 year before his wedding, a period of adjustment and trial, or actual training in the case of a young boy. Once the contract was settled, the mother came forward to ask for himara, a compensation in gold for all the sleep she had lost while the bride was an infant. During the wedding celebration, the bride and groom were seated beside one another after her shyness was overcome with suitable gifts. Chirino also said that husband and wife separated for the least reason in the world actually, for incompatibility, neglect, or misconduct, and a man or woman who had been married only once was rather the exception than the rule. Pangalai was a gift to attract back a wife who had fled to her relatives, and legal divorce was often avoided only because of the difficulty of restoring a bride price that had already been spent. Moreover, if divorce was common, the premature death of one partner was by no means uncommon, so remarriages filled families with half-siblings and adopted nephews, nieces, or foundlings. Inheritance: children of both sexes inherited equally unless their parents specified some preference in a will, Vikan. Illegitimate children inherited only at the pleasure of the legal heirs. But heritage strictly followed bloodline, stepchildren inherited only from their actual parents, and spouses did not inherit from each other. A man and wife might bequeath to each other conjugal property which they had accumulated together, but not what they had inherited. It was a principle of which Spanish justices were often unaware when trying lawsuits over contested inheritance. 2 cases recorded by Alcina will illustrate, an unmarried girl died who was the only child of a widowed duis 6 slaves she had inherited from her deceased mother. Her father had no claim to those slaves, but some 50 of her mother's kin gathered around to claim their share. Since there would not have been even a finger for each, as Father Alcina, 1668a, 4:227, said, search had to be made for the trunk, puno, that is, the ultimate source of the slaves. This proved to be the girl's maternal grandfather, who had had 3 children, her mother and 2 sons, each of whom had inherited an equal number of slaves, and all of whom were dead. Since the girl was the last in her mother's line, it was the descendants of her 2 uncles who had the best claim. These were more than 20 in all, so each was awarded a quarter slave. In the other case, a childless woman adopted the daughter of her brother, raised her as her own daughter, and eventually married her off in another town. She then took in a foundling that had been abandoned in the forest, whom she also raised as a daughter but could not legally adopt because the parents were unknown. When the woman was dying, the foundling obtained a certificate from the parish priest stating that she was the woman's heir. The legally adopted daughter had by this time died, but at TCSAE restricted stretch of beach. Datus could also lease such resources to outsiders. Legazpi, 1569b, 22n.63, reported of Visayan gold production in 1569, in some place where we know there are mines, the natives are not willing to work them and do not, but when foreign vessels come, in exchange for what they bring, they agree to let them work in the mines for the days or period contracted. Labor, of course, was itself a commodity that could be bought and sold or, in the case of bonded tinubos, rented. Indeed, it was the commodity in which creditors were investing when they underwrote somebody's debt. Lito_ was resale, and Lini Lito Pagtubos was a person whose debt had been trans_fared many times from one speculator to another. Orapun were not bondservants working off their debt. Loas was the payment liquidating slavery, made either by the slave himself or somebody on his behalf, and tubos was a payment which transferred title to the one who paid it. Namomu was to work in somebody else's house, most frequently weaving. Ultog were hired. Hands compensated only with meals and with a feast when the project was completed. Himakdul was compensation given an agent or messenger for difficult service, and Hingilai was a kind of hazardous duty pay on expeditions like those called Moro Moro after the Spaniards introduced the concept. In the practice of agriculture, terms distinguished the division of labor, not of property. Lano or Tagalalangus the work a slave did for himself, and Lampak, literally, a precious stone, was what he did for his master, and if he made a surabi field for himself by stealth alongside his master's, what he was stealing was time, not land. Householders had the right of usufruct to the land on which their houses and fruit trees stood, but it was not property held in fee simple. Under colonial law, however, such occupation eventually became the basis for legal title, while Datus laid claim to unoccupied land where they had exercised jurisdiction. In Manila, land was being sold and mortgaged with Spanish title deeds as early as the 1590s. We do not know when this process began in colonial centers like Cebu and Iloilo, but in the rural Visayas it was just beginning a century after Legazpi's arrival. Alcina, 1668a, 3:75-76, has left the following lucid description of indigenous land rights in his day. Regarding land, here there is no difference between mine and thine as in other parts, or the usual lawsuits in almost all of them over its dominion and possession, because it is so great, so extensive, and in almost all places so good, in all islands, that it is not only more than enough for all their inhabitants, but could be given to thousands of farmers of those in other parts who are begging for it. And sometimes Chapter 8 weapons and war four-bladed weapons were an ordinary part of Visayan male costume, at least a dagger or spear. If bound with gold or set with gems, these consti_toot an essential part of a dadu's personal jewelry. Daggers, knives, swords, spears and javelins, shields and body armor were found everywhere, but the bow and arrow had scattered distribution, and the blowgun was found only in Mindanao and Palawan. Stones, occasionally thrown with slings, and wooden darts were common missiles everywhere, but firearms were known only to Moros. Set in strategic locations were ballistas, that is, powerful crossbows which could drive a shaft through a wild boar's body like a gourd when triggered by a cord stretched across a path. Swords and daggers, the most intimate weapon was the balada. This was a short broad-eye dagger with a single-edged leaf-shaped blade like a sangile spearhead, and a cross-shaped hilt which was grasped with the blade protruding between the tay spears. The spear, bangka, was the most important Visayan weapon. It was carried both for security and ceremony, and it figured not only in warfare but in religious functions and business transactions. Pamanka was a spear a bridegroom's party gave the bride's grandmother to let down the pow's ladder. The part of the dowry that was held in abeyance and only demanded in case of a breach of connubial harmony was called to throw a spear at a distant target. Marriage negotiations actually began with 4 spear thrust. The man's father sent one of his Imoa vassals bearing his son's spear to the girl's father. There, he drove it into the house steps, and then, while he gripped it in his hand, the ancestral spirits of both families were invoked for fertility and prosperity. The importance of the Visayan spear is indicated by the specia vocabulary attached to it. The general term for it was bangka, while a light spear was barobangke or bankaway, or pinivisive fitted with a short shaft. Men called their own spears by more intimate terms. Ipambuk or Ipananos had the nuance of my trusty blade, and Bankaras or Bankara, something like that damned spear of mine. The shaft, almost 2 meters long, was duldug or ilhai, and the spearhead was hafted into it by a tang, tagad, and held firm by a ring called pitara if it was metal, bankarong or piket if rattan. The butt, heel, was strengthened by a pointed sheathing, tikala, of brass or even gold for 10 or 12 centimeters, which permitted it to serve as a staff for climbing, or to be conveniently driven into the ground to stand by itself when men met in friendly discussion. Good spears were kept highly polished, and among them the most prestigious was the sangile, a leaf-shaped blade 30 centimeters long and as wide as a man's hand, sharpened for as much as half its length, knife-like, on both edges. If it was piniscan or pinyamascan, it had elegant round or flame-like inlays of brass, copper, or silver, and could be valued at 1 slave. The binalo was similar in shape but cheaper, while the budiak was longer and wider but thinner. The liparak was short and broad, the tumbak medium-sized, and the slash-anab the longest and widest of all, while the tinacol was the shape of a tikal leaf. Some were thick and heavy. The binusloran was thick down the middle, and the piñaso was so called because of its similarity to the flower of a banana plant. Missiles. These fine spears were thrown only where it was possible to retrieve them in face-to-face combat, for instance, or from ambush. Even when padded ones they found in the New World. The barot was woven of thick-rated abaca or bark cords, tight enough to be waterproof in good ones, id so intricately knotted that cuts did not spread. A piece similar to burlap habe was worn next to the body under the barot itself. It extended to the elbow and knee, with an ankle-length variety with sleeves for mening defense works, though for greater agility in hand-to-hand combat, confident warriors preferred to fit without them. Pakil and badung air breastplates or backplates made of bamboo, bark, hardwood like boni, or, in Mindanao, carabao horn or elephant hide from holo. Sharkkin was used effectively for helmets or morions. The shield, kalasig, was made of a light, corky wood which was very brown so as to enmesh any spear or dagger which penetrated it, and it was an ally considered sword-proof. It was strengthened and decorated with tin binding coated with resinous pitch, and of sufficient size to give full body protection about 50 by 150 centimeters. A small round buckler LLED taman appears to have been copied from the Moluccans or the Spaniards themselves. The kalasig was typically painted red and decorated with shell sequins and hawk bristles on top or, in the case of real braves, the air of vanquished foes. Warfare. Visayan life was sufficiently warlike to provide occasion for men to win tattoos, which caused the Spaniards to call them pintados, painted. The underscore case of Limasawa is suggestive of this warlikeness. A small island of insignificant natural resources just off the southern tip of Leyte, it was a Butuan Telite. Its overlord, Raja Colombu, was the brother of Butuan ruler Raja Awi, and his heir fled to Butuan following a devastating Ternatan Portuguese raid in 1562. Colombu himself did not reside on the island, but only went there when he and his brother wanted to meet and, as he told Magellan, hunt. What attracted these Butuan Rajas to this tiny island? What were they hunting? An answer is suggested by its location. It was strategically positioned to control, or prey on, all shipping from the Pacific coast to the interior trade centers of Butuan and Cebu. Trademark. A Spaniard, who observed Philippine society from within it as a captive slave, reported in 1528 that the people of Surigao lived off the sea by raid and trade, and were enemies of those of Sarangani Island. Another, Spaniard, Juan Flores, survived for 20 years in a Leyte village and finally, disappeared on a raid together with 30 of his townmates. During Legazpi's man who formerly would not permit any other nation to abuse them, Alcina, 1668b, 396, commented of the Tumblot uprising. That Ternatan Ortiguese raid on Bohol and Limasaw was so memorialized by Spanish chroniclers because it involved their colonial competitors, appears simply to have been the latest in an ongoing series of exchanges between Bohol and Ternate. A century later, outnumbered Boholanos successfully repulsed one more attack, sending the Ternatan Caracoas home with olers struck. Purpose and causes of wars. Visayan communities had small populations, low levels of production, and unlimited access to natural resources like sea and forest products. Their datus ability to procure iron or prestigious imports depended on control of the manpower to exploit those resources. Wars were therefore fought to control people, not territory. They were waged by raids intended to seize slaves outright, to initiate or enforce alliances for trading networks, and to take booty to cover costs in any case. They were fought, not by standing armies or navies loyal to some superordinate political authority, but by citizen warriors owing personal allegiance to leaders who were physically present. Visayans were therefore willing to swear allegiance to Spanish raiders when it was to their advantage to do so, but were not prepared to resist foreign occupation and annexation of their territory. Recognized causes for just war were direct raid or attack by another community, betrayal of blood pacts or alliances, treachery or abuse of traders in a friendly village, and murder or theft by an outsider. Slave raiding was the main motivation for unprovoked attack or, in special cases, he need for a sacrificial victim to complete mourning rites for some powerful dadu. Retaliation for injuries received was not only a matter of revenge, but a punitive measure intended to discourage repetition of the offense. Failure to take revenge not only suggested a timidity which invited further enemy action, but ran the risk of supernatural punishment by the spirits of unavenged relatives. Strategy and tactics. Combat was the general term for warfare, but actual engagements were distinguished as gaha by land and mangaya by sea, or salake for storming to ship contact at sea. Such engagements were called banga, and bangal was to pursue a fleeing enemy vessel. Ships traveling in company were abai, and a swift sailor sent out in advance of the fleet for scouting was dilawan, visitor, or lampata. Besides slaves, preferred spoils of war were the bronze gongs and chinesa porcelains which constituted bahandi wealth. Raids were also mounted to carry off choice ladies as brides, especially the daughters of men with whom it was advantageous to establish collateral ties. Ranking datus jealous of their lineage were often unable to obtain brides of their rank locally or to satisfy the requirements of families with prestigious pedigrees elsewhere, and so would resort to abduction. Raiders came from as far as Mindanao and Jolo for this purpose. Alcina thought the similarity of certain Visayan and Mindanao languages was due to this cross-fertilization. Once, to avenge one such raid, two Bantayan Samar chiefs made a celebrated attack on Jolo, perhaps to settle bride price and social precedence. Modern marketing jargon would have called this procedure a marry now pay later plan, for the dowry expenses evaded at the time of abduction would be paid eventually when, after the birth of children and further exchange of ligable youths and ladies, the two parties would finally unite in amicable settlement. Defense. The best defense against Mangao attack was to intercept the enemy at sea, but most communities did not have the men o' war to do so. They would therefore abandon their homes to looting and the torch, and withdraw to the hills, returning when danger had passed to rebuild their houses of materials readily available. Indeed, settlements were often located in the interior precisely for security reasons. A native guide told Garcia d'Escalante in 1544 that southeastern Mindanao was thickly populated with communities that had withdrawn from the coast because of war, and that Daos, a large Bohol town opposite Panglao Island, was completely abandoned following the famous Ternatan raid, only to be resettled as Baclayan many years later. Moog, or Ilayan was any tower, rocky outcropping, or natural pinnacle that could be fortified, to which evacuees retreated for defense. Spanish soldiers were regularly called upon by local allies to storm strongholds which must have been impregnable for less determined and more poorly armed invaders. Sometimes they were actual tree houses 15 or more meters rows and were entitled to wear distinctive attire. Their exploits became the stuff of local legend, and the most famous among them were Caranduan, rthy of being memorialized in those heroic epics called Kandu. As a Yubanon epic says, M latgosi di pay adadu di m glayaglayak, it is not thing that adadu ventures not, Riesma 1982, 285. The Spaniards, of course, considered any such venturing data simple J-rates, and defined Mangao itself as piracy, armed robbery at sea. But is a judgment which might be put in better perspective against 16th-century European concepts of international law on the seas. Standard practice for dealing with unidentified ships at sea was to signal them to heave to and, if they did not, to open fire and take them in fair fight, seizing everything on board including personnel. As Charles v. 1519, 136, Rider Magellan, you will decide on those for ransom as best you can, and if there are persons whose value exceeds 500 cert fines, such will be held for us because of their value, and the others you will have evaluated or put up for auction, and it would be best if the people of that land wished to buy them, you selling them for the best price, to avoid the expense of feeding them. Such was the Spanish king's concept of maritime law. Mangao was the Isayans. Part 2 Mindanao Chapter 9. It is unfortunate that we have no early dictionaries of Mindanao languages like those that permitted a detailed description of classic Visayan culture. However, the northern and eastern coasts of Mindanao were part of the Visayan culture area. From Surigao in the east to Sindanan Bay in the west, missionaries were able to make themselves understood in Cebuano. Moreover, much that has been said of Visayan culture in Part 1 is also applicable to the coastal populations of Mindanao, and even to many communities in the interior. Rice was everywhere the preferred food, but recourse had to be made to root crops and sago in season. Houses stood on tall posts, men o' war were edge-pegged caracoas, and weapons were the same as in the Visayas, with the addition of small artillery in Maguindanao and Sulu. Power and prominence depended on the control of slaves taken by debt and capture, and chiefs were respected for their warrior skills but were not all tattooed. Ancestors and nature spirits were worshipped, and omens were taken from the limocon bird. All these features were still to be observed in the 17th century. Father Francisco Combs described an ornate kris worn by Samboanga Jotter, described them as living off the sea by raid and trade, a people who weigh anchor like Arabs pulling up stakes since they move their towns from one place to another. Granado 1529, 472. But they were also farmers who sold rice in Cebu. Sebastian himself was taken along on such a voyage, and wove a fine burlap out of tree bark. Cayetano had actually captured Sebastian while making a raid on his own enemies. He had a daughter married to a chief in Baganga Bay, where his Spanish slave finally escaped. Early in the next century, the Spaniards tried to stop Caraga raids on their Leyte subjects by attacking them at Tandog, eventually freeing some 1,500 Christians, and building a permanent fort. 4 years later, the Caragans surrounded and besieged it, a daring attack which no doubt contributed to a reputation they shared with Boholanos and Samariñas as valientes y tiernicos, an expression of begrudging Spanish praise. A single chief by the name of Enoch was reputed to have captured 2,000 slaves himself. He was said to have been feared and respected by datus all up and down the coast both before and after his submission to colonial authority. Whatever the true number of his slaves, they were presumably employed in extracting or producing his trade goods, for Fray Juan de la Madre de Dios said that at the time of Enoch's conversion, he permitted trade between his countrymen and the Spaniards, Jesus 1681, 33. Father Alcina and the authors of the Visayan dictionaries always referred to slave raiding and human sacrifice in the past tense, but pioneer Recollect missionaries observed these practices in full vigor. Expeditions were launched in an apprehensive flurry of taboos, omens, and invocations. Octopus and squid were forbidden as food lest the raiders be blinded because these creatures discharge a cloud of blinding black ink. Fish caught by nets were likewise not eaten by raiders for fear of being caught themselves. Nor could a light be struck for cooking during the voyage. Meanwhile, villagers at home observed a 7-day holiday. Before departure, omens were carefully noted, prayers were addressed to war deities, and once underway, dangerous promontories were invoked with mournful chants. Upon the victorious return of raiders, the best of the captives was sacrificed to the captain's homologar, just as the first fruits of the field were offered up at harvest time. In some places, it was said, a second victim was dispatched in the victor's house by his wife. And men who had taken at least 7 lives were qualified to wear distinctive turbans and G-strings of slaves in the 17th century for resale into Mexico. That is no doubt why Fray Luis de Gestis, 1681, 34, said the Butuanan were similar to the Caragans in their customs and rituals, but are not so difficult to deal with. Dapitan Mindanao Visayans farther west were mainly Boholanos who migrated there following the Moluccan raid. 8 Ternatan vessels with Portuguese allies aboard had anchored at Panglaudaus under guise of friendly trade, and then treacherously attacked, killing ruling Datu Surapada Dalasan, plundering and taking captives. They then proceeded to Limasawa for more of the same, where they lost 4 white men with beards and strange clothes, and on their way home, razed all the settlements on Camiguin, then stopped off in Maguindanao to sell Dalasan's lady for 90 gold taels. Even allowing for exaggeration, the statistics suggest the size and wealth of the Bohol community: 300 killed, including 9 chiefs, 500 men, women, and children captured, and 300 taels of gold and 200 gongs seized along with clothing and merchandise, leaving 1,000 families to subsequently cross over to Dapitan. The fact that the Spaniards found Limasawa deserted 3 years later also illustrates the Visayan custom of abandoning sites associated with death and misfortune. The exodus was led by Dalasan's brother, Pagbuia, with 500 slaves. He settled on an easily defended promontory which commanded the western entrance to the Bohol Sea, and from there he proceeded to subjugate the Subanon population in both directions, enlisting the aid of Sama Marines known as Lutea or Luta, to float, who had been dependents of Maguindanao or Sulu princes. He so quickly allied himself with the Spaniards on their arrival that his descendants always believed that it was he who had introduced Legazpi to his vassal Cayetano of Bohol. He founded a line of encomenderos whose Lorenzo Cabiling in 1718 was still collecting 10 reals for every pagan Subanon subjugated. Like the Caragans, the valor and ferocity of the Boholanos of Dapitan became a Spanish legend once it was co-opted on Spain's behalf. The great Jesuit authority on Mindanao, Francisco Combes, 1667, 37, said that his contemporary, Pigbuia's great-grandson Pedro, went to war at the age of 7 and before he was 30 had personally killed in hand-to-hand combat more than 200 enemies of God and our King. Even modern times, Muslims appear as Sap or Sarab, that is, Malay Arabic Sharif, noble. An alien Datu is mentioned in Bukidnon who collects tribute, buis, and there is a smattering of Spanish terms like pando, that is, panto, kerchief, in most. Moreover, in various versions of the Olahingan, the action is set in motion by some hero killing an oppressive Moro or Spanish overlord or even an American schoolteacher. The Daranan of the presently Muslim Maranao, on the other hand, appears to be pre-Islamic, though it does refer to a sea people called Samar. The epic hero has brilliant gold teeth and lips red from betel nut, but is not tattooed, and wears so many rings on his fingers thdT when he reaches for another quid, it seems as if they were dipped in sea foam. Manuel 1958, 328-29. His hair is tightly coiled into 4 or 8 braids, and it is considered a great humiliation for them to come loose in a fight. He wears trousers tight in the case of bachelors, loose for married men, and red for Nanagu or Bahani braves who have slain a specific number of foes or, in some places, the Malong tube skirt. The Mansala, a kerchief almost a meter square and worked with designs of arcane meaning, is worn cape-like over one shoulder. All this finery, together with padded armor or bamboo breastplates, is endowed with magical power when ritually donned before going into battle, especially the Mansala, which can even restore the dead to life. A man should be armed with a minimum of 3 weapons, 1 for slashing the kris or camp island and 2 for piercing the dagger and the spear. Like his shield, they are decorated with little hawk's bells to accompany his war dance, and are given the names of animals, hardwoods, or defeated enemies. Musical instruments in the epics include the usual Visayan flutes, gongs, iots, zithers, and Jews harps, but also a long closed flute, pandog, with 6 holes, only 4 of which are fingered, and the sigitan, a bamboo zither, closed at one end with a hole in the other which is stopped with one hand while the other strikes the strings with a stick instead of plucking them. The royal sport is sipa, a game in which a rattan ball is kept in the air by kicking with the side of the foot. Only in the epics is the ball iron or, in the case of Prince Bantagan in the Daranan, a huge boulder. Large Turagan houses serve as a Datu's palace, administrative and ceremonial center, but may also house an entire community if the settlement contains only one barangay. Occupants sit under mosquito nets, colombo, guests on a raised platform, and marriageable daughters are secluded in towers called laman in Maranao, in Tawan in Subanan or Pintoan, a lower one for a younger daughter. Much epic culture would have been familiar to any 16th century, Visayan. Batara is a title, basal is a drumstick for playing gongs. Bandi or absence of any such supreme being in the Maranao epic suggests that the tales of the Daranan cycle antedate the coming of Islam. A sociological feature of Philippine epics not found in Indo-European literature of the same genre is polygynous bilateral kinship. Aristocrats have more than one wife, and descent is reckoned in both male and female gines, producing a vast network of relationships. In the Guman of Dumalineo, for example, a lady declines a gallant's offer to be her champion simply because they are not related. The first wife ranks all the others, she is titled, and it is her marriage negotiations and wedding celebrations which are described in detail. In the Tuwayan cycle, for Janestance, the bride's family prepares savakan, bundles of rice and chickens, which must be redeemed by the groom at a higher value in slaves and gongs. Furthermore, it is the first wife's father who is the object of special deference. A man can become sick merely by treading on his father-in-law's mat. Moreover, genealogies indicate that most of the protagonists are related by blood or marriage, often including those in enemy kingdoms. So, too, in Nalandangan, Paradise, all the immortals are related to one another. Another characteristic of the epic aristocracy is a concern for proper precedence in interpersonal relations. People are not addressed by their names, but by polite terms which indicate rank. A man may address another as lagay, or bela if he is of the same or slightly higher rank, but as bamga, master, if clearly a superior. Datus and their wives are addressed as aru or apu, married women as by, lady or madam. Older siblings use terms of affection for younger siblings, who in turn call older brothers and sisters by terms of deference. Two friends, or even a man and wife, many take a common pet name, for example, a fruit or flower they both like, or an experience they shared. In the courtly language of the Daranan, all the characters are referred to by poetic euphemisms. One Bimbaran Datu is called Dinaradia, Datu with a thunderous voice, and Princess Dalamabimindaya is known as Ayapagane by, first among all the ladies. No less courtly are these aristocrats' manners. They turn politely to one side when addressing each other, are seated according to rank, and arrive and depart with decorum. As a Subanon epic says, one is not a datu if he leaves abruptly, without permission, Okotarena 1981, 394. Indeed, the epic hero treats even slaves and underlings with courtesy. The first ruler of Bimbaran instructs his daughter, when visitors come, entertain them, even if they are slaves, Coronel 1983, 29. For purpose, and could penetrate Spanish breastplates. The archers were good marksmen, and killed or wounded 8 of the invaders. But Spanish firearms which the Saranganas called lutan soon turned the tide of battle, and the defenders were driven back into the hills and pursued, and eventually evacuated the whole island, fleeing to nearby Candigar, Balati, Sland, or the coast of Mindanao. The men wore large G-strings which hung down over their thighs, and short jackets which left their midriffs bare, with handsomely decorated sleeves. The ordinary textile was woven palms, probably abaca, but there was also cotton for those who could afford it. Lamarwada's son Babuti, a large man with powerful muscles, wore cotton, and his beautiful white-skinned wife was dressed in silk. The Spaniards looted gold beads, collars, bracelets, and diadems, as well as a piece of gold fabric woven like chain mail, all of which was a mere sampling of the wealth in gold and porcelain that was carried off by the manloads during the evacuation. None of this gold was mined on the island, it was all obtained through trade. So, too, a considerable array of aromatics like ambergris, benzoin, civet, musk, and storax came from Chinese traders calling at the port of Maguindanao, that is, Cotabato. But when evacuees returned to parley with the invaders and make blood compacts, they were careful to wear no more gold on their persons than some thin earrings. The Saranganas worshipped natural objects like the sun or the first bird they saw in flight in the morning, and also their deceased parents, whose embalmed corpses they placed upright in a kind of niches. These were opened at the time of agricultural rites or when going to war or long sea voyages, with the burning of much incense and offerings of flowers and food. Saranganas also kept enemy heads hanging by the hair in their houses, their number determining a family's social standing and claims to nobility. These had generally been taken by young men who, when arranging their marriages, bound themselves to present a certain number to their father-in-law before being given their brides. It was a custom reminiscent of that of Visayan families, which made it necessary to settle, during bride price negotiations, the number of lives to be taken as part of a father-in-law's future mourning requirements. The people of Sarangani and Candigar had their origins in Sangar Island to the south, halfway between Mindanao and the Moluccas, whose language is still spoken in both islands. Father Combs in the 17th century even called Sarangani, Sangar. They occupied the strategic point where the northbound spice route veered westward to Sulu, Borneo, and Malacca, and had direct trade connections with Maguindanao. There the cause of the Sarangani-Maguindanao conflict had been the struggle or control over the coastal peoples who supplied the forest products which were major items of both domestic and foreign trade, especially wax. They were also a source of rice, and the Spaniards had a chance to test both the fertility of their fields and the valor with which they defended them. For 3 months during the growing season of 1548, Villalobos's men occupied almost 40 hectares of rain-fed pond fields along the coast some 10 kilometers west of Sarangani Bay, under almost constant attack by the owners, who lived in villages on higher ground. By the time the Spaniards finally brought in the harvest, they had lost 50 lives to native bowmen who, as they said, are good marksmen in the extreme, anon, N.D.B. 106. But already in the 16th century, these coast dwellers were withdrawing into the interior in the face of escalating slave raids, where many of their descendants today live on the slopes of Mount Apo, Maguindanao. The Spaniards reported 3 Mindanao chiefdoms strong enough to dominate their neighbors in the middle of the 16th century: Maguindanao, Butuan, and Bisaya. Butuan was considered the wealthiest because of its gold, while Bisaya was considered the least of the three, though it is not clear where this Bisaya was. Earlier expeditions had called the east coast by this name, Visaya, but Villalobos thought it was Davao Gulf, perhaps an ally or vassal of Buyan in the interior. In least, in the belief that it was one of the power centers, he avoided entering the Gulf, hoping to meet less resistance on some smaller island like Sarangani. Maguindanao was the most powerful and best known. Its name, in the form F. Mindanao, was applied to the whole island by the Portuguese, Spanish, and Dutch alike, and was held in considerable respect in islands to the south. When the Spaniards invaded Cabio near Sangar a month after they had been driven from the Maguindanao river mouth, its taunting defenders for greater insult told them to go to Saripara, that is, the Lord of Maguindanao. See Figure 7, an area map of Maguindanao. Maguindanao, from Dana, lake, meant to be inundated, and reared to the low-lying delta of the Pulangi River with its 2 mouths, the occasion of the modern city of Cotabato. The valley's greatest natural resources, however, were to be found in the upstream region around Uay and forest products, as well as mountain tribes who could be impressed or enslaved to gather these, or themselves be seized and sold in slave markets. Competition between royal claimants in the upper and lower Yali Sa Rhea and Sa Ilid were endemic and fluctuated between open hostility and marriage alliances, with supporting chiefs shifting allegiance as political expediency recommended. At the end of the century, the Spaniards recognized Raja Sironan of Buyan as the paramount chief in the valley, and 50 years later still reckoned his followers as the majority population. But direct Buyan access to the sea could be inhibited by Maguindanao chiefs at the river mouth, and there the future Sultan Kudara successfully expanded his base of support, alliances and conquests among coastal chiefs. These included Ilanun-said warriors along Jailana Bay, who were kinsmen of the Maranao on Lake Lanao, and far-ranging Samal Lutea traders in contact with Malay cultural centers, as well as Samal boat-dwelling fishermen called Batja. In fact, Maguindanao supremacy depended on the support of these Samal seafarers. As Father Combs, 1667, 31, wrote of them, "He who can assemble the most from this nation is considered the most powerful and is most feared, for having the means to infest the seas and coasts, taking captives and robbing, and controlling the channels and passages necessary for commerce with the other islands." Unlike the chiefdoms that the Spaniards encountered in the Visayas, Maguindanao had a centralized government modeled on Muslim states to the south. Its ruler was not merely the chiefest among a congeries of competing datus primus inter pares, but a recognized sultan who inherited his position by direct descent in a royal bloodline, and as such could claim the allegiance of all other chiefs. But as in other Filipino chiefdoms, he directly governed only his own followers. Others were governed by their akaldatas, chiefs who were themselves technically subordinate to him. Because of these separate foci of power, such a sultanate is sometimes called a segmentary state. However, only the sultan could declare war or give permission for others to do so, make decisions affecting the whole sultanate, or represent it in dealing with foreign states. Kudara, for example, received trade missions from the Dutch and military aid from Ternate, and made a treaty with the Spanish, and an alliance with Sulu by marrying the daughter of Raja Bangsu. The Sultan's court was convoked with ostentation and ceremony. He himself sat enthroned on a raised dais with his full entourage seated on the floor, Foreign emissaries remained on their feet to present official communications in lacquered boxes. Small brass swivel guns, Lantaka, were con Maguindanao but also of Maraywai and Buian all claim descent from him. If Maguindanao is the Mindalang of Chinese records, as SEEMS 18 likely, it's already a Chinese port of call in the 14th century. Later in 1424 Chinese emissary established diplomatic and trade relations with nearby Umalarang, that is, he attracted a local ruler to travel to Peking to normalize what the imperial court called tributary status. The Pulangi River port would therefore have offered commercial opportunities for the Sayana-displaced Malaccan dynasty. Indeed, early in the Spanish regime, it was a regular port of call on a trade route that passed down the western littoral of the archipelago through Mindoro, Panay, Dapitan, and Sulu to the Moluccas. The island and archipelago of Sulu were not, of course, part of Mindanao, but they were subject to the same Malay Muslim influence which extended the neighboring shores of that island. Like Maguindanao, Sulu had a tralized sultanate, and like Maguindanao, too, its access to overseas MERS depended on Samaluta supporters, but the dominant people were the Dasig people of the current who, to judge from the similarity of languages, had their origin in Butuan. Indeed, Sultan Barafa Tenga at the end of the 16th century was said to have been a Butuanan himself. We have no 16th century descriptions of Sulu culture, however, when Father Combs, 1667-44, visited the royal court in Holo on a diplomatic mission in the 17th, he later described their rice cakes scorn, the durian sauce tastes like turpentine, and their unorthodox Islamic behavior at length. Outside the capital, he said, they participated in drunken revels. He also wrote that they attributed miracles to the relics of their first teacher, a Muslim pioneer whose venerated tomb made Holo the Mecca of this archipelago. He reported that thievery was punished by amputation of fingers or hands, and sodomy or incest by drowning, and called the warlike people of the interior, Zimbaneos, from Jimba, war drum. He also made the significant observation that overlords referred to their vassals as slaves, though EY may well have been chiefs with their own followings. One of these, for example, refused to release a Christian captive for the ransom price agreed upon by the Sultan and a Jesuit missionary. Combs even concluded that Bicolandia chapter 10 Bicolandia, what the Spaniards called El Bicol, includes the modern provinces of Sorsogon, Albay, Camarines Sur, and Camarines Norte. The area was first reported as Ibalan from the old name of Sorsogon Bay. More particularly, the well-populated valley of the Bicol River in what is now Camarines Sur was reported as Camarines. Camalignan, derived from Camalig, now Naga City. Camarines was no doubt given popular currency by the fact that the Bicol Camalig, boat shed, was commonly called a Camarine by the Spaniards. It was this fertile river valley which watered the fields of irrigated rice which were a distinctive feature of Bicol culture, and supported communities of 400 to 800 households. The Bicolanos themselves were as warriors, traders, goldsmiths, and almost the same as Visayans. They defended themselves with such spirit. Father Martin Dorada, 1574-181, said, that more people have died in that land than in any other part which has been conquered. They traded by both land and sea, and their goldsmiths traveled from place to place, working gold mines in Paracale, Catanduanes, and Masbate. They tattooed in proportion to their performance in battle, and their general similarity to Pintado Visayans can be seen from Fray Marcos de Lisboa's Ost heavily inundated valleys in the archipelago. It was crisscrossed by rivers and creeks which flowed into and out of one another seasonally, and every year the river itself spread as far as 15 kilometers from its KS. Deep water, whether in fields or streams, was called salig, and what Spaniards called the Rio Grande, Bicolanos simply called the salig, those living near it being Simonalog. Shifting depths and shallows made river navigation treacherous, and considerable hydraulic control was required to make even irrigated rice farming practicable. This extensive Rhetori unsuitable for swidden farming no doubt inspired many innovations in agricultural techniques. A Masarawat was a farmer who experimented with seeds by planting out of season, and /atha, to float, was a kind platform or raft of intertwined weeds, covered with soil and planted to ro, which rose and fell with the water level. Dinawan were fields of standing water, especially those that required no artificial irrigation, and laya or kana, those with especially deep mud. Atin meant to be left dry by receding waters. The general term for irrigating, that is, leading water into fields or from one field to another, was pasake. Sagop was a dam, sagobong, a canal, and tangharan, the sign put on the irrigation ditches to indicate the division of water into different fields. The additional importance of these fields as a source of protein is indicated by the special vocabulary pertaining to the presence of fish. Sarung was for fish to collect where the water was in motion, abob, to burrow into the mud when chased, and salakit, to escape when the field reflowed after a heavy rain. It may be significant that fields were included along with palm trees and houses as gayang, alienable property. Tarik was the general term for transplanting, but there were two methods of producing the seedlings. One method, sabad, was to sow seeds in a edbed, pimpan, by broadcasting, savoig, with dalaji being the seedlings adi for transplanting, hagadhid, in the shallow water along the edges of field. The second method was to wrap the seeds, already germinated by aking, in wet leaves, balanhig, until they sprouted, whereupon they would placed on inundated trays, taba, to put out roots. They would then be unsplanted matted together, fagbong, on the edges of the field. As said earlier, transplanting into the soil where seedlings were left to grow was tarak. However, a third transplanting, talostos, might be necessary to find deeper water. As for harvesting, a unique Baikal technique was the use of a conch shell in place of an iron blade, both called gaya. Other than wet rice farming, Baikal swiddening, hunting, fishing, and cooking were the same as Visayan. Millet, taro, and yams, both domestic, a special favor, bayakha, to dancers a la feast. Arak was any hard ye distilled in a wooden still. Social structure. Although 16th-century Spanish accounts make it possible to describe Visayan and Tagalog society in considerable detail, Franciscan missionaries in Baikal limited themselves to the comment that the natives had no form of government at all, ni ray ni rock, neither king nor castle. Fray Juan Pobre de Zamora, 1595-398, said, "He who has more gold or more people was able to subjugate those who had less, so that many of these became slaves," and Father Marcelo de Ribadenera illustrated with the ase of one who was so moved by a sermon on hellfire that he offered to restore all his ill-gotten wealth to those whom he had despoiled. Fray Juan held that this lack of social order each one lives where and how hinces made Bicolanos slow to accept Spanish concepts of law and polity, Zamora 1595-398. Nonetheless, it appears that Bicolanos had a three-class social order like their Filipino neighbors to the north and south. Lisboa defined both Datu and Jinu as rich and elite, principal, and Najanu or Hyangta as one especially prominent among them. They were addressed as Kagoangnan, elder or senior, the equivalent of lord and lady, and men of distinguished lineage or accomplishment often assumed flattering alias, Bansag, which they passed on as a surname like Makatikba, Terrifier. But these were not political offices. The head of a community Dulahan, was called a Kagjaluhan, the ruler of a town, Banwan or Longsad and poetry, was a Namamanway, and one who was recognized by other chiefs as senior was a Pono, first or foremost, for example, and Pono sa Banwayan. Kings or governors outside Bicolandia, or persons of similarly autocratic opposition, were called Haid. Timawa in Visayan and Tagalog culture were supporters of datas who accompanied them to war, but who were known after colonial pacification imply as freemen or freedmen. Thus, like other 17th-century exicographers, Lisboa defined the term as an ordinary person of the town who is neither chief nor slave. Or a free man who was a slave. The form atimawa reflects Bicol, social mobility, for a chief to become a timawa, or plebeian, by becoming poor, or for a slave to become free, Lisboa 628a, 393. These timawa would presumably have included the duca, or people, and pito, people of low estate. But the presence of another word for a free man who is not a slave, batok, binabatok, to be freed, go out to check one's crops, had originally meant an anniversary pig sacrifice at the grave site of some departed relative. However, these supernatural forces were explained, they intervened in human affairs to sanction proper social behavior. If an upper-class lady, especially aerial beauty, went out to the fields or into a strange community, she would become sick, nadi, and if a man was tattooed without having defeated an enemy in war, he would sicken or even die unless he performed a sibang cleansing rite. If one person's fields flourished ahead of other people's, it was considered a sign of impending disaster or bad crops. If a person showed hesitation or repugnance while enshrouding a parent's corpse, he would develop a facial tic or palsied limbs. Dawat was a destructive storm brought on by incest in the community. In addition, there were dangerous creatures such as the gula shiswang or silagan, and sorcerers, agwahang, who could cast spells. Even some chiefs might be so endowed with occult power, pohan, that any lower-class person who ate from plates or drank from cups that such a chief had used, would become ill. Religious practitioners were female shamans called balian, or male transvestites called asag. They wore gold ornaments on their forehead, took ritual baths, spoke with the voice of departed spirits, and delivered prayers in song, though the people's response, ahum, may have been derived from the Christian amen. Healing ceremonies included chicken sacrifices or smearing the patient's forehead with masticated betel nut. The precarious nature of infancy is reflected in the number of such rites performed for children. For example, karinga, the sacrifice of a pig carefully raised since the birth of the child. Serious illness required calling back the patient's wandering soul, kalig, which was then restored by shaking an anaha sprout over the body. Shoots of the anaha palm, palma brava, were symbols of the life force itself. They were placed on the prow of cruisers departing on a raid, and brandished by returning victors, and might be stuck on the grave of the one whose death was avenged by the raid. During a Bicol wake, the cadaver was exposed, fastened on a seat as if alive, while relatives donned mourning attire, began a fast, and cut their hair. There were two kinds of coffins: a wooden casket called kabayong, and a long and hollowed out of a whole log, and these were either buried or placed in a shed called kalan. The house in which an especially powerful chief died was abandoned, leaving his body in it. Gold ornaments which accompanied a body to the grave were often removed before interment, in which case they had to be disinfected by a sprinkling rite called basbas. After the grave was filled in, the ayati rite was performed, in which the grave was covered with unhusked rice. In the case of a slave sacrifice, hagat, the hand-to-hand combat with kris, balada, gurud if mounted on a shaft like a j-spear, or a wide short sword, bead, with a knife, lag type, held in the shield_pand. Any of these weapons might be decorated with locks of hair dyed red, bangat, if carried by chiefs, but the arquebuses, artillery, helmets, and full equals body armor of iron which were reported from the Salcedo expedition of 1573 were no doubt a confusion with Japanese weapons which that conquistador encountered the year before in a naval engagement in the Ilocos coast. Bicol belligerence, however, was not limited to defense. Gubal was to conquer and raid, and Mangay ought to do so by sea, either with a lone cruiser Mungsad, or ships in company, Abbey. Taruk, to transplant, was a rite in which a palm frond brought back from war was stuck on a relative's grave as a sign that they had killed somebody to avenge his death, Lisboa, 1628a, 385. But raiding was usually a more business-like venture, as evidenced by the word hampel, which was a contract for a joint raid where a shipowner and his partner split the outfitting costs between them, but the owner received 2/3 of the booty. Belligerence also had its place within the community. Gaugusid was to swagger around boasting and threatening, Angle was to challenge a man to come down from his house and fight, Raval, to enter the house for the same purpose, and Angig was for two men to fight over one woman. Nalad was feuding between clans, and Tokal was a victim taken in revenge for a grievance committed by some other member of his family or community, but Bolo was a vendetta between two towns, and Buddy was to kill an degree outsider. The Lisboa dictionary contains one of the richest vocabularies of martial terminology in early Spanish lexicons of Philippine languages. It is worth sampling at some length. Banglo Bantolan Dahag Dongas Gaba Hagbo Laban Labha or Dahas Liban Limbaga Limo, for a ship's captain to buy or ransom a captive taken by his comrades, reinforcements or substitutes, to shout at the defeated an enemy attack on a town, a surprise attack, or to take a victim by stealth to finish off an enemy without leaving one alive or any, after plundering foe, opponent, to fight, to take by violence, for a highwayman to kill on the road, or steal livestock, to exercise with arms in preparation for war. To kill by treachery. One of goods. Tagalog culture and technology. Tagalog geographic terminology reflected their physical environment. It differed from that of the Visayans, most of whose islands were divided by north-south mountain ranges that produced an east-west dichotomy between upstream and downstream, Ilaya and Ilawad, the Tagalogs' world. The Luzon Sierra Madres to the east of the Tagalogs descended not to a seacoast but to the riverine plains of Bulacan, Laguna, and Manila Bay. Laya simply meant higher ground, with the highest being the mountains between Laguna de Bay and the Pacific Calalayan, but it was not consonant with islet. Lat meant the high seas, Daga being any salt sea, and a, waters farthest from the land. Similarly, the Tagalogs were not obed with the Pacific monsoons and trade winds which struck the Visayas from the northeast, east, and southeast. They recognized Hilaga as the north wind, Balas as the northeast, Amihan, the east, Famog, the south, and Bagal, the west. However, they gave special attention to the weather they countered on the South China Sea, which was their commercial highway. Mina people or language group, San Buenaventura 1613, 574. Indeed, even clear geographic regions were referred to by different names according to who was speaking. Thus, Laguna de Bay was called Pulilan in Manila but Daga by those who lived on its shores, while Taga Boondock neighbors called it Duungan, a place where boats tied up. And Luzon, what the Chinese and Malays called the Manila area, simply meant to come down from the heights. Naturally, Tagalogs in the mountains had some customs different from those of the lowlanders. They fought wars with slings, carried babies hung from the shoulder in blankets, and communicated from mountain to mountain by beating resonant blocks of wood which could be heard long distances. In selling cotton thread, they counted 84 thread strands to the skein instead of 70, and men still wore heavy shell bracelets which had disappeared from more civilized areas. Special vocabulary reflected their Swidden farming techniques. Bakal was a dibble stick, gasamos, to weed between rice plants, gasad, to pull up the roots of last year's straw, and any field under cultivation was lanang. Old men counted isa, alway, atlo, pat 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of isa, dalawa, tatlo, apple. But many dialect variations were no more than those between any two Tagalog regions. Wild amaranth was called bayang-bang in the hills, but halum in Pililian Moron, Banlawag, to water the wine, was tales in the boondock, and _suhal, remuneration for a witness swearing in one's favor, in Laguna meant gifts a groom gave his bride's relatives, but was also called talas by Highlanders. The Borneo connection. The chiefdom of Manila, located in the present Intramuros district, was probably founded as a Bornean trading colony, about 1500, with a royal prince marrying into the local ruling family. This was a common practice by which Islam spread throughout insular Southeast Asia. The first Sultan of Sulu was the son-in-law of a Sumatran prince, and the Sultanate of Maguindanao was founded by a scion of the Malaccan royal family. Chinese records list Mindoro, Ma'i, as a dependency of Brunei in the 14th century, and when Spanish governor Francisco Sandy invaded Borneo in 1578, Mindoro chiefs in his company acknowledged the Brunei Sultan's uncle, Penguiran Salalila, as their overlord. The Manila ruler known to the Spaniards as Raja Matanda was the grandson of Sultan Bolkiah of Brunei, the Saripari whom Pigafetta had met there 50 years earlier. Brunei folk history identifies Bolkiah as Nakoda Ragam, the reputed conqueror of the Philippines, and tradition even names the cannon with which he was said to have taken Manila as Sigantar Alam, earth-shaking thunderer. However, in 1585 Augustine was deposed and jailed by the colonial government, together with his brothers and relatives, for having given his mother, a Muslim burial. Not surprisingly, he headed an abortive uprising against the Spaniards the next year and was executed, the last Manila ruler to hold a royal office. The town of Manila, or more correctly, Manila, occupied what is now the Intramuros district, with a stockade fortress on the site of Fort Santiago and a gun foundry in which the invaders found molds for cannons and one large piece in the process of manufacture. Part of the present Intramuros, however, was then uninhabited swampland, the location of Latran College, for example. The present Ermita district was covered with sand dunes, and Bagumbayan, Newtown, was built by Filipinos displaced by the Spanish occupation of Manila. Upstream was another chiefdom, in Namayan, Santa Ana, supposedly governed by Raja Kalamayan. To underscore the south, Pasay was said to have been settled by a distant relative of his by that name, the child of a Bornean slave. The Manila population was about 6,000, with 40 Chinese and 20 Japanese, including 2 Christians. The Chinese were actually political refugees who had fled to Japan before coming to the Philippines, and had been settled as fishermen and farmers by Lacandula in Longos Tonda, where they promptly diked, drained, and reclaimed land along the waterfront, which was later known as Baybay. The presence of Spanish customers willing to pay for merchandise in Mexican silver quickly attracted thousands more. There were only 4 junks anchored in Manila in 1570, but 9 arrived in 1577, 21 in 1580, and 48 in 1588, with 4,000 resident Chinese in 1586, and 24,000 in 1598, even after 13,000 had been deported. This phenomenal growth of immigration profoundly affected the local economy by the introduction of new plants and fowls, horses and cows, and technology like the rice mill and 2-roller sugarcane press, perhaps even the plow. The Malay connection. Malay was the trade language from Malacca to the Moluccas in the 16th century. Indeed, it was in Malacca that Europeans first met Filipinos, 10 years before Magellan died in Mactan. They called them Luzons, which the Portuguese spelled Lugdes, and who were no doubt Tagalogs since they were Muslims and were at first mistaken for Borneans. Tome Pires, 1515, 377, said in his Summa Oriental that Borneans and Tagalogs were almost one people. There was also a colony of some 500 Tagalogs at Minjam on the west coast of the Amand of Turkish Haredim Mafamid. When this fleet later took Aru on the Straits, Luzons were among 4,000 Muslims aboard. Underscoring his victory, Mafamid left a hand-picked garrison there under the command of a Filipino by the name of Sapatu de Raja. Luzons also fought on the mainland of Asia. They were in the ranks of the Burmese king when he took Martaban, and they faced the same king's war elephants during the defense of Ayodhya in 1547. And they also showed up as members of pirate crews like those of Koja Akems that Mendez Pinto encountered Meplace off the Chinese coast north of Chuanzhou in 1540, by the time of Spanish advent, parts of Luzon with dire sent Bornean Malay contact Manila, Mindoro, the Batangas coast, and the Betis Valley in Pampanga had received Islam, though Spaniards reported that the personal practice of the religion was limited to the proscription of pork flesh, if even that. The account of the taking of Manila comments, "It is true that some who have been in Borneo know something of the faith and can read a little of the Quran, but these are few, and it is the opinion among them that those who have not been to Borneo may eat pork, and I have heard many of them say this." Anonymous 1572, 94. But in Balayan, Franciscan friars met Filipinos who were determined to make the pilgrimage to Mecca. Furthermore, the royal family of Manila obviously had a better understanding of the Islamic faith. Their hunters tried to reach the game before the dogs tore the flesh because of the ritual requirement that meat be bled before butchering. And, as said earlier, Agustin Legazpi's mother was given a proper Moro burial. Her body was wound with a white sheet and interred in a grave with a board on top to prevent contact with the soil, and 2 ornamental grave markers about 30 centimeters high. The mound was then sprinkled with water while prayers were offered by a siyak or fajih, expert in religious law. Allah Ta'ala Allah be exalted. Malay loanwords. The most lasting heritage of the Malay connection was the contribution of loanwords to the Tagalog language. High on the list were trade terms such as talaro scales and kaban and tsupa measures, and many others which must have supplemented concepts already existing. For example, lako, pedal, utang, debt, mamamayar, slave dealer, from __buyer, payment, along with others which actually replaced native words carabao, buffalo, for anaang, nila, indigo, for tayam. Other words designate new pleasures of urban dining like alak, spirits, atsara pickles, and puto cakes, or new conveniences like kalan and tunko stoves, kawa cauldrons, balanga jars, and sandok ladles. Chewing, and distended their earlobes to the shoulder with heavy gold earrings malambing na talinga. They cut their hair short and removed facial hair but grew mustaches to the extent they could, perhaps due to foreign influence. They did not wear penis pins, though Tagalog mountaineers east of Laguna inserted little pellets under the skin. They also practiced both circumcision and a Bornean custom called sonnet, and in Visayan in the clitoris sometimes called female circumcision, a practice which survived into the 18th century in Pampanga, where it was called chitang. Tagalog ladies were well supplied with makeup, Iana eyebrow paint, pupil face powder, red kamuntigi nail polish, land yellow barrack root to rub on the body as a skin lotion. As a matter of fact, Father Blancas de San Jose inveighed against the vanity of their plucking their eyebrows every month. The basic male garment was the G-string, bahag or balabal. This was large and wide enough to hang over the hips and thighs with a flap behind long enough to inspire facetious Spanish comments like, "Nababasa ang palawit mo, you're getting your tail wet." San Buenaventura 1613, 166. A silk one called calicut came from Borneo, and so did a highly decorated one of silk and cotton called calicam, which was restricted to upper-class chiefs. Both men and women wore a short-sleeved, collarless shirt or jacket, barrow, and a cloak or long-sleeved gown on formal occasions yambang if _ankle length. A special piece of male finery was a scarf, salampe, thrown over the shoulders, intricately worked by their wives. There was also a mantle called tapi in which men wrapped up, but it was already considered old-fashioned in the colonial period and so then was only used by old men. The turban-like putong was the normal male headdress, red in the case of those who had personally killed an enemy, or decorated with a plume of feathers, sajasag for chiefs, and tumbulok for anyone sworn to avenge the death of a close relative. The female dress was a rectangular wraparound skirt called tapi or, more accurately, two tapi, an ankle-length white one, with a shorter, colored one over it, perhaps of kao, Chinese cotton, talyaki, silk, kandaki, fine black linen, or red bankurahan, named after the bark with which it was dyed. All fancy tapi worn for show were talampukan, among which the most prestigious were elegant silk and gold kalampaya from Borneo and sinajit long patterned stuffs from Japan. Sukob was a tube skirt of colored abaca, not worn as a garment, however, but used as bedclothes, and yui was an undergarment worn during menstruation. Above the tapi, women might wear a baro, an anab cloak, talukbong shawl, or loose smock called hubong or kulubong in Manila, inyawak in Laguna. An additional glossary suggests considerable clothing consciousness. Jike posts, beams, rafters, roofing, and a long list of cottages, huts, and shelters in the fields or forest. Nonetheless, there are some particular features worthy of description. Agriculture. The staple food crop of the Tagalogs was rice, though millet was common enough for fine jewelers' work to be called millet-like. Dawa-dawa, 22 varieties of rice were recognized, among which _hareta was both a quick maturing type and the general term for dry rice grown without irrigation, and kanin, cooked food, was ordinarily taken to mean plain boiled rice, what the Spaniards called morisqueta. The importance of rice is revealed by an extensive vocabulary of specialized terms connected with its growth, processing, and use. For example, there are different words for a pile of unthreshed pulay according to its size _sipak, lampak, mandala, and salanzan, and one for any pile of rice whether threshed or not, limban. Root crops were also common but considered second choice as staples, however desired as vegetables. Spanish lexicographers listed 6 of them: ube, tagay, gabi, camote, and 2 wild ones, laksa and nami, all of which they referred to as camotes, though they were aware that real camotes, that is, sweet potatoes, were introduced from the New World, as San Buenaventura, 1613, 139, cum need, they did not have them before. All these crops were grown in switens. Saka was the general term for field work. Tubtab was to work fields in abanas, gazak was removing grasses and undergrowth, but not full-grown ees, that was hoppe. Lawag was to look for fields to farm every year as Inguians do, San Buenaventura 1613, 127, and Sala Psap was to rework switten that had been fallowed. Kaingin meant to cut branches and small trees, Pixisigia, burning, panting, removing roots, and dolok, piling up for second burning. Gasad was to pull up the roots of harvested grain, kahit, to prute grass with a broad-pointed stick and scatter it so as not to take root gain, zinlan, an actual bundle of uprooted grass to spread out for the same purpose, and halambat was fencing the completed field with wood cut during its preparation. Swittens planted to rice were bukit as distinct ram-irrigated fields, palayan. Bud was to drop the seeds into holes rilled with a hasik dibble stick. Root crops, however, were planted with arjbaligwe or balway digging sticks, usually in mounds, while millet was landed by broadcasting, sabag. Rice was also grown under irrigation by a sophisticated, labor-intensive method. Seasonal flooding of swampland, river plains, and lake shores often provided natural irrigation. For example, until Father Chirino per 2 presses were used to process agricultural products, the alilazan for sugarcane and the hapitan for coconut oil. The alilazan was made of 2 horizontal beams, the lower one fixed, the upper one pivoted at one end so as to move up and down and squeeze the cane near the fulcrum. The us was boiled for wine, not sugar, though the syrup and solidified molasses were used as confections. The hapitan was a pressing bag pinched and a split beam tightened with cords. It was typically used in the hills where much coconut oil was produced. More common in the lowlands was to soak dead coconut meat before squeezing it, and then boil the juice. The wheel was evidently unknown, even the potter's wheel. The Tagalog words, diling, giling, or gilong, were always illustrated in dictionaries by imported examples employing beasts, the Spanish cart and Chinese sugar press or rice mill. Native devices that rotated were limited to pulleys, ecklers, rollers, and spindles. Nor was the caraballo domesticated, rather, it was hunted wild for its flesh and hide. The Spaniards quickly provided a new market. By the end of the century, the Audiencia of Manila was providing arquebuses to licensed hunters under contract to supply at least one animal a day for butchering. It is well known that Spanish missionaries introduced plows to Filipino farmers, a transfer of technology which is memorialized by the word for plow in modern Philippine languages Spanish arado. But the plow they introduced was most probably Chinese. In the 1680s, Dominican Fray Domingo Perez used to beg alms in Manila to buy plows for the Zambales natives he was trying to relocate. On one occasion he bought 30 plows, for 20 pesos, and on another was given 50 carabaos. It is unlikely that his plows were imports from Spain or Mexico warehoused in Manila when there were so many Chinese artisans ready and able to supply cheaper tools. Besides, the 16th-century European plow was much heavier than the Chinese implement. It required more than one beast to pull, and was characterized by a coulter, a knife-shaped cutter mounted in front of the blade. This was not the arado found in the Philippines in historic times. Gold work. Spanish accounts report of Tagalogs, as they do of other Filipinos, that everybody handled gold with dexterity, weighing and assessing it accurately, not only goldsmiths but even children. The Tagalog term was ginto, presumably Chinese 4% $F_, Jinzi or Kintoy, though Blancas de San Jose also gave the northern Luzon term, balatok, as a kind of gold. And to ginto, the San Buenaventura, 1613, 456, dictionary adds the following curious entry under balatok, from Sangpalay or Kapalay, a grain of rice. A larger bean was bahay, worth 3 saga, and a still larger one, bulay, was equal to 3 bahay. Heavier weights were those standard to Southeast Asian commerce, the hyupang, mas, and tahil. The tahil, tail, or tay was the Chinese ounce, liang, and the mas amas in Tagalog from Malay emas was reckoned at 16 to the tahil. The hyupang was 1/4 of a mas, but which San Buenaventura recorded as 3 to the mas, and converts to the native scale at 3 bulay. Blancas de San Jose more plausibly gave the mas as 4 hyupang, and as the equivalent of 16 saga. The Tagalogs also called half an amas, balabato, 4 mas, sapaha, and 8 mas, that is, half a tahil paninan. If the 16th century Philip_Pine amas was the equivalent of the 10th century Javanese gold masa coin stamped ma, it weighed 2.4 grams. Hunting and fishing. Both coastal and inland waters were exploited by Tagalogs for their protein content in a variety of ways, an aspect of life for which they had an extensive vocabulary. To fish with a certain kind of small net was sim, with a long net at river mouths, lambat, while salop was a purse seine. Casting nets varied in the size of their mesh for different species, for example, Pamanak for skates and Panama for conger eels, with sinkers called barandela if they were made of lead. Basket traps included the _salakan wide below with many prongs and narrow above with a hole for inserting the hand to get the fish, or the laguna budo, for which channels bubahan, were especially constructed. Fish trap corrals were placed in mountain streams, lane, in canals, banghater the longer and larger bangkatan, or along the seacoast, pusid, where fish were trapped when the tide went out. Biwas was to fish with hooks, nile, with hook and line, and patha, with hook-loaded rattan lines extended at sea or in rivers. Under favorable conditions, it was possible to spear fish with harpoons like the barbed bilos or 3-pronged salapang. Tangad was to fish by moonlight to locate the schools before dropping the net, and ilaw, to fish by torchlight. Tuba was a tree whose fruit when rotten makes fish drunk. To go hunting with spears was akar, and if accompanied by hounds, nangangaso. If the dogs were used to drive game into nets, that was baiting, and nets for wild boar might be as long as 60 meters. Balon or balon pits were dug for large animals with bamboo spikes set in the bottom, but less laborious to construct were bamboo spring-powered automatic crossbows or arbalests set along runs frequented by game. Balatik and bala were the general terms, with parag being designed for pigs and deer, or even dogs, and pasulo made for carabao. Small arbalests for rats were the pasipit and pate bong, while the panlub was an ordinary bamboo rat trap with no moving was hilig, the piece of bamboo which kept the shed open when the loom was at rest, bahahilig, weft house, and the heddle for making the opposite shed, anakhilig, weft child, or gianan, from Gyan, the thread wound around the heddle to pick up alternate warp threads. Lease rods, that is, flat or round reeds inserted into the warp to prevent tangling and to preserve tension, included the puji on the weaver's side of the shed and the lilitan coil rod on the far side. The shuttle, stkwan, was also called a weaving harpoon, bilos sa pagabai, and the bobbin inside was the pinji or sintquan. Unlike the Visayan loom, there appears to have been no reed or comb, a feature the Tagalog loom shared with backstrap looms still in use in the mountains of northern Luzon. Basketry. Baskets ranged from fine, split bamboo weaving like the bugsock clothes hamper and tight woven bakay for carrying rice wide above, narrow below to the rattan alat with openings as large as latticework. Tight weaving also appeared in the bilawanoing tray, midday mattress, cupid knapsack, and large or small abubat suitcases, but not in the ordinary bamboo carrying basket, bangkat. Only one hat was actually woven, the sawing, the others were all plaited of leaves, for example, the lady's salop or the large, wide tangkulok. A container for carrying rice was also made of leaves sewn together, the tuhog, named after the palm from which the leaves were taken. Papag was a sort of ubiquitous frame or tray made of canes with their ends inserted into rectangular bamboo or wooden frames, and served a wide variety of uses: beds, tables, seats, rowing benches, house parts, trays for soaking rice seedlings, or, in general, any light substitute for boards. Ship sails were also woven of palm matting, though, Ronnie Cali, the famous Manila galleons would carry sails of locally woven carpentry. Woodworking and carpentry for the Tagalogs were limited band. They excelled in hewing, joinery, and carving. That is to say, timber was squared, pagpag, and reduced to boards with an adze, daras, farther than with a saw, fitted together with mortise and tenon joints or rabbiting made with a chisel, pate, and given aesthetic form by knife work, lasa for carving in general, or dalok with the fine knife point. Kuko was mortising, pasakand lapit were wedges or tenons, and pekoan tilos were bamboo pegs, copyright nails. Benches and tables required such joinery, and so did the great Dalam chiefs' houses with carved wooden walls. But by far the most highly developed skill was employed in the construction of boats and ships with long, curved strakes hand-hewn to shape all in one piece. Trade. At the time of Spanish advent, Manila was the main entrepot in the archipelago. Here exports were accumulated and imports redistributed. A few of these goods were carried in Luzon bottoms to or from Borneo, Malacca, and the Moluccas, but most of them were handled by foreign merchants: Malay, Bornean, Chinese, Japanese, Siamese, or Cambodian, even Portuguese. The first ship the Spaniards seized in Philippine waters was a Bornean vessel owned by a Portuguese but loaded with cargo that belonged to the Sultan of Brunei. The Chinese sent annual junks direct to the Philippines, but most Southeast Asian trade goods reached this remote region after being carried from island to island, often by petty traders who rented cargo space and bought and sold from port to port in response to local supply and demand. International commerce in Manila was therefore not limited to Philippine products but included the resale of exotic merchandise like Timor sandalwood, Bornean camphor, and rhinoceros horns, from Siam. Slaves were also brought from Siam and Borneo. Indeed, the Malay word for payment, bayar, became the root of the Tagalog word for slave dealer, mamamayad. Nevertheless, Manila lay far to the north of the lucrative spice route. Native Philippine products were of limited variety and value, and handling them was not profitable enough to attract a resident Chinese colony. The few Chinese the Spaniards found married into Tonda in 1570 were political refugees and recent arrivals. 2 or 3 seagoing junks a year were enough to supply what the local market could afford, and, indeed to flood the archipelago with tens of thousands of pieces of porcelain. But the situation changed dramatically with the arrival of Spanish customers willing to pay in coined silver. 30 years after Legazpi occupied Manila, the Chinese quarter had 400 shops and 8,000 residents, and it is estimated that almost 4 million Mexican pesos had been carried to China by that time. Chinese policy changes also facilitated the new trade. In 1567 licenses were issued to legalize what had been 150 years of clandestine trade, to the first year NA, 4 by 1587. Our political developments in also increased trade. A century of civil war and overseas piracy ended with the establishment of a central regime in 1590 and the regulation of foreign trade in licensed Red Seal ships. By the turn of the century, friar missionaries bound for Japan could book direct passage in Manila. Mamo lang salapayang aming pinagtapawi each putin 10 tostans, Sanyanaventura 1613, 175, 152. Paradigm appears in the early dictionaries as the ordinary Tagalog word for marketplace, not only the Chinese paradigm in Manila, for example, Mamariang ka go to market, or Sumaga ka ng piña sa paradigm buy some pineapples in the market, San Buenaventura 1613, 177. Here, customers often purchased cheap items like fish and fruit by weighing out its of gold or silver in their own scales, a procedure called sumaga from the saga seeds, which were the smallest weight for gold. The scales and weights were carried in a purse called karai, but the gold itself was tied very tight to a kind of money belt called untan. Here, too, marketing procedures might involve tawad, to beat the price down by haggling, sahal, to overprice, mura, to underprice, or kagyat, to misrepresent goods. Anka was to corner the market by buying out a particular item, amam was petty pilfering or short waiting, and dahat or pigit was to detain merchandise en route to manipulate the market price as they do along the Pasig River and in Taguig, San Buenaventura said, and then sell it much dearer in Manila. Debt slavery and peonage being an important determinant in Tagalog social structure, interest rates were high. Pulaba was alone at 20% atirist per month, Pahijit if calculated daily, and Ganda, 100% per annum, while Talanduwa was any loan at 50%, Tibaya, at 100%, and D. Dalawalima, 150%. Another word, bintang, as defined by San Junaventura, 1613, 59, was to add more and more every day to the debt person owes, as if it were buwis tribute, by lending him more with the intention that he will not be able to repay it and so become a slave. Actual coins were called palak, silver, and prior to the Spanish arrival were based and the Portuguese tostan, salapay, the equivalent of half a peso, or 4 reals. Thus, 2 reals or half a tostan was kahati or binting, 1 real was saikapad, and half a real, saikawalo. Since all these denominations were too large for ordinary market purchases, they were chopped into pieces lamak in general, tatak if silver. A few of the famous Chinese coppers with a square hole in the middle, pitas, were also in circulation. The Tagalogs had an indigenous script called Visayan when the Spaniards arrived. The best description of their literacy is contained in the Boxer Codex, 1590b, 371ba Bebibsba. Ca series ont, wave de du frafate, $5 bria to 1 giengin bibs buletin de jaga ojoajana. Goose natdaba. Il 6 lit. SISA NES 17 mh, $1,174.94. NENT 11011 TPS Pepir PS Pi Qua, K quickest GI. Aravite is 2. Gostsist. Gatetai Todi. Clays, Vivo VU, Ka 2 EXTHS Act. Ayet. Yoyu. A 363,135 bit. Odi, euflab.inletwadagata.gysudbug horars.n at tgl paternalder, oapadreul to quite eftas n. Thomas Ortiz described the Tagalog characters in his 1740 Arte y Reglas. However, his contemporary, Melchor de Oyanguran, said, "Nowadays these letters are being forgotten." Oyanguran 1742, Lumbera 1968, 631, and the only known samples of Filipino penmanship from the 18th century are the signatures in a 1792 document from Mindoro. But these involve Mangyans, a people who, like the Tagbanwa of Palawan, have continued to use their script up until the present day. There are no other references to the use of the Visayan in the 19th century, Gethoff the memory clearly survived. In the absence of written records, Spanish observers often recorded alphabets, unaware that each character represented a separate syllable. Thus, a table of ancient characters with which these natives of the Tagalogs and Camarines used to write, dating from the time of Governor-General Pascual Enrile, 1830 to 1835, gives the following example: Big Man Sirakato NBF2 cent SESPGRY Lalaquing Dicola, but which actually reads Lalakanaga Dicola, Enrile 1835. In 1841, Spanish traveler Sinibaldo de Mas was able to collect 5 samples of the alphabet from Pangasinan, Pampanga, Tonda, and Bulacan, and one Ilocano example, though not as used in any texts, see figure 10. He was himself aware that these were simply variants of a single alphabet, but they have come to be popularly regarded as distinct alphabets from different provinces, just as the Tagalog type font of the Lopez Ilocano Doctrina I has frequently been reproduced as an Ilocano alphabet. Naturally, handwritten letters differ considerably from printed types, and from one and underscore other. But far from being different alphabets, these half-dozen anachronistic examples simply illustrate different hands, as evidenced by comparison underscore with the many genuine specimens of Tagalog penmanship in the archives of the University of Santo Tomas. As Dominican Father Albert Santamaria, 1938, 184, commented after an exhaustive study of all of them in 1938, it underscore has been most interesting, for, despite all having been written by Tagalogs, we found greater variations among them than, in general, among the different alphabets represented as coming from different regions. Underscore. Description. The Visayan is one of about a dozen indigenous alphabets from such Southeast Asian islands as Sumatra, Java, and Sulawesi, which are ultimately derived from ancient India, and share the Sanskrit characteristic that any consonant is pronounced with the vowel following it, diacritical marks being added to express other vowels. It contains 17 letters, 3 of which were the vowels A, E4, and OZ, or rather, the vowels A, 4 colones, and OU preceded by a glottal stop, since they were used in this way to begin syllables. The other 14 were radical signs representing the conso, nance 8, D, G, H, K, L, M, N, NG, P, S, T, W, and Y, which were pronounced BA, D, GA, Ha, Ka, La, Ma, Na, Na, Pa, Sa, Ta, Wa, Anya, unless a mark called cudlet, which the Spaniards spelled corlet, was placed over them, in which case their value was modified to a front vowel like E cent or 7, or under them, in which case they were pronounced with a back vowel like O or U, when writing underscore vertically rather than horizontally, however. The cudlet were placed to the left or right of the letters rather than above or below them, and there was evidently no set rule for the direction of the writing. Completely wanting was any mark like the Sanskrit virama, or what Dutch scholars call a klinkerdoter, vowel killer, to cancel the vowel value of a letter and permit JT to stand as a consonant alone. Consonants therefore could not be underscore expressed at the end of a syllable, a considerable shortcoming, since ba and ta, for instance, could be read bata as well as bata, depending on the context. Underscore 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 The Bibayan was in common enough use to develop such orthographic conventions as the use of one letter with two cudlet to represent two different syllables. The bold and distinctive signature of Don Dionisio Capolong, son of Layconvula, for example, places cudlet both under and over the letter D to represent the do of Don and D of Dionisio, respectively, and a title deed of 1613 places two cudlet under the letter sent to for represent both the FO and 2 of Nitong to begin in this wet field. When underscore spelling aloud, Tagalogs called their letters Baba, Dada, Kaka, etc. The underscore inability of the Bibayan to represent the NG of Nitong illustrates its innate underscore equacy for recording spoken Tagalog faithfully, probably a sufficient explanation for its limited use and the absence of Filipino documents, written underscore records, or monumental inscriptions. Father Blancas de San Jose, after underscore having published one book in Tagalog script, explained in the introduction to his 1605 Memorial de la Vida Cristiana en Lengua Tagala that he now considered it impractical. And when Father Lopez used it in his Doctrina, underscore he introduced a kind of virama in the form of a little cross under the letters to cancel their vowel value, a reform which seems never to have been adopted by any Filipino. As he himself explained, the reason for putting the text of the Doctrina in Tagalog type has been to begin the correction of the said Tagalog script, which, as it is so defective and confused, because of not having any method until now for expressing final consonants, I mean, those without vowels, that the most learned reader has to stop and ponder over many words to decide on the pronunciation which the writer intended. L.6 Pes 1621, LXIL. Chapter 12 Tagalog Society and Religion underscore The Tagalog father was Ama, the mother, Ina, and the two of them are mga ama, that is, parents. Children referred to their father as Papa Beloved, a term of respect and affection which elders also applied to youngsters, and which, indeed, was a general expression of admiration or example, Galing Papao, what a fine thing. Others addressed theirs with a derivative of Ama which meant the father of so and so, for example, A Maria, Amitiba, or Adalamba. Similarly, the mother of Francisco was addressed as Isico. A mother's own children addressed her with the honorific Bay, lady, if they had no surviving grandmother entitled to this name. Kinship both husband and wife were asawa, with inasawa being a secondary ifa or concubine, usually of lesser rank than her husband. A slave concubine was called pangapol, however, and her children would not be heirs except in the case of a father's special affection. As for ranking wives, they commonly employed wet nurses for their offspring, because of some that was given at the time of adoption. Talanduwa was to receive half as much as the adoption fee, also over and above that same fee, and Mulaying was to receive a still larger share in case the family's fortunes increased. Illegitimate children were called anak sa kinaligawan or anak sa kaigulo, from liga, passerby, and agulo, lover, respectively. Sexual mores were jacks, and sanctioned a promiscuity which Father Chirino attributed to the belief that women could not enter the afterlife without the help of their lovers. Kinadalagahan was a man who deflowered a virgin, whether lover or husband, and Father San Buenaventura, 1613, 510, explained, they do not consider the easy, unstable women they call handa na babai, harlots. It comes from handa, which means prepared, because so they are. But those who were too ready and too frequent with their favors were scorned as jiban, wobbly, or lagap, common to all. Abeng were the worst lascivious, depraved, and completely profligate, than whom no goat or hen gives herself more freely to all. San Buenaventura 1613, 511. An antle was one with body sickness. Social structure. Like the Visayans, the Tagalogs had a three-class social structure. The ruling class was called Majanu, including Datas, who were the heads of barangays, and their supporters were Limawa or Maharlika. Everybody else was Alipan slaves, bondsmen, or debt peons. Moreover, the difference between the serf-like householding slaves, Alipan sa namamahay, and the more lowly domestic slaves, Alipan sa gigilid, was so great that Father Plasencia described them as two separate classes. He also considered the Maharlika separate class. Majanu and Datu. The Tagalog aristocracy or upper class were called Majanu, those who could claim noble descent. One of the chiefs who surrendered the port of Manila in 1570 was Majanu Marlanawi. Jinu was a title of respect for both sexes, while Gat, or Dayang preceding a proper name was the equivalent of lord or lady. Panganun were those with lordship over many slaves and valuable property like houses or boats, more commonly called Mayari, one with plenty of possessions, or even Dalam, which was actually a large, well-staffed house and household. Poon was an honorific contraction when addressing them, for example, Oo Poon yes sir or Aba Poon, greetings, Lord, San Buenaventura 1613, 551. But nouveau riches were scornfully referred to as Mayantawo, fellow with a lot, the other half the next year, without any other natives being able to buy anything from the Sanglays Chinese but only from the said El Data Candela, from which he had much profit. Macapagal 1665, 219. The Datu's duties. A Datu was expected to govern his people, lead them in war, protect them from their enemies, settle their disputes, and as administrator Dr. Morga, 1609, 191, said succor them in their struggles and needs. His authority was reflected in his being called Basil, the drumstick with which he beat a gong to summon his people. As captain either ashore or afloat or pilot he was called Tuway, though as captain owner of a large vessel he might take the more prestigious Bornean title of Anakora, and when acting as guide for other Datus, he was called Panugat or Canalo. But Datus were not called kings, Hari, not even paramount chiefs, that term was known only in reference to foreign monarchies, Kaharian, and their viceroys. It is significant that Spaniards called them principales, chiefs, not regulos, rulers. Plasencia likened them to caballeros, knights, that is, beneficiaries of a caballeria, and a caballeria was an encomienda, an assigned commission together with its duties, privileges, and income. This is precisely the role in which the colonial government would cast the Filipino principalia of later generations. As a judge, Hukam, a Datu convoked the litigants, heard sworn testimony, and handed down a decision, all in the presence of his people, and sometimes with the assistance of older men. His decision could be appealed, however, to an arbiter of the contestant's choice from another Amunite, even a non-Datu. If he himself was sued by one of his peers, he appeared before a wise legalist acceptable to him and his accuser, but if arbitration failed, the plaintiff initiated a blood feud which ran its violent course until mutual exhaustion satisfied honor and both parties agreed to a financial settlement. The law itself was handed down by tradition, but was liable to amendment by consensus among leading Datus, and to circumvention by any among them powerful enough to do so. Penalties varied with the social status of the parties. For example, a Lipan could be put to death for offending Majanu, and were usually fines heavy not to result in debt slavery. Adultery was settled by indemnification of le offended husband, which sum was taken as future dowry and signified in's adoption of any resulting child as his own. Capital punishment for ce as he also did in the case of total enslavement, compensating the plaintiff himself pilotly to marry a person of noble or royal blood. They enjoyed agricultural rights to a portion of the barangay land, both to use and bequeath, and to harvest without paying tribute. Although contractual relations with their datus varied and even included tribute in some cases, their datus were basically their lords, not their landlords. Their normal obligation was agricultural labor worked off in groups when summoned for planting or harvesting, but they might also be liable to work fisheries, accompany petitions, or row boats. Like members of the Alipan class, they, too, could called out for irregular services like supporting feasts or building ouzas, Timawa were born into their class, but their ultimate origin lay in the Agino class above them and the Alipin below. From the former they absorbed the illegitimate offspring of Magino with their unmarried slaves or married serfs, and from the Alipin, those who had successfully repaid debts, completed indenture, or literally purchased their freedom in gold. Definitions in the early dictionaries are unambiguous. San Buenaventura 1613, 389, defined Timawa as without servitude esclavonia, the common people after the magnate, and illustrated with the example, Titimawain kita I'll set you free. His contemporary, Blancas de San Jose, 161 4a, Timawa, was even more illuminating, a free man who was formerly a slave, and from this they say Timawa of one who escapes death by chance, like one in the hangman's noose and the rope breaks, or the bull that cannot be captured because of his bravery, and, changing the accent, Nagda Timawakas, a slave who has freed himself by running away from his master, and the same with animals. The word Maharlika is ultimately derived from Sanskrit Mahardhika, a man of wealth, wisdom, or competence, which in pre-colonial Java meant members of religious orders exempt from tribute or taxation. In the 16th-century Philippines, they were apparently a kind of lower aristocracy who rendered military service to their lords. The Maharlika accompanied their captain abroad, armed at their own expense, whenever he called and wherever he went, rowed his boat not as galley slaves but as comrade saturns, and received their share of the spoils afterwards. Plasencia is the only 16th-century observer known to mention the Maharlika, and he did not explain the origin of their status. They may well have been a sort of diluted Majanu blood, perhaps the descendants of mixed marriages between a ruling line and one out of power, or scions of a conquered line which struck this bargain to retain some of its privileges. At any event, they were subject to the same requirements of seasonal and doubt proliferated under colonial tribute demands. For example, Paran Moako Nitong Ambagan pay for me and cover this tax io, San Buenaventura 1613, 459, since the degree of Alipin indebtedness could vary, when that debt was passed on to heirs it varied according to the debts of either parent or even those inherited from preceding generations. In the case of a mixed mat_riage between Alipin and Timawa, their offspring's condition was mined by their saya, and saya was defined as dependence of the children of slaves. If the father is free, so is the first child, and the second is slave like the mother, etc. Contrariwise, if the mother is free, the first is slave like the father and the second is free like the mother, and so on with all the rest, and if they are an odd number, the last one is half slave and half free. San Buenaventura 1613, 478. Moreover, if Alipin had three non-Alipin grandparents, they were quarter slaves. What all this meant in practical terms was that such Alipin only worked off half their fathers, or 1/4 their grandfathers, indebtedness during alternate months. Such partial Alipin also had the right to enforce their manumission if they could afford the price. The ordinary Alipin with land rights was called namamahi, householder, and one who had lost that right, or never had it, for example, _gintubo, captive, or purchase, was called Alipin sa gijilid, hearth slave. In addition, the Boxer manuscript made the curious remark that there was kind of slave of both namamahi and gijilid status called tagalos. If this was not a flat error, it may have been obtained from some informant of Bornean descent and thus reflected a perceived relationship between the two peoples. Alipin namamahi. Spanish accounts consistently translated Alipin as _slave, but their authors just as consistently deplored the illogic of including the namamahi in the same category as the gijilid, or even in the category of esclavo at all. It was obvious that the gijilid, or at least some gijilid, were chattel house slaves, like those we have, as Morga, 1609, 192, said, but it was just as obvious that the serf-like namamahi were not. One of the jaundiced entries in the San Buenaventura, 1618, 299, Dictionary belabors the point, and includes the following passage: these namamahay slaves in Silanga, which is on the way to Giling from Lumban, make one field called Tungo contract, and it is to be noted that they have no further obligation to their master. In Pilot, Bay, Pilila Pilila and Moran, they were members of their master's household and ate out of their master's pot. They were as dependent on him as his own children, and from this circumstance arose his moral right to sell them. In actual practice, ever, he rarely did so. He might transfer them to some other creditor, but raw material for the slave trade or human sacrifice was not procured from the household, or even from the Alipan labor pool which implemented a dadu's public and private projects. Quite the opposite, they might be rewarded at their master's pleasure, or his hope of motivating them, by being permitted to retain some of the fruits of their labor, even to the extent of eventually purchasing their liberty. Indeed, if they could accumulate enough gold, say, through the trade of goldsmith or by participating in raids, they could buy their way not only into namamahay status, but even Timawa. Juan San Antonio, 1738, 160, reporting the old 30 peso manumission price 130 years later, commented, and if he gave 60 or more, he was free of everything and became a hidalgo. The main source of Alipan's Gigilid recruitment were the children born in their master's house, not infrequently natural children by his own Alipan of either status, as well as those of men under such financial straits they could not afford to raise them. Once a hearth slave grew up and married, it was more practical and profitable to set him up in his own house instead of feeding and housing him and his new family, for namamahay, household status only fell to married Alipan, domestic Gigilid slaves were single. The author of the Boxer manuscript described the situation with some surprise. His master can sell him because none of these slaves who are in their master's house are married, but all maidens and bachelors, and in the case of a male who wishes to marry, the chief does not lose him, for such a one is called namamahay when married and then lives by himself, but rarely would they give the female slaves who were in the chief's house permission to marry, though they would hinder none of the men. Boxer Codex 1590b, 383. The terms Gigilid and namamahay therefore distinguished a man's place of residence and marital status, and were incidental to a sliding scale of downward social mobility occasioned by punitive disenfranchisement and economic reversal. The condemned man's debt to society and fiscal obligations could be underwritten by some other man motivated by kin loyalty or hope of gain. If both were Alipan and neighbors and relatives, their new relationship might be no more evident than a redistribution of their labor. But the social stigma was considerable, for the Gigilid of a namamahay was called by the insulting term bulasik, vile, contemptible. Still worse, the jike the sick, or some other thing, such as the shepherd his sheep, San Buenaventura 1613, 211. But outright enslavement was inveighed against, under the sin of usury. How many Maharlika had been thus enslaved in Alipan, those days? That is why God likened men to the fishes of the sea, the larger gobbling up the smaller. But the householding Alipan was enchained under the commandment to keep the Sabbath holy, just as the Lipan Mamamahi and his master divided his working days alternately between them, so the infinitely more generous overlordship of God divided labor in man's favor, 6-1. Degree land and property. Tagalog wealth was based on movable property like gold and jewelry, not al-estate, and the possession of slaves, not the land which they worked. Armorga, 1609, 193, like many earlier observers, stated unambiguously, these slaves are the major possessions and wealth the natives of these lands have. San Buenaventura gave Ari and Pacayan for property, Hacienda, and equated them with Spanish azure, household possessions, furnishings, valuables, and ornaments. City were the personal possessions wrought into a marriage by either spouse, but Kasamahan was conjugal property after the birth of children. Inheritance, Kamanahan, was elucidated with examples like Mag kano kaya ang jintang kamanahan mo sa daga mo, how much gold was your inheritance from your aunt? Sanyanaventura 1613, 350. Morga commented that inheritance might also include Daines races, goods with roots, for example, coconut plantations and presumably, irrigated rice fields, and Plasencia said that householding aves inherited their parents' gold and enjoyed, gozan, their property and inns, but these were lands held in usufruct, not in fee simple, that is, to eat but not to own or alienate. Arable land, woodlands, and water sources occupied by a bayan were considered to be communal resources, and so were uninhabited forests. These were only entered after asking the permission of sylvan deities or hunting, foraging, or timbering. Swidden rights were the same as in the rest of the archipelago. Whoever opened a hillside pilot had the right to the rops, but not to the land. Otherwise, Father Plasencia, 1589a, 24, said, he lands where they live they divide among the whole barangay, and thus ACH knows his own, especially what is irrigated. Since a community's land was perceived as unlimited, there was little incentive for alienation, rather, was jabur, which was bought and sold or mortgaged, that is, through, outright, bound himself to deliver the balance within 3 months, and took possession on the 5th of February as Torres's inquilino, tenant. But on the 4th of February, Agustin Wicca of Tonda had filed claim to the end, and so had his wife Monica Sayan the next day, and on the 8th they brought suit against both Torres and Don Dionisio. They testified that they had purchased part of the jand at legal sale and inherited the rest from Wicca's father, Amani Kala, that as soon as they learned of the sale, they had rushed to the Tonda court but found the records missing, that Luis de Ores was a Spanish bully who had threatened them, compromised the art, and had so intimidated other Filipinos that they were afraid to testify against him, and that Juan Pangiligan was his employee and being used as dummy to circumvent Governor Juan de Silva's decree against Spaniards residing in Tonda or Binondo. They also swore that it was public knowledge that Don Dionisio was a ne'er-do-well who had squandered his patrimony in profligate living and had been selling off both his own and other people's property. They were therefore appealing to the Royal Audiencia in Manila for justice. Whatever the merits of the case or the decision of the court, the records have not survived. Luis de Torres seems to have prevailed in the end. The next year he sold the property to the Dominicans. Warfare Father Martin de Rata, 1577, 484, said the Tagalogs were more merchants than warlike, but this did not mean that they did not fight wars. The early accounts are unanimous in saying that one of a vassal's duties was to follow his datu to war. They made raids, avenged grievances, waged vendettas, seized captives, and took lives in mourning for prominent chiefs. Attacking forces taunted those who were about to be defeated with victory chants called Dea or Tagumpay. San Buenaventura 1613, 141. Real braves Bayani were honored with special feasts in which they danced at the headdress made of gold-plated carabao horn, and were addressed as Bayani the rest of their lives. Indeed, one of the few Chinese words to enter Tagalog in the 16th century was hukbo, ambush, the Hokkien word for army. More than one observer equated male valor with the accumulation of wealth, and Rata, 1577, 484, after saying the Tagalogs were less warlike, added, but in robberies, thefts, and tyrannies of property and persons they exceed all others. By this he meant high interest rates, debt slavery even among relatives, dispossessing orphans, collecting from debtors' barangay mates, and plundering vessels driven ashore. Nor did Lubang Island, a drawbridge. In the Moro region, these square stockades mounted small artillery, what the Spaniards called falconets and versos, usually 3 pieces to a side. The Manila fort contained a gun foundry where the Spaniards found evidence of considerable industry after it was in 1570 clay and wax molds and 1 4-meter piece in the process of manufacture. They took 12 damaged pieces back to Panay, 10 of bronze and 2 of iron, and recovered 6 from the river where they had been thrown to avoid capture, which were sent to Spain. The quantity and quality of Manila Ordinance is indicated by Governor Sands, 1579, 147, collecting 18,000 kilos of bronze artillery from towns surrounding Manila, and his employment of 5 Filipinos to cast him a 4,000 kilo cannon, of which he reported, "There is not in the castle of Milan a piece so well made." Fortunately, one example of Filipino workmanship has survived. It is a swivel gun, Yantica, in the Museo Milita in Lisbon, see figure 11. Religion 4. Our earliest surviving account of Tagalog religion is a remarkable two-paragraph summary by Encomendero Miguel de Lorca, remarkable in that it sounds much like what is nowadays called folk Catholicism. It presents a creator God who can only be approached through intercessors like deceased relatives or the patron deities of farmers, seafarers, or warriors, all of whom are worshipped in the form of idols which receive sacrifices de-adornment. It stands in marked contrast to his lengthy description of Visayan religion with its origin myths, divine genealogies, pantheon of deities, and realms of the dead, a description obviously derived from personal observation and contact with worshippers themselves, rather than native apologist. It must be said at the offset, however, that it is difficult to account for the actual practice of Tagalog religion within this theological framework. Missionaries in the field and in the confessional evinced one doubt that the multitude of deities, spirits, and ancestors being invoked by Tagalog shamans were objects of worship in their own right, not mere intercessors. A plausible explanation for the discrepancy might be that Spanish Christians like Lorca were predisposed to find concepts in other religions which were normative in their own worship. Lorca and Chirino said that the Tagalogs recognized a ether god they called Baidala, though other informants named Aliri or Diwata, but Father Plasencia, 1589b, 598, simply said, a 40 mm, 1.68 m Fig 11. Artists' rendering of the Lanteca, swivel gun, preserved in the Museo Milita in Lisboa. Celestial bodies were also venerated as deities: Tala, the morning star; Mapilan, the Pleiades; and Balatik, the Big Dipper, and the new moon was always invoked for material increase and wealth. Crocodiles were especially feared and venerated, offerings of food were set out for them, and the salak-sak bird was considered sacred because it was permitted to pick a crocodile's teeth without harm. Some Tagalogs believed crocodiles had the souls of deceased human beings, and so anointed, shrouded, and buried them when dead. In Batangas, the same obsequies were given a flat-headed lizard called tuco, believed to be poisonous. The bale tree was reverenced as the abode of spirits. There, the most solemnite community sacrifices were made, and their prominent chiefs were sometimes given a secondary burial. Omen birds and lizards were considered divine messengers, particularly the Igmamanakang bird, manak being the general term for any bird, lizard, or snake that crossed the path as an omen. All such encounters were called salubong. If the Tigmamanakang bird flew across from right to left when men were starting out on an expedition, it was giving the labe sign of successful plundering, but if from left to right, a sure warning that they would never return. If they happened to catch one in a trap, they would cut its beak and release it with the words, "Kita iawala, kun akoy may kakanan, lalabay ka, you are free." So when I set forth, sing on the right. San Buenaventura 1613, 95. The greatest religious attention was given to ancestor worship, that is, veneration of the spirits of the departed. These were generally parents or grandparents, but occasionally a popular hero known for his bravery, ferocity, and active love life. The former were considered the immediate cause of illness or misfortune, and had to be placated by sacrifices to Lika kept in the house. Those who could afford to do so set food aside for them at every meal, or the intervention of shamans called Katulunan. Their memory was carefully kept alive by himakas, a personal garment or piece of jewelry preserved as a memorial, and payan taboos against mentioning their name, eating from a plate they had used, or sitting in some spot they had frequented. At several points along the Pasig River, porcelain plates were set out with offerings by descendants who trafficked along that route. The conviction that post-mortal well-being depended on the religious_ministrations of living descendants is reflected in the readiness of Christian Tagalogs to donate land to the church. For example, Raja Ake Matanda's granddaughter Catalina, who donated 200 pesos worth to the Augustinians in 1621 for 4 masses a year for the repose of her soul. In a sense, the dead were considered merely absent, both Himacas and Palok, abstinence from the custom for close relatives to refrain from merrymaking for at least 2 years, until given a gift of gold or silver to end their despondency. Graves were dug alongside houses or fields, and each mourner threw a handful of soil in, saying, Dumamay saio ang sakit ko in the, let my sorrows end, San Buenaventura 1613, 292, and on the way home they took a bath in running water. But the elite were entombed, together with gold and valuables, under their own dwelling in a coffin or boat with a shade above it, around which smoky fires were kept burning for days. Secondary burial was called bangkay. The bones were exhumed, placed in a jar or other container, and either deposited at the foot of a bale tree or kept in the house. If a boat served as the bier, male-female pairs of ikans, goats, or deer served as oarsmen with a slave assigned to feeding them. If the deceased had been a great warrior, a slave was placed under his body. For that matter, all Maginot-class deaths, or those of people killed by violence, required the taking of additional human lives, few or many depending on the deceased's status or dowry stipulation. Male survivors carried out this requirement, sticking a tumbuyok plume in their putong and donning a rawhide collar as warning they were on the warpath. Until this ended the mourning period, those under oath observed such dietary restrictions as not eating rice or hot food. Shamans. Katu could be of either sex, or male transvestites, Bayujin, but were usually women of prominent families who were wealthy in their own right from the practice of their shamanic profession. Their remuneration ranged from foodstuffs to cotton and gold, depending on the means their clients. One was said to have made 350 pesos in a 2-year period. They came to their calling through training and kinship with other tulunan. As spirit mediums, they conducted seances during which they spoke with the voice of deities or spirits, assisted by an alaga, personal attendant, to carry on a dialogue with the supernatural, or sent their own kaluluwa to seek literally lost souls. They performed public ceremonies for munity, prosperity, fertility, or seasonable weather, as well as private devices to diagnose and cure ailments. They were respected for these actions and for producing charms, salapang or cabal, which rendered en or fighting cocks invincible, but they were also feared as sorcerers able work black magic. Their numbers, too, were large enough to put them in competition with one another. Father Chirino, 1604, 112, said that in San Juan del Monte there was scarcely a lane where there were not 3, 4, or more. Individual success was attributed to the power of the deities with whom they identified, and who took possession of them in their frenzied dancing. Blancas de San Jose, 1614a, Lias, said. Pamayan was a charm against parm by wild animals. Tajisima was one to make a person hate. Tawak was to be rendered invulnerable to harm, even snake venom, and Dapk was to killed by witchcraft. Mantala were exorcisms or magic formulas, considered most efficacious if in the language of Borneo, that is, Malay. If sorcery made life risky, the presence of a host of witches, ghouls, and monsters made it actually dangerous. The worst of these were the flesh-eaters, those who ate away the liver of living persons or drew it out through the anus, doubly dangerous because they might reside in a Tagalog community as normal citizens. Spanish friars did not doubt their existence. A suspect might be asked in the confessional, Nagyaswang ka namang para ang ina mo, do you become a witch like your mother? San Buenaventura 1613, 122. Fray Juan de Merida also reported burying a Spanish notary whose intestines had been extracted in this gruesome manner. A select roster of such creatures will illustrate their nature and variety. Huklaban Matatangal Mang Agaway, Mangisalat _mancukulam patianak silagan tig balan wang wibet, the most powerful kind of witch, able to kill or cause unconsciousness simply by greeting a person, a liver-eating witch that travels through the air, leaving half its body behind, and which also appears at night without head or entrails, or carrying its head. A sorcerer able to heal, cause harm, or kill. A sorcerer able to prevent one from being loved. Awich, who appears at night as if burning, setting fires that cannot be extinguished, or wallows in the filth under houses, whereupon some householder will sicken and die. A woman who died in childbirth and reappears as a hobgoblin, passing under houses calling people by name, and whoever replies, dies. An earthbound liver-eater, a winged forest phantom that kidnaps men and either starves or releases them, appears as a tall, long-haired figure with very small feet and a beautiful G-string, and leaves a distinctive odor behind. General term for liver-eaters: ghost. Foreign influence. By the time of Spanish advent, Tagalog had absorbed number of religious terms from Borneo. Binyag was a kind ritual washing, manga binyag were those so purified, and samba, to worship, was malamba, a worshipful prostration, the modern simbahan, church, being eruption of sambahan. Siyak, a teacher or guide of youth, who San Buenaventura thought was a Moro bishop, was actually the caretaker of central Luzon. Chapter 13. 16th century Pampanga was simply the basin of the great river system of that name from the Candaba Swamp to the Manila Bay Delta. The est of the modern province, and Upper Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, was the forest land with mountains on the west, north, and east, inhabited by head-hunting alligators, elongates, negritos, and zambals. Pampanga culture: the valley itself produced a surplus of rice, and the forest's unlimited deerskins, basic to an extensive trade and the wealth of communities with high concentration of chiefs. A 1616 report lists 60,000 deerskins a year sent elected as tribute for export to Japan. In the low-lying western delta, where counter-flooding by salt water from the bay limited rice production, IPA wine was a commercial product. All Kapampangans wore cotton chiefs, Timagwasik and slaves, with a distinction of rank. Dasmarinas 1591, 84, though it was not grown ally, I was acquired raw from provinces to the south in exchange for rice and gold. The gold came down the river from its headwaters on the wood request masses for the repose of their Kaladuwa, souls, and called, the Prophet Moses Siyak Ning Dios, from Malay Muslim Siyak. Missionary friars still had to contend with belief in the Datala Omen bird, and secret worship of Anatos, spirit of the Nono grandfather, and Iwata, idols, or false gods. Considering these close Kapampangan Tagalog connections, the limited spread of literacy is surprising. When 11 chiefs of Lubao, Guagua, Mexico, and Macabebe executed sworn statements in Bacolor in 1591, only one could sign his name. Pampanga law: we are fortunate to have an early Spanish treatise on Pampanga law. Following the aborted Tagalog conspiracy of 1586, the Spanish governor ordered pioneer missionary Juan de Plasencia to submit a report on local customs for the guidance of colonial magistrates trying native cases. Attached to Plasencia's account, written in Najarlan, Laguna, in 1589, was an appendix entitled Information on the Customs which the natives of Pampanga anciently held, Instrucción de las Costumbres que antiguamente tenían los naturales de la Pampanga. These probably had wider application than Pampanga, however, since custom law was similar, though not identical, throughout the lowland Philippines. According to Plasencia's account, a distinctive feature of Pampanga law was the absence of any provision for commuting death sentences to debt slavery. If accurate, this is surprising, since labor must have been at a premium in the fields that were a major source of Manila rice. Chiefs rendered justice to their barangay, settling disputes on appeal, and summoning, judging, and sentencing lawbreakers, but if they failed to take action against a known criminal, other datus intervened. They themselves were judged by their peers, who selected one among them with high status or a reputation for impartiality and good judgment, banding together to enforce his decision by arms if necessary. Such intervention was called for, too, in a conflict which was restricted to the chiefly class arguments over planted fields. In all cases, chiefs were compensated either as judges or enforcers, usually by half the fine or property involved. Laws were handed down by oral tradition and applied by precedent, and although a judge might interpret them in particular cases, there was no mention in Plasencia's account of any process for legislative amendment. Nor was there any reference to trial by ordeal, or arbitrary action by powerful chiefs for, resort to a series of costly drink fests to establish their prestige, a procedure degree which often resulted in war. But in the case of a chief insulting a timawa, the fine was very light, or there was no fine at all. Theft. An apprehended thief, whether chief or timawa, was required to return the stolen goods and was fined. In the case of the former, he was fined by other chiefs. If a timawa could not pay, he was sold into slavery, and in the case of a slave, his master had to pay for him or deliver him to the any robbed for punishment. A thief caught in the act by the owner of the prau could be killed or whipped without trial. Arson. In the case of fire breaking out in the village or fields, the one who tea the fire was made to pay for the damage as assessed by the chiefs in the neighborhood. A chief might thus be reduced to penury, and a timawa was executed, and his property seized and wife and children sold into slavery, necessary, to cover the damages. Marriage and divorce. A man had only one wife, to whose parents he gave dowry, that is, bride price, but if they separated, he could marry another, and a third or a fourth one besides, all of whom bore him legitimate children who figured in his inheritance. The one with whom he was actually living was considered his legitimate wife. Divorce was easy for either partner, but if the husband left the wife, he forfeited the bride price, and if she left him, her parents had to return it double. And if she had borne him no children by the time of his death, it was also returned. It was this dowry, Plasencia, 1589c, 28v, said, which constituted their marriage, together with some gatherings in which they would drink. Inheritance. All legitimate children inherited equally, though some favorite might receive 3 or 4 taels extra, or some strips of land. Children who were underage at the death of either parent were placed, together with their inheritance, in the custody of their grandparents, and if they died as minors, that property went to those grandparents or other relatives of the deceased, not to the child's surviving parent. That is to say, property remained within a direct bloodline. A man's wife did not share his inheritance, nor he hers. Slaves inherited their parents' condition, becoming the property of their parents' master. In the case of the parents belonging to different masters, the children were divided alternately, the first going to the father's owner, the second to the mother's, and so on, and if there were an odd referred to them as either unconquered or rebellious. Leading Bishop Diego Eduard, 1640, 253, to therefore boast that Dominican missionaries had won the hearts of those whom Spanish arms could not dominate. One conquistador characterized them as a rebellious and indomitable people, very warlike and free, and fond of human blood, Visa 1597-128. Bishop Domingo de Salazar described them as really the worst people, the fiercest and cruelest in the land, an unconquered tribe whose fiestas were cutting off one another's heads. Eduard 1640, 1:131. Tagamweza war dance or cockfight day kept men to take captives, and Ngaya was to go out looking for anybody they wanted to kill. Kogaya 1731, 225. Pangasinans themselves were subject to attack by Igorotes, Zambals, and Negritos, but were able to defend their overland trade routes, and to take Zambal slaves for sale to Chinese. Pangasinan culture appears to have been the same as that of Luzon groups to the south. Rice was grown in both swidens and pond fields, where it was planted either by broadcasting or by transplanting seedlings from a seedbed. One manload of harvested palay 10 bundles, bitek, of 5 smaller bundles, tanay, was reckoned as 1 g-string, sanbil, presumably because it could be tied with one. Men practiced circumcision, galsim, or supercision, sigat, wore G-strings, and blackened their teeth. They considered undecorated teeth ugly, and once told a friar that their war god, Apalaki, had scolded them for receiving foreigners with white teeth, Eduart 1640, 1:130. Shamans were old women and the ceremonies they performed were maganito, but the practice of reserving a jar of vintage wine for their sacramental use, with small quantities being carried home by worshippers like holy water, Bishop Eduart said suggests missionary influence. Mourning rites required a human death, and there was an unusually strict sanction against adultery. Both adulterers were buried alive. After colonial authority made this punishment impractical, a certain chief Lomboy once killed his own sister for this crime. There was evidently the usual three-class social structure, with ruling chiefs being called Anak Banwe, their supporters, Timawa. And the fact that the chiefs were generally the most warlike moved Eduart to cite a Spanish adage, Viva quien vence, let him live who wins. The Zambales and Negritos Zambales and Negritos living in Zambales mountains and forests in the Central Plain were known to farmers in Pampanga as head-taking raiders. Zambal society. Zambal communities were small, and both economically and politically undeveloped. Their clothing was limited to G-strings, short skirts, and jackets. Men shaved the front half of their heads to leave long locks hanging behind, and nobody wore heavy gold jewelry, see figure 12. Bride price was paid in gold, and those who could afford it took gold with them to the grave, but not in large quantities. Men moved to their wives' residence, and marriages were strictly monogamous. Both erring parties could be executed for adultery. They practiced infanticide if necessary to limit their offspring to one boy and one girl. Their houses were simple enough for Spaniards to call them huts, but permanent and bugged to permit the display of human heads taken, though surely not the 100 Martin Dorada claimed to have seen in one of them. Class structure was not obvious enough to attract friar attention. There were individuals reckoned and society as the descendants of slaves, but no chiefly class with inherited right to rule and receive tribute. Rather, chiefs were men respected or feared for the number of heads they had taken, but they exercised no authority outside their kin group and little within it. They could call on kin support, however, for vengeance or payment of debts, even to the extent of handing over a lesser member as wergeld. Many of them also had close ties with individual Negritos like Chief Kalina, who was accompanied by a Negrito archer by the name of Kai Baker when he killed Dominican Fray, Domingo Perez in 1683. Head-taking was an expected part of Zambal male conduct, and men who did not comply with the custom were treated with scorn. Head-taking was called garo or manga, that is, mangaya, and skulls were fashioned into cups. Raids were thought to be made under the protection of a guardian spirit called Manalaga, and participants always afterwards addressed each other as Arok, my comrade. Father Perez estimated that not 1 in 4 died a natural death. Men carrying out a mourning duty for a deceased parent wore a headcloth called balata until they accomplished it. Reconciliation with the victim's relatives was attempted through sacrifices to Manglober, a spirit who soothed angry hearts, compensation in gold or valuables, or a slave to kill. A brave credited with 15 deaths was entitled to wear a banyakan leg band of fruit seeds, adding more for 17, and bright-colored sigi shells for 19 or more, and all of them would wrap an anaha leaf around the haft of their IWA dagger. Fathers were known to kill a Negrito slave in front of a young son to instill a proper thirst for blood. Perhaps it was such childhood indoctrination that produced the following incident, always referred to as inhabiting the interior mountains, though in fact the first one the Spaniards saw was along the seacoast of Negros and he ran way so fast, a horse could not have caught him. Anonymous 1565, 490. The land of Negros Bulias before Spanish advent was so called, not because it was mainly populated by blacks, but because there were more of them in the mountains than in other islands. Despite this presumed solation, however, Negritos obviously had contact with lowland Filipinos. They possessed iron tools and weapons, and in many places were suppliers of wax, and probably other forest products valued in domestic and foreign trade, and certainly medicinal plants. Chirino told the story of a Negrito who had regular dealings with a lowlander of Tigbawan, Panay, whom the Negrito eventually killed by treachery, sparking a little tribal war after which the lowlanders celebrated their victory by displaying the losers' pasa ips as trophies. The Negrito's speed and accuracy with bow and arrow were proverbial, making unwary travelers or field workers easy targets. When the Zambal chief Calino and his Negrito companion Kai Baker killed Father Perez, the Ambal missed his target by a hair, but the Negrito drove a shaft through the friar's chest to protrude a hand's breadth on the other side. When Magellan dollar survivors seized a Bornean overlord in southern Palawan, upon paying the ransom demanded, he begged for the return of his guns as protection against local blacks. But their small numbers, primitive economy, and lack of political organization also made them easy prey for better organized groups. Zambal seeking slaves took advantage of the internal feuds which resulted from their mourning customs. Negritos were said to bury their deceased upright in the ground with the head protruding, and then set out to take another head. In Panay they were captured both for domestic service and for sale to China and Borneo, and unlike Visayan debt slaves, had little chance of manumission. As Legazpi, 1570, 51-52, wrote, "These Negroes are slaves among these pagans and will be for their whole life because the Negroes do not ransom them, so they never equals to go free as Indios do." Some early accounts called Negritos black Chichimicos, a Mexican word loosely applied to any unsubdued tribes. There were, indeed, non-Negro tribes living in the same ranges inhabited by Negritos, and outsiders frequently confused them with each other because of their common dissimilarity to lowland Filipino cultures. The Manyans of Mindoro, for example, were so called from a word which meant savage or runaway Cimarrones, like blacks in Hiligaynon, or little blacks wilder than the seven laps tour isf, as ne on cee mre wig 4 s8 rs poa f nin, my a asterisk ynyaef 4 af pre ie wo as ar. R. Ivone, Fig 13. Negrillos with Negroid features of the natives of Guinea, from the Boxer Codex, Chapter 14. Northern Luzon. The Spaniards heard reports of gold mines in the Ilocos even before they reached Manila, and Governor Legazpi's grandson, Juan Salcedo, died looking for them in 1576. 3 months after Salcedo's death, these gold mines were discovered in the Benguet Mountains near the present Baguio City, where they were being worked by Igorots, that is, Jagalal, people of the mountains, a word cognate with Tagalog Galad, mountain_range. The Igorots, but neither in this expedition nor in 4 more which they mounted during the next 50 years were the Spaniards able to solve the logistic and military problems connected with occupying them. A report from the first attempt neatly summarizes their motivation and reaction. I was sent with 40 soldiers and 200 Indios to discover the gold mines of the Igalot province, from which Itis understood all the wealth comes which is known throughout the Jand, and I do not know by what chance it was that after such great fame and expectations, not even 1 grain of gold was obtained after discovering more than 200 appearance of a star in the west called Gaganayan, presumably in the constellation of Orion as they themselves were called by neighboring tribes. The people. Igorots had lighter skin than lowlanders and shoulder-length hair, and wore narrow bark G-strings only about 25 centimeters wide. They were also muscular and warlike. They fought with body-length wooden shields, and reed spears with sharpened bamboo points, or wooden ones with shafts almost 2 meters long and iron spearheads. They took heads in war and sometimes captives for slave labor in the mines, and handed down the skulls as heirlooms. Victories were celebrated with feasting off sacrificial hogs and cattle, whose skulls and bones were hung on houses afterwards as displays of chiefly prestige. Their ferocity made them feared by both lowland and neighboring tribes, a reputation of which they were themselves well aware. Expeditionary Commander Garcia de Aldana reported in 1620 that when he told them that he had come to impose a 20% tax on their mineral production, they laughed at what I said and asked when I would be leaving. Aldana 1620. The Igorots reacted vigorously to interference with their commerce by Spanish occupation of lowland communities, subjugation of their trading partners, and attempts to control their traffic in gold. It is noteworthy that while 16th-century reports by both friars and government officials concentrated on this lucrative highland-lowland trade, 17th-century accounts regularly inveighed against Igorot raiding, head-taking, and kidnapping, and justified total war against them on the grounds that they impeded free passage along the coast to His Majesty's subjects, both Spanish and Filipino. Indeed, the 35-kilometer stretch from Pangasinan-speaking Magaldan to Ilocano-speaking Igo had to be crossed by colonial travelers at forced march for fear of attack. Yet the profits of the gold trade to both highland producers and their lowland customers were such that Igorot raiding never put a stop to them. Father Juan de Medina's 1630 assessment would remain valid for the next 2 centuries. When peaceful they bring down gold which they extract there from their mines, but when the Igorots are on the warpath then these mountaineers come down to hunt heads, in which they take great pleasure. Medina 1630, 150. Government and religion. Igorot chiefs were family heads of 8 or 10 households, whose main duties were to settle local disputes and make peace with enemy villages. They were distinguished by gold platen on their teeth and their use of expensive Ilocano blankets, and were ranked accord harvesters in chorus. Like other Filipino epics, it is an aristocratic form of literature. Its protagonists are all members of an elite class. But unlike other Philippine epics, they are not nobility or royalty with individual titles like Datu or Raja, they are all Katangian, wealthy aristocrats who have qualified for their status by the performance of a requisite number of extravagant prestige feasts. They dominate non-Katangian by feeding them during public feasts and by usurious loans of foodstuffs, but do not rule them in a political sense. It is a casual form of government which might be called a plutocracy. And their wealth lends hut heroes and heroines an almost mystical nature. When Bugan goes out looking for a suitable mate, she carries her brother's prestigious sword belt, which will only fit a man of acceptable class. Just so, when it fits Dalayan, who is a poor man, everybody knows he will turn out to be the scion of some wealthy lineage though he does not know it himself. The base of this wealth is the possession of irrigated rice terraces, a form of land which is private property par excellence, like houses, textile, basketry, or pottery. It is the product of human labor. They may be owned by either men or women, and do not become conjugal property unless acquired jointly by husband and wife. They produce the rice page, as distinct from bacon, swidden rice which is essential to religious ceremonies, both to attract supernatural imbibers and to inebriate guests and the priests performing the rituals. Indeed, the hut hero often sways with a staggering gait which reveals his ability to afford such intoxication. The beverage is called baya, and for large feasts, sugarcane juice is added bahi. Only the lower classes would think of adding water. Ifugeo religious practitioners are male priests, not female shamans. That is, they learn their profession by mastering a specialized field of knowledge, and do not fall into trances or speak with disembodied supernatural voices. Female shamans there are, but they are only called on for healing rites. Priests must be familiar with a bewildering number and variety of deities, and memorize long myths which are recited during religious ceremonies. It is they who interpret omens and set the time for rice planting. There is constant demand for their services, not only for funerals, weddings, or harvest rites, but household rituals like activating the wooden Bilal figures which guard the granaries, sanctifying newly polished heirloom jewelry and rest-rung beads for status display, or conducting bone-washing ceremonies for secondary burials. Ifugeo material culture. Hudhud Ifugao appear to share a common technology with 16th-century lowland Filipinos' backstrap looms, one the opposite sex. But in the epics, the battles are rather ritualized spear-throwing contests between individual champions, to win a bride or to rescue a kidnapped beauty. Like traditional head takers, they sleep outside their houses the night before a raid, examine the gallbladder of sacrificed chickens before starting out, and turn back if the omen bird flies across their path. On the field of battle, the best fighters catch enemy spears in their bare hands rather than on their shields, and throw them back, including even Bugan when, in one episode, she fights alongside her brother Dinulawan and displays just as great skill and courage as his. But, when she pursues and catches her humiliated, fleeing enemy, she cuts off, not his head, but the end of his G-string. Cagayan culture. The Cagayan Valley in northern Luzon was one of the most fertile regions of the Philippines in the 16th century. Protected by the Sierra Madre Mountains on the east, the Cordillera Central on the west, it enjoyed a mild climate. Its soil was deep and rich, and the Cagayan River, fed by the Chico and Maguete rivers rising on the Cordillera, carried a volume of water greater than any other river system in the archipelago. It produced rice that was considered the best in the land, millet, tubers, sugarcane, cotton, and hemp, wax, palm wine, hogs, goats, and fowl. Its forests abounded in timber, deer, wild boar, birds, and carabaos, and its upper tributaries gave copyright access to Igorot gold mines. All this wealth quickly attracted Spanish attention, despite its distance from the colonial capital. A 1586 memorial reported that 2,000 casks of meat could be collected in a few days, and recommended the construction of a granary to hold 100,000 cavans of rice. 5 years later, Governor Jeme Perez Dasmarina sent out an expedition from Pampanga, headed by his son Luis and guided by the prominent Dionisio Capolong and a native woman of Tai, Nueva Vizcaya. Don Luis followed the Pampanga River up to its source on the Caraballo Sur, crossed over into the Maguete headwaters through Bailt, Dalton, Pass, and then followed a trade route down the Maguete to its junction with the Cagayan River at Gamua, Isabela. Settlements averaged 60 to 80 households loyal to a single chief. Tai itself had 72 houses and 42 granaries, though there was a community of some 500 houses near the present site of Aritayo with 2 chiefs, one of whom, Ibarra, was Capolong's friend. Blood compacts were made, or a ceremony in which each party threw an egg to the ground and swore that just as those eggs were being pierced was called in Akawan after the rice straw, akha, which was placed in the holes to keep them open while healing, while jatang or hili was an earlobe torn out by heavy earrings or abuse, technology. Cagayan settlements were bounded on one side by forest, on the other by water, either the sea or the river. The importance of the forest is indicated by its many uses. Besides providing timber for buildings and potes, rattan, and bamboo for tools and utensils, it was a source of food, medicine, and even clothing, served as a refuge from enemies, and contained sacred spots for worship and healing. Deer, carabaos, hogs, and wildfowl were taken with hounds, traps, nets, and a crossbow ballista called ballad. Ibanags had an impressive inventory of woods distinguished for their specialized uses: ships' masts, planks, and thwarts, house beams, rafters, and pillars, dyewoods in black, red, and yellow, bark fibers for cordage, and bark removed in whole sheets to be pounded and bleached into cloth. A butag G-string, so named from the species of tree from which they were made, or sinituk for a fine white bark cloth. Pharmaceuticals included a broth boiled from bark to remove the congealed blood from bruises, a sap to heal sores and wounds, a plant chewed to a poultice with saliva to cure boils, leaves rubbed on the body to relieve itches, and the juice of the wild jasmine, macabuling, literally, to make blind, as an antidote for poison and an abortifacient for dead fetus. The Cagayan River system and the waters of the Babuyan Channel provided the Ibanags with fish as well as avenues of trade as far as the Ilocos coast, so that boats were an ordinary part of daily life. The common word for boat was barangay, a term sometimes extended to the crew. Boats were plank-built and sewn, fitted with outriggers, oars, or paddies, and steering oars rather than center rudders. Large vessels were bairay or baiwang. Takolai were canoes hewn from a single tree trunk, dalakit was a raft, and gakil, any bundle of bamboo temporarily tied together to serve as one. There are no references to full-scale Carrico-Meno War, or to naval engagements and sea raiding. Rather, river traffic was not intended for the open sea. It was often characterized by sluggish vessels overloaded to the gunwales, with leaf, washboards added to increase freeboard, and bamboo lashed to the hull of the outriggers to increase buoyancy. The intimate place of all this boating in riverine Cagayan society is reflected in special terms like apayag, to carry passengers on the shoulder to or from vessels anchored in shallow water. A woman dancing opposite a male partner with evasive movements from tide to side was called a yaw, which meant the yawing of a boat. And whereas, chali a short-stemmed variety called kurate, which yielded abundantly but had to be grown in standing water. Rice was the only crop that had a special word for planting payok, whence apapatok was planting season, and tatok, sowing a seedbed for transplanting. Planting other grains simply used a verb form of their names. Mula, on the other hand, meant to plant something other than cereals. Gatab was harvesting, tabag, early harvesting of rice that had matured too soon, and agud was roasting before storage if the grains were too damp. Granaries in the house were called agubuwan, but those in the fields standing on posts with disc-shaped rat guards were called alang. After milling in a mortar, rice was called bagat, soft rice was balugo, and glutinous rice cakes boiled wrapped in leaves were atatan. But despite Cagayan's rich harvests, the uncertainties of cultivation are reflected in a special yokabujari dapak, knocked over because of dry stalks, kupad, a head with few grains, or buka, with none at all, and payakan, stunted as if frostbitten, a Spanish dictionary says. Salt was boiled from seawater on stoves dug out of coastal banks, and the same device was used for distilling alcoholic beverages in a wooden still, barayang, whence liquor was called binarayang. The ordinary Cagayan drink was sugarcane basi, properly aged, it was called pinaayata and likened to claret by the Spaniards, but when still not settled, it was pangajo. If it was distilled to a high alcoholic content, it was called humafwafwi, inflammable, and was said to sting like a merciless flogging. The production and marketing of Nipa wine was only introduced in 1581 by Visayan, Tagalog, and Pampanga auxiliaries settled in the wild palm groves as compensation for their participation in a Spanish expedition to drive out a Japanese pirate. Man and society. Leadership was exercised by chiefs whose authority depended on their reputation as maangel, braves, not on claims to noble lineage. They revalidated their positions by leading warriors on head taking and gay or raids, but also by feeding their followers in times of hunger. Non-maangel members of society were simply called Kalian, member of the same ili settlement. Thus, to liberate a slave was paka-elian literally, make him a townmate. The earliest surviving Ibanag dictionary father, Jose Bugarins, who died in 1676, lists neither Datu nor Timawa, but gives Cameronan for chief, that is, principal, and Buwit for tribute. Such, Cameronan had to be wealthy enough to afford the hospitality and display of gold ornaments required of their class during ritual occasions like harvest feasts, but the claim of the people of Kamalani Ugan that they had a chief who weighed out his gold with steelyard no doubt expressed the ideal rather than the fact. Fig 14. Cagayan warrior, from the Boxer Codex, moribund. The prudent therefore conducted cleansing rituals before bringing any purchase or object into the house from another settlement, and wore magic beads on the wrist when venturing outside home territory themselves. So, too, they observed all omens carefully on leaving the house, a sneeze or a bird, snake, or lizard, and if an omen bird alighted on the roof, Appropriate ceremonies were conducted to forestall its poor tent. If it returned, the house would be abandoned. Shamans were generally old women, occasionally male transvestites, who sang, danced, and fell into trances during both public and private worship. Public ceremonies like a 3-day pre-harvest vitbuib, the display of gold jewelry by those who had it, and victory dances included ritual boasting by Maangel participants. Private healing services were followed by neighbors begging for leftover ritual food and drink for their supernatural effects. Dishes used in especially solemn ceremonies were never used again, but broken and discarded. Porcelain plates in which offerings were made to forest spirits were left there, even gold safe from all pilferage. To cut wood or foliage from sacred groves or hills was a sacrilege which invited public calamity like typhoons or plague. When Luis das Marias ordered such branches gathered for making camp one night along the Babuyan Channel, a sudden storm came up which drove heavy seas over the site, from which the Spaniards only escaped with the loss of all possessions. It was just what the Ibanags had predicted. Mourning restrictions included fasting which, in the case of the loss of an especially beloved and respected wife or child, might last for years. The bereaved would eat no rice nor drink any wine, and his companions would restrict their own consumption of alcohol as a sign of sympathy, which must have been a real hardship. Eduard, 1640, 1:243, rather snidely remarked, for a people so fond of it. If a chief's fasting took too obvious a toll on his physical strength, his community would provide him a slave to behead to end the mourning period, preferably an enemy captive. 1. Early Christian convert confessed that he had dispatched 12 slaves in this manner on different occasions. The deceased was provided with food, clothes, and body oil for use in the other world, and gold for expenses and route, for example, payment to the old boatman who ferried souls across a river or lake, although he would not perform this service for any woman whose hands were not tattooed. Maangel expected to go to the grave, accompanied by 1 or 2 slaves to serve them in a future life of feasting, drinking, and dancing. Bishop Eduard also said they believed they would, eventually return to this world after enjoying that paradise, but whether this is correct or not, it is a belief which was reported nowhere else. A culture during the past 4 centuries, changes which affected not only clothing styles but value judgments. It was these changes that produced the Philippine past, which is recalled today with nostalgia and depicted in Christmas cards and romantic novels. Farmers in short pants follow the plow across irrigated rice fields, and Carabayos drag their produce to market and turn sugarcane presses. Cloth JS woven on upright treadle looms, and pots are thrown on wheels and fired jokills. Men do not wear earrings or long hair, and nobody tattoos or files his teeth. The deceased are buried in Christian cemeteries, ERS are left in houses to be abandoned, or disinterred for and no Kitaviaus burial. Yet these changes did not reach the interior hinterlands, and many pre-Hispanic customs have survived up to the present time among Filipinos whose ancestors were never assimilated into the life of the Spanish colony. The late archaeologist and social anthropologist Robert B. Fox once planned a book to be called The Continuity of Philippine Culture. The book was never written, but it would have examined the cultures of the ethnic minorities for clues to ancient Philippine practices which have disappeared among the Christian majority. This afterword will attempt to do the opposite, that is, look at those minority cultures today for surviving features of the 16th century ethnography already presented. And because modern changes have affected even these cultures, some will be examined as they existed with their traditions still flourishing earlier in the century. Dr. Fox meant to write about minority cultures like that of the Manyans of Mindoro. The Manyans are sedentary agriculturists who farm without plow or carabayo, growing rice, root crops, and vegetables in hillside swidens cleared on such carefully integrated schedules that the surrounding forest cover is not destroyed. Rice is planted by communal labor, with a line of men punching holes with a dibble stick, a line of women following to drop the seeds in. Game is taken with spears forged with an upright 2-cylinder bellows, and bows shooting poisoned arrows. Salt is made by pouring seawater over burning logs, washing out the ashes, and boiling the resulting brine. Cotton is spun with distaff and spindle, and woven on backstrap_looms for G-strings, skirts, and jackets dyed blue with indigo and elaborately embroidered. It is, in short, a genuine 16th-century Visayan technology. As a matter of fact, this 16th-century technology survived into the 20th century from one end of the archipelago to the other. It is almost standard practice among rice sweeteners for men to precede women across the fields, punching holes for them to seed. The Kalinas do so in the Mabaca and Salton valleys and the Itnegs in Apayao subprovince, and so, i.g., to 4 slaves and the equivalent of 6 others in goods and valuables, and delivered the next year lacking 1 slave, for which deficiency the man was still working for his prospective father-in-law in 1910. In Apayao, a proud father may demand that his son-in-law join his household, or at least settle in his village, a demand that can lead to heated exchanges. In 1968, a young American anthropologist, John Smart, accompanied a suitor's party that was so intimidated during negotiations that they jumped through a window and fled. Pre-Hispanic burial practices also continued up into the American regime. Traditional burials in Sagada, Mountain Province, are made in coffins with lids carved from the same tree, placed at the mouth of limestone caves or on almost inaccessible cliffs. The Kalanga bury below or between houses, and so do the Bukidnon, who may also abandon a house in which a death has occurred, as the Manobo also do, while the Mandaya burn such a building. The Mangian, Subanon, and Panay Sulad practice secondary burial, sometimes in ceramic jars, and so do the Ifugeo. The late H. Otley Bayer's remains were interred in Banao in 1967 and later disinterred for a traditional bone-washing ceremony. The Bagabo and Subanon used to sacrifice a slave as a mourning requirement, and a Tagakalo widower could not remarry without performing such a ritual. And the belief that those who die by the sword or in childbirth go to a separate afterworld is held by old folks in societies as far apart as the Bagabo in southern Mindanao and the Ifugeo in northern Luzon. These similarities give impressive testimony to the continuity of Philippine culture across 3 centuries, but even more impressive than its endurance is the extent of its distribution from the mouth of the Cagayan_River in the north to Sarangani and Sulu in the south, from the seacoasts of Samar and Manila Bay to the heights of the Cordillera Central and Mount Apo. This does not mean, however, that all 16th-century Filipinos shared one and the same culture. After all, they spoke many different languages and had adjusted to many different environments, and commu_nities stimulated by overseas trade, supplies, and ideas had developed more sophisticated societies than mountain villages. Igorot blacksmiths may have used the same tools as their Tagalog contemporaries, but they did not have the same access to raw materials, and their chiefs certainly did not operate gun foundries or collect harbor fees. But the similarities do indicate pre-Hispanic culture contacts from one end of the archipelago to the other. They also suggest that lowland Filipinos in the 16th century had more in common with highland minorities in the 20th than with their own Christian descendants. Notes_1. Les Negros Los Costumbres de los Visayas y Negritos, attributed to 16th century encomendero Diego Lope Pagna, and Las Antiguas Leyendas de la Isla de Negro and los Cuentos de los Indios de esta Isla, attributed to 19th century Spanish clergyman José, is part of the forgeries, has been incorporated into standard Philippine history texts. Maragtas is a copyrighted 1907 local history of Panay by Pedro Alcantara Monte Claro, which contains a legend which has carelessly been considered a pre-Hispanic document. 4. See the population of the archipelago, 1565-1898 in Corpus 1989, 1:5 1570. B. The theory was first published in 1918, updated in a historical introduction to Manuel's 1948 Chinese Elements in the Tagalog Language, and popularized in a 1947 newspaper supplement, Philippine Saga, and in Pictorial History of the Philippines, Reyes, ETAL 1953. 6. C. Bennett Bronson's, 1977, Devastating Against Migration, A Negative Perspective on Population Movements in Southeast Asia EEER and SM EEF unsupported by any historical evidence. The idea that it was a Filipino who first circumnavigated the globe has had irresistible appeal in the Philippines, most recently underscored to F. Sionil Jose in his novel, Viajero. 19. San Buenaventura, 1613, 509, however, defines the kodi upi as rabble or violin which they play with a bow. Perhaps this was the Chinese two-stringed erhu. Asterisk 20, the most famous was at Los Bafios in Luzon, whose thermal springs had attracted Filipinos to their medicinal qualities in pre-Hispanic times. 21 Because the sun never appears directly overhead in European latitudes, it is due south of the observer at high noon. Mediterranean sailors therefore used midday, mediata, for the compass bearing of due south. 22 Alcina, 1668a, 4:60, gave a similar expression, Akon kajinu, Akon kajintubo I set you free, I held you as a slave. 23. I use money to mean gold, goods, or any other medium of exchange. 24 This island was called Mazaa or Mazagua in the Spanish accounts, and there has recently been some controversy over its location. I see no reason to doubt its identification with Limasawa. Pigafetta placed it at 9 2/3 degrees north latitude, 25 leguas, 150 kilometers, from Humunu, Hamanhan, and Albo gave the same latitude but estimated the Hamanhan-Masawa distance as 20 leguas, 120 kilometers. In 1565, Legazpi pilot Esteban Rodriguez logged the distance from Cavalian, Leyte, at 8 or 9 leguas, and when Captain Ortiz de Ruta visited the island in 1543, he thought it was about 60 kilometers from Butuan. Considering the fact that these observers thought that Panayon Island was a continuation of Leyte, Limasawa is the only island found in this position. Its exact latitude is 9°54'58", but sunsight readings were known to be a bit low in the early 16th century. Rodriguez, 1565, 398, himself noted, I always add a quarter of a _degree to the sunsight according to the Mexican tables and not the Spanish. It may also be worth noting that the names Masawa and Limasawa have the same root sawa, python, perhaps they mean python place and 5 pythons respectively. _25, Tallulah is presumably Turain, Ibran, on the southeast coast, which was confused in the Villalobos account with Patuco and its fine harbor on the northwest. 26, 1 am indebted to linguist Ken Marriott for the following explanations of these names, Kandigar, i.e., Ballad I, Laverkis much like it might be Sandigang in Sangirand _Sangal languages, which means located nearby, Mindanao. To this day, both languages use a synonym of Sandigang to refer to Ballad. Personal Communication 13, April 1998. 27. Members of Salcedo's a force of 1,572 also reported one town that seemed to have more than 3,000 houses, Ortega 1,573, 135, a rather unlikely copyright figure. 98. The Chinese characters %a appear on an illustration of a Sangli couple in the Boxer Codex, 1590a, PLV. Lang Lang is probably Lan Nang, a colloquial term by which Fujianese in the Philippines distinguish themselves from other Chinese immigrants. 29. Pigafetta, 1624b, 222, said of him, this captain was much feared in those parts, but more so by the pagans because they were enemies of that Moro king. Gines de Mafra said he was in Borneo to marry the Sultan's daughter, but J here follow the Aganduru Mirai's account of 1623. This account, despite Mirai's own embellishments, preserves a underscore Manila tradition that was current at the beginning of the 17th century, and is underscore therefore worth quoting at length. Fi away at we Prince swore according to his custom, and he kept his word very well, as we will see in the conquest of Manila, for this is the King Lydia Matanda who received Meister de Campo Martin de Goiti hospitably, Mirais 1623, 78:59-60. 30. Our earliest population figure for Manila is 2000 in 1572, excluding the asterisk women and children, though br translate Dexadu as including. This figure have increased to 10,000, by reckoning 5 women and children to each man, but then arbitrarily lowered to 6,000 to exclude the environs. The passage in question reads, "The natives were many and of different classes, although not so many as has been said in Nueva España, Mexico, where they said that there were 80,000 Moros gathered in this town of Manila when this occupation took place, because from the 80,000, 78,000 had best be removed, leaving 2,000 which there could have been in the said town and the other towns around, besides the children and the women, who would have been many." Anonymous 1572, 79. Nonetheless, the tendency to exaggerate the size of Manila at the time of Spanish advent continued into the next century. In 1664, Andres de San Nicolas, who was never in the Philippines, wrote, "When Adenlantado Miguel Lopez de Legazpi took it by force of arms on May 19, 1576, 10,000 houses adorned it, San Nicolas 1664, 415. Plus $1. In an earlier work, I mistakenly thought these 22 varieties were all Swidden rice, that is, unirrigated, Scott 1992a, 75, I regret the error. I-432, like Sanskrit, Arabic, and Hebrew, the Philippine script has separate characters underscore for the consonants but represents vowels with diacritical marks. I therefore call it, like them, an alphabet rather than a syllabary. 33 Kinship terms of Chinese origin which appear in certain Tagalog dialects today underscore like 8, eldest sister, Kuya, eldest brother, Diko, second eldest brother, or Sangs, third eldest sister, do not appear in early dictionaries. $4. San Buenaventura here curiously spelled Barangay as Barangay, perhaps reflecting a contemporary sound shift. I have regularly used barangay in this work to accord with underscore modern usage. 35. The fact that these chiefs were not kings was cited by Raja Solomon as an excuse for having betrayed his peace pact with Legazpi. You know that in this land there is no king nor single head, but each holds his own views and opinion, and so they do what seems best to them. And were I king of this land rather than only lord of my own estate, the word which I gave would not have been broken. Recall 1578, 234. $6. I regret that in several earlier works I incorrectly attributed this quotation to Archbishop Miguel de Benavides, see Scott 1974, 49, 1992a, 9. $7. In 1974, I speculated that Gaganayan was Cancanea, a Cordillera ethno-linguistic group, Scott 1974, 43 and 4, but have since learned that Ilocano Gaganayan, warping frame, also means the constellation commonly called the Three Marias, Caro 1790, 116. Spanish accounts begin with the Magellan expedition of 1521. Magellan was a Portuguese adventurer under contract to the Spanish king to find a westward passage to underscore the Spice Islands, but he was killed in Mactan and most of his men were massacred in underscore Cebu. The survivors escaped in 2 vessels, one of which was captured by the Portuguese underscore together with all of Magellan's papers, which were subsequently lost in a Lisbon fire. The underscore other ship managed to continue westward and finally reached Spain. 5 first-hand accounts have survived from this inadvertent circumnavigation of the world. The best of the 5 is Antonio Pafagita's justly celebrated Primo Viaggio intorno al underscore mondo of 1524, one of the most observant travel documents of the 16th century. Pigafetta's original manuscript has not survived, but 4 copies are known, 2 of them identical enough to be regarded as faithful to the original, one in Italia and the other in French. The so-called Ambrosian text was published by Blair and Robertson in Italian, and the beautiful Nancy, or Beinecke, text in facsimile by R. A. Skelton in French. The former contains a few careless non sequiturs, the latter a number of mistranslated words, but is nonetheless considered the preferred text. Unfortunately, these manuscripts remained unknown to scholars until the 19th century, so Spanish historians in the Philippines had to rely on garbled paraphrase in French printed in 1525 as Le Voyagete, Navigation Fact par les Espagnols, and then translated into Italian and given wide circulation in Giovanni Battista Ramuggio's 1550 della Navigazione et Viaggi. It is this mutilated text which has given rise to the modern Philippine controversy over a supposed Magellan visit to Butuan, an event nowhere mentioned in the primary texts. Pilot Francisco Albo's navigational log has also survived, as well as a running account, by Gines de Mafra, who would visit the Philippines again 22 years later with Villalobos, along with VO anonymous undated Portuguese accounts. These provide a number of gossipy details like the fact that the rulers of Butuan, Limasawa, and Cebu-Awi, Colombo, and Humabon were all related, and that Lapu-Lapu of Mactan was the uncle of Humabon's wife. They also regard Magellan's death as having been caused by an act of foolhardy aggression on his part, an opinion evidently shared by the Spanish court since the Viceroy of Mexico, Hernan Cortés, tried to send the King of Cebu an apology. 3 more Spanish expeditions made landfalls on the east coast of Mindanao but could not reach Cebu because of adverse winds and currents, and wound up in Portuguese hands in the Moluccas. 2 accounts are extant from the 1526 Juan Garcia Jofer de Loaza voyage, one by Hernando de Ature, who assumed command following the deaths of Loaza and 3 of his successors, the other by a daring Basque seaman by the name of Andres de Urdaneta, who was to return to the Philippines 40 years later, a San Augustinian friar. The little Santa Maria del Paralgat separated from Loaza's fleet, and her crew mutinied, killed their officers, ran aground on Sangar Island, and were all seized and sold into slavery. From the 1528 expedition of Alvaro de Saavedra cer 6 and there, are 3 accounts, 2 by Vicente de Napoles and 1 by Francisco Granado. On the Davao coast, Saavedra recovered 4 of the Spanish slaves but hanged 3 of them as mutineers. The 1543 Ruy Lopez de Villalobos expedition was the first to attempt an actual settlement in the Philippines and therefore carried a contingent of friar missionaries, but, during 18 tragic months lost more than 200 men to hunger, disease, or hostility. Father Geronimo Santisteban has left 1 account, and Senior Officer Garcia. Perhaps the richest source of Filipino detail is the Boxer Codex, named for its scholar owner, C.R. Boxer, because its title page is missing, though it can be dated to 1590, on internal evidence. It includes separate sections on Cagayan, Zambales, the Tagalogs, and the Visayans, as well as treatises on other regions of Indonesia and southern China, and is profusely illuminated with gold leaf. Are only illustrations of 16th century Filipinos. Readers should be aware, however, that, like other early Spanish documents, it regularly refers to Tagalogs as Moros, although their culture is clearly described as non-Muslim and animist. The 2 best books for our period are Dr. Antonio de Morga's 1609 Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas, and Father Pedro Chirino's 1604 Relación de las Islas Filipinas. Morga was a highly placed colonial officer once acting governor with access to documentation of the events, that is, sucesos, about which he wrote. His work includes the most thorough and objective account of the archipelago and its inhabitants written in the 16th century. He referred to Filipinos as naturales natives rather than indios, a term suggesting cultural inferiority. Chirino's work is a history of the early Jesuit missions, and portrays Filipinos sympathetically for a European audience. He reported them as ready and faithful converts, lauded their cleanliness and ability to carry their liquor, and exaggerated their modesty of dress and extent of literacy. The Jesuit story was continued by Francisco Colin in his 1668 Labor Evangelica from Chirino's own notes, and a longer version of the _Relación, which is happily reproduced almost in full in the annotations to Pablo Pastel's 1900 edition of Colin. Since the Dominicans were given charge of missionary work in northern Luzon, Bishop Diego de Eduardo's 1640 Historia de la Provincia del Santo Rosario is the best source for Pangasinan and Cagayan culture. Early Franciscan writers like Marcelo de Ribadeneyra and Fuan Pober de Zamora, however, gave much less detail about the Bicolanos, devoting most of their space to glowing reports of native responses to their proselytizing efforts. Our earliest accounts of life in northeastern Mindanao are Recollect Fathers Andres de San Nicolas' 1664 Historia General de los Religiosos Descalzos del Orden de los Ermitatus and Luis de Gestis's 168 continuation. Jesuit Francisco Combes's 1667 Historia de las Islas de Mindanao, y Aloy sus adiacentes as a classic of Spanish reporting of Philippine culture, being characterized by careful personal observations and rich recording of oral histories. And a curious little 1673 book by Pedro Mercado called Vida de un Manchego Indio llamado Miguel Ayatumo, Natural de Bohol, Life of an Indio youth called Miguel Ayatumo, a native of Bohol, contains a few unique references to religious practices on that island. There are two books written in later centuries which are also valuable for information, about the 16th Gaspar de San Agustin's 1698 Conquistas de las Islas Filipinas and Juan Francisco de San Antonio's 1738 Crónicas de la Apostólica Provincia de S. Gregorio. San Augustine made use of contemporary documents of the conquest, and preserved many details otherwise unknown, even a description of native culture by Legazpi himself, complete with date of dispatch to Mexico, whose original is not catalogued in the AGI. And San Antonio made a careful study of the work of earlier writers before producing his own descriptions of Philippine culture and society. Special insight into Tagalog language and culture is provided by the sermons and hortatory expositions written by Spanish friars who were masters of the idiom. Unlike dictionary definitions, these specimens of prose illustrate how the language was actually. For example, no doubt reflects the interests of their lexicographers rather than different levels of technology in the language groups involved. San Buenaventura mentioned neither potter's wheels nor any other implements for pot making, though there were obviously Tagalog potters, but Visayan and Bicol dictionaries give the terms for the paddle and anvil technique. On the other hand, the fact that Tagalog and Bicol dictionaries contain extensive vocabularies for wet rice farming but that Visayan dictionaries do not, certainly point to different agricultural technologies in these areas. Again, the absence of any Philippine terms for cart, sledge, yoke, or plow from a particular lexicon may not be significant, but that these terms are missing from all the early dictionaries, as well as from other accounts, persuasively argues that the caraballo was not being used as a draft animal in pre-Hispanic times. In addition to these historical sources, recourse has been made to the oral literature of Filipino groups occupying the interior mountains of Mindanao, Panay, and Luzon, where they were exposed to colonial acculturation. It is not possible to date these epochs, but they preserve the idealized memory of an earlier way of life in compositions of truly epic scope and style. Whenever they were composed, they depict an un-Hispanized Philippine culture and society with obvious parallels to the Philippine culture and society described in this work, from the Cordillera of northern Luzon. Francis Lambrecht and Francis Baliet have published the Ifugeo Hudhud and Kalinga Alalim, and from Panay, Fi. Enda Jocano has published part of the Hinalawad, while Gina Bart has kindly made available her unpublished translation of part of the Humadapnon. Musicologist Elena G. Makaso has produced a book-length study, Bulahingan, an epic of the southern Philippines, from the Manobo of South Cotabato, while their Manuvio neighbors Ajayo cycle has been the subject of studies and recordings by E. Arsenio Manuel. From Bukidnon comes Ludovina R. Opfia's recording of the Olajing, and from the Subanon, Esther Linda Mendoza Malagar, Gaudiosa Martinez Aco Tirana, and Virgilio Risma have published 3 epics in Kinaadman. In a class by itself for epic grandeur and literary sophistication is the Daranan of Maraywai, which was first brought to public attention by Frank Laubox in Odyssey from Lanao in 1930. The whole cycle is now being published by the Folklore Division of the Mindanao State University Research Center under the direction of Sister Ma. Delia Coronel. 6 luxurious volumes have been published to date, totaling 80,225 lines of elegant Maranao verse. The Ilocano epic of Lamang, which might better be called a metrical romance, strangely does not depict an unhispanized culture. Its hero performs his magical feats in a setting which might easily be that of a 19th-century Spanish colony. Similarly, a 19th-century Spanish poem which incorporates Bicol folklore has been passionately believed by Bicolano scholars to be a translation from a lost epic called Handiang of Ibalan. But whether translation or not, the poem is no triton in the literary style of other Philippine epics. It lacks the rich repetitions of petty details which would permit the reconstruction of an archaic Philippine society. Neither of these works have therefore served the purposes of the present study. Abella, Domingo. 1971. From To Indio to Filipino, Philippine A. Ateneo at Review 4, 1971. 134, Eduart, Diego de 1640. Historia R. Provincia del Santo Rosario de la Orden de Predicadores en Filipinas, Japón y China. Ed Manuel Ferrero, 2 volumes. Madrid 1962. Albo, Francisco. 1522. Diario o derrotero del Viaje de Magallanes desde el Cabo de San Agustin en el Brasil, hasta el regreso a España de la Nao Victoria. CVD 4, 209-47. Albuquerque, Agustin de 1575, Carte del P. Agustin comunicando el suceso del Corsario Limahan. Campo de Pangasinan June 5, 1575, HPAF 14, 234-61. Alcina, Francisco Ignacio. 1668a, Historia de las Islas y Indios de Visayas. Part 1, Books 1-4. Victor Baltazar Transcription, University of Chicago Philippine Studies Program 1962. 1668b Historia de las Islas y Indios de Visayas selected by Cantius Kobach and Pablo Fernandez. Filipiniana Sacra 14-20, 1978-1985. 1668c La Historia de los Islands Dios de Bistil y Pedra y Celcina 1668. Ed. Ma. Luisa Martin Maras and Ma. Dolores Higueras. Madrid 1974. Aldana Cabrera, Garcia de 1620 Relacian. Aringa May 20, 1620. AGI Filipina 7. Alizan, Bartolome. 1608 Ricardo y Donacienda Tierras al Hospital de los Barrios. Tabuco April 4, 1608. AFIO Ms. Alonso, Carlos, 1989. Primer Viaje Missional Alrededor del Mundo, 1542-1549 Una Augusta Agustiniana, Valladolid. Alba, Wanda. 1570 Carta del P. Wanda Alva Alviri de la Nueva Espafia Dandali Cuenta de las Islas. Panay July 28, 1570. HPAF 14, 59-62. Alvarado, Garcia d'Escalante. 1548, Relación del Viaje que hizo desde la Nueva España a las Islas del Poniente Ruy López de Villalobos. Lisbon, August 1, 1548, CDIA 5, 11745. Anonymous N.D.A, Motivo inedito de circumnavegado de Fernando de Magalhães. Ed. M. de Jong, Coimbra 1937. Anon, NDB El Viaje de Don Ruy López de Villalobos a las Islas del Poniente. Ed. Consuelo Varela. Milan 1983. Anonymous 1524, Navegacami Viajam que fez Fernando de Magalhães de Sevilla para Malleco no ano de 1519 anos, Caldinoctic Gaiasapeira a Histgo e Orgrafia das Nações Ultramarinas, que vivem nos dominios Portugueses 4, 114776, Lisbon 1826. Anonymous 1565. Relación del Viaje y Jornada de su Majestad hizo en el descubrimiento de las Islas del Poniente que fue por General el Muy Ilustre Zafir Miguel López de Legazpi. HPAF 13, 406-511. Anonymous 1566. Copia de una carta venida de Sevilla a Miguel Salvador de Valencia. Barcelona. BR2, 220-30. Anon, 1567, Relación de lo que ocurrido en el Real y Campo de la Isla de Zubu de las Islas Filipinas desde 10 de junio de 1565 hasta el mes de julio de 1567. CDIU 3, 91-225. Anonymous 1570, Relation of the Voyage to Luzon. BR3, 73-104. Anonymous 1572. Relación Anónima de la Conquista de la Isla de Luzon. Manila, April 20, 1572, HPAF 14, 73-99. Anonymous 1574A. Relación de los Sucedido en las Islas Filipinas desde 1 de julio del año de 1573, Manila, July 16, 1574, HPAF 14, 217-22. Anon, 1574b, Relación del Orden que la gente española, Atenado y en pacificar la tierra y sustentarse en ella. September 17, 1574, HPAF 14, 222-32. 1590b, Carlos Quirino and Moro Garcia, The Manners, Customs, and Beliefs of the Philippine Inhabitants of Long Ago, being chapters of a late 16th-century Manila manuscript, transcribed, translated, and annotated, the Philippine Asterisk Journal of Science 87, 1958 $25-453. Bronson, Bennett. 1977 Against Migration, A Negative Perspective on Population Movements in Southeast Asia, Philippine Quarterly of Culture and Meat, 20, 1992 34157. Brown, Donald E., 1970. 7 Himirachain and History of a Bornean Atabay Banit Brunei Museum Journal Monograph 2, 2. 1984, Brunei Through the Shatter and the Sils Isla, Solidarity 99, 1984 1015, Brown, Donald E., James W. Edwards, and Ruth P. Moore. The Penis Inserts of Southeast Asia, an annotated bibliography with .an overview and comparative perspectives. Berkeley. Bugarin, Jose. 1676 Diccionario Ibanag Español Compuesto en lo Antiguo por el R.P. Father Jose Bugarin, Manila 1854. 7 Calle Haray Ejsos e 1968. Ibalan, An Ancient Baikal Epic, Philippine Studies 16, 318-47. Caro, Andres. 1790 Vocabulario Ilico Esperol. Manila 1849, Castano, Jose. 1895, Breve Noticia acerca del origen, religi 6n, creencias y supersticiones de los antiguos indios de Bico. In W. E. Ratana, Archivo St. pp 1-77. Sate, 1895. Castro, Jovita Ventura, etal, ed. 1984 Anthology of Asian Literatures, Epics of the Philippines. Manila. Sabalos, Sancho Diaz Ibe, 1576. Letter to the Viceroy of Nueva España dated Manila June 4, 1576. AGI Filipinas 34. Charles V 1519. INS Tiruchi 6 NKDIOL Rey Magallanes y Valero para el Viaje al Descubrimiento de las Islas de Malacca, CVD 4, 121-41. Y Chen, Shaoxing. 1962 The migration of the Chinese from Fukien to the Philippines under the Spanish colonization and to Taiwan under the Dutch colonization, an analysis of their pattern of development and their correspondences, proceedings of the 2D Biennial Conference, International Association of Historians of Asia. Taipei. Chirino, Pedro. 1604 Relación de las Islas Filipinas y de lo que en ellas han trabajado los padres de la Compañía de Gestas, Rome. Colin, Francisco. 1663 Labor Evangelica Ministerios Apostólicos de los Obreros la Compañía de Gestas, Fundación y Progresos de Islas Filipinas. Ed Pablo Pasteles, 3 volumes Barcelona 1900. Combs, Francisco. 1667 Historia de las Islas de Mindanao, ILOYSUS Adyacentes. Ed W. E. Ratana. Madrid 1897. Coronel, Ma. Delia. 1983 Stories from the Daranjan, Mindanao Art and Culture 5. 1986-1990 Daranjan, 6 volumes Maraywai City. Corpus, Anafra D. 1989. The Roots of the Filipino Nation. Quezon City. Cortez, Hernando. 1527, Carta que escribí Hernan Cortesal Raid Cebu, manifestándole el objeto de la expedición que iba al Malaco mandada por Alvaro de Saavedra. May 28, 1527. CVD 5, 426-27. Cogea, Lorenzo Fernandez. 1731 Diccionario Pangasinan en Español. Manila 1865. Kushner, Nicholas P. 1976, Landed Estates in the Colonial Philippines. New Haven. Daguio, Amado, 1952. Hudhud High Alaguyan, The Harvest Song of Alaguyan. M.A. Thesis, Stanford University. In Castro, ETAL 1984. pp 7-56. Horridge, G. Adrian. 1982 The Lashed Lug Boat of the Eastern Archipelagos, the Alcina MS, and the El Lomblen Whaling Boats. National Maritime Museum, Greenwich, UK, Monograph No. 5. Huerta, Felix de. 1855, Estado Geográfico, Lopográfico, Estadístico, Histórico, Religioso de la Santa y Apostólica Provincia de San Gregorio Magno. Manila. Isla, Juan de la, 1565, Relación de las Islas del Poniente. CDIU 3, 226-43. Gestas, Luista. 1681 Historia General de los Religiosos Descalzos del Orden de los Ermitaños. Madrid. Chocano, F. Landa. 1957, Hinalawad Epic of Panay, Sunday Tismapitans, June 9, 1957. reprinted in Castro, ETAL 1984. pp 107-83. 1964 Notes on the solid concept of death, the soul, and the region of the dead, Philippine Studies 12, 1964 51-62, Keith, Agnes Newton. 1955 Bare Feet in the Palace. Boston, Toronto. Kern, Hendrik. 1897, in Spanisch Schrijver over den Godsdienstgeschiedenisbijgelers en den mythologisch gedichte de Filipijnen, bijdragen tot den taal land en volkenkunde van Nederland Cindy 47, 1897, 22438, 498-507. Kasiweg de Zwaan, J.P. 1917. Kunstmatige bij de inlanders van den Indies Chen Archipel, Nederland Cindy Oud en Nieuwtu, 279-302. Larhoven, Ruurge. 1989 Triumph of Moro Diplomacy, the Pinginiani Ajultanate in the 17th Century. Quezon City. Lambrecht, Francis. 1960 Hudhud of Alaguyon who was bored by the rustle of the palm tree at Alatogen, Folklore Studies 19, 1-173. 1967 The Hudhud of Dinulawan and Bugan at Gunhayden, a critical study. Baguio 1967. Reprinted from St. Louis Quarterly 5, 267-713. Laubach, Frank. 1930, An Odyssey from Lanao, Philippine Public Schools 3, 8. Reprinted as How Bantagan Died Below the Mountain by the Sea in Asuncion David Madamba, ed., Early Philippine Literature. Manila 1971. Laves Ayers, Guido de. 1574 Carta del Gobernador General de Filipinas M. Dandali Relación del Estado de Dichas Islas. Manila July 30, 1574, HPAF 14, 193-205. Legazpi, Miguel L. 6 Pesda. 1565 Bando sobre los que hubiesen abierto sepulcros y extrado de ellos oro, joyous y otras precias. Cebu May 16, 1565. CDIU 2, 355-57. 1569 A Carta, Alviri de Mexico, Mark de Falsas. Cebu July 7, 1569. HPAF 14, 17-24. 1569b Relación de las Islas Filipinas y de la calidad y condiciones de la gente de la para su majestad, July 7, 1569. HPAF 14, 22 and 63, 1570 Copia de algunos capítulos de Carta de Legazpi Alviri de Nueva España. Panay July 25, 1570, HPAF 14, 49-53. 1572 Copia de Carta que el General Scribe Alviri de la Nueva España. Manila August 11, 1572. HPAF 14, 117-31. L. Etz, Paul S. 1962, More about Alzina's Historia de Visayas, Philippine Studies 10, 366-75. Lisboa, Marcosta. 1628 A Vocabulario de la Lengua Bicol. Manila 1865. 1628 B Diccionario y Vocabulario el Idioma Español y Bicol. Bound together with Lisboa 1628A. Manila 1865. Lave, Antonio de la 1622. Crónica Primitiva de esta provincia de S. Gregorio Fecha en Manila and 4 de Mayo de 1622. AFIO, Lorca, Miguel de, 1582. Relación de las Islas Filipinas. BR 5, 34-187. Medina, Wanda. 1630 Historia de los Sucesos de la Orden de en, Gran P.S. Agustin de estas Islas Filipinas, in Biblioteca Histórica Filipina 4. Manila 1893. Mendez, Martin, 1521. El libro que trajo la nao Victoria de las Amistades que hicieron con los Reyes de Malleco. In Mauricio Obregon, La Primera Vuelta al Mundo. Bogotá 1984. Mentrida, Alonso de. 1637 A Vocabulario de la Lengua Bisaya Hiligurina y Heria de las Islas de Panay y Sigbu, y para las demás Islas. Manila 1841. 1637b, Ardid la Lengua Bisaya Hiligina de la Isla de Panay. Tambobong 1894. Mercado, Pedro de. 1673 Vida de un Manchego Indio llamado Miguel Ayutumo Natural de Boalo en Filipinas. Madrid, Monte Claro, Pedro Alcantara. 1907 Maragdas Khan, Historia, SG Rollo na Panakutub SG Tiuna na Pamulyu Tobtub SG Pagabut SG Mga Taga Borneo na Amang Jinhalinan SG Mga Bisaya, Kag SG Pagabut SG Mga Castilla. Noilo. Morga, Antonio de. 1609 Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas. Mexico. Ed. W. E. Ratana. Madrid 1910. Morais, Rodrigo de Aganduru. 1623 Historia General de las Islas Occidentales a la Asia Adyacentes y Lámidas Filipinas, Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España 77, 1-546, 79, 1-230, Madrid 1882. Murillo Velarde, Pedro. 1743, Cursus Juris Canonici. Napoles Vicenteta, 1534a. Relación que presenti en Madrid el CEO 1534 Vicenteta na 4 Poles sobre los sucesos de la Armada Saavedra. CVD 5, 438-48. 1543b Relación de todo lo que descubrí el Capitán Álvaro de Saavedra. CDIA 5, 68-96. Nosta, Juan José, and Pedro de Sanlúcar. 1753 Vocabulario de la Lengua Tagala. Manila 1860. Ocotarena, Gaudiosa Martinez. 1981 AG Tobignog Kabaklagan, a Subanon folk epic, Kinaadman 3, 343-543. Oliver, Wanda. 1590 Declaración de la Doctrina Cristiana en Idioma Tagalog. Ms. 21537, Lot 527, Lilly Library, Bloomington, Indiana. 1590b. Declaración de los Mandamientos de la Ley de Dios. In Rosales 1984. Oponía, La Divina R 1979. Olajing, The Battle of Nalandangan, a Bukidnon folk epic, Kinaadman 1, 151-227. Ortega, Francisco de. 1573 Carta Alviri de Nueva España. Manila June 6, 1573, HPAF 14, 133-48. Ortiz, Thomas, 1729. Arte y Reglas de la Lengua Tagala, Samlock 1740. Oviedo y Valdez, Gonzalo Fernández de. 1557 Historia General y Natural de las Indias, Islas y Terre Firme de Mar Océano, 14 volumes Agencian del Paraguay 1945, Oyanguran, Melchor de. 1742 Tagalismo elucidado y reducido, en lo posible, a la Latinidad de Nebrija. Mexico. Pastrana Real, Apolinar. 1982 Father Bernardino Melendreiras, OFM. 1815 to 1867, y su obra poética sobre la región del Bicol, Filipinas, Mission Alia Hispanica 39, 85 to 181. Pavin, Siefken, and Hester 1957. Figuero, Juan. 1691 Vida del Van P. Father Domingo Porres. In Honorio Muñoz, Unhero Dominicano Montañes en Filipinas, Part 1. Santander 1951. Porres, Domingo. 1680 Relación de los Indios Symbols de la Playa Honda, Suicidio, sus Costumbres. In Honorio Muñoz, Unhero Dominicano Montañes en Filipinas, Part 2. Santander 1951. Reyes, Pedrito, Mercedes Grau Santa Maria, H. Otley Bayer, and Jamie C. de Vera. 1953 Pictorial History of the Philippines. Manila. Ribadenera, Marcelo de. 1601 Historia de las Islas del Archipelago Filipino y Reinos de la Gran China, Tartaria, Cochin China, Malacca, Siam, Cambodia y Japón, ed. Juan R. Legisma. Madrid 1947, Rical, Fernando, 1565. Información del Dano y Fuerzas que los Portugueses de Malacca hicieron en las Islas Filipinas. Bohol March 25, 1565. CDIU 2, 284 to 305. 1571, Act of taking possession of Manila, incorrectly dated May 18, 1572. AGI Padronado, Leg. 24, Number 24. 1573 Las Nuevas Quescriben de las Islas del Poniente Hernando Rical y Otros. Manila July 1, 1573. BR 3, 230-48. Rizal y Mercado, Jose, 1887, Letter to Ferdinand Blumentritt dated Berlin April 13, 1887, Epistolario Rizalino 5, Manila, 1938 110-13. Rodriguez, Esteban. 1565, Relación muy circunstanciada de la navegación 6 en que hizo el Armada de S. M., a cargo del General Miguel L. 6 Pez de Legazpi. CDIU 2, 373-427, Roman, Philippi. 1591 El Fruto de los Agustinos en la Pampanga. AHA 16, 1921 257-79, Rosales, Antonio Ma. 1984 A study of a 16th-century Tagalog manuscript on the Ten Commandments, its significance and implications, Quezon City. Ruiz, Miguel de. 1630 Vocabulario Tagalog. Ms. King's College London. San Agustin, Andres de. 1647 Arte de la Lengua Bicol por la Enseñanza de Idioma en la Provincia de Camarines. Sampay LOC 1795, San Agustin, Gaspar. 1698 Conquistas de las Islas Filipinas. Ed Manuel Merino, Madrid 1975. 1703 Compendio de la Lengua Tagala, Sampay LOC 1787. San Antonio, Juan Francisco de. 1738 Crónicas de la Apostólica Provincia de S. Gregorio de Religioso Descalzos de NSPS Francisco en las Islas Filipinas, China, Japan etc. Part Primera. Sampay LOC. San Buenaventura, Pedro de. 1613, Vocabulario de Lengua Tagala, Pila. San Jose, San Joseph. C. Blancas de San Jose. San Juan, Eric A., 1987, Philippine Ethnohistory, Anthropology, History, and the Conception of the Human as Political Agent, Philippine Development FORUM 4, 2-3, 1987 105 FF Sanchez, Mateo. 1617 Vocabulario de la Lengua Bisaya. Manila 1711, Sanchez Fuertes, Cayetano. 1984 Moros y Cristianos en Filipinas, Incursiones Musulmanas contra Comunidades Cristianas del Sur de la Isla de Luzon, S17, Mission Alia Hispanica 41, 209-47, Sandy, Francisco de. 1575 Informe de Gobernador Sandia Felipe II. Manila April 6, 1575, in Rafael Lopez, The Christianization of the Philippines. Manila 1965. pp 182-224. 1576 Carta of Felipe I del Gobernador de Filipinas, de Cuenta de su Legado y Accidentes de su Viaje. Manila June 7, 1576. HPAF 14, 387-441. 1577 Relation and Description of the Philippine Islands. Manila June 8, 1577. BR 4, 98-118. 1579, Letter to the King dated Manila May 30, 1579. BR 4, 144-47, Santa Ines, Francisco de. 1676 Crónica de la Provincia de S. Gregorio Magno. In Biblioteca Histórica Filipina 2, 3. Manila 1892. 1537, La Relación 6 N.K. Andrés de Urdaneta AVS, M. de la Armada KVM Monde para la Especiria con el Comandador Loaza es lo siguiente. Valladolid February 26, 1537. HPAF 13, 218-72. Urdaneta, Andrés de, ETAL 1536. Relación de lo que dixeron ciertos testigos con juramento que es el tom 6 por los del Constitución de las Indias sobre el viaje del Comandador Loaiza a los Moluccos. HPAF 13, 187-218, Van Dijk, LCD 1862. Neerlandsvro ex Saint Betrekkingen met Borneo, Den Solo Archipel, Cambodia, Siam and Cochin China, Amsterdam. Selections translated in J. Hughes Chen, Relations of the East Indies Company with Borneo, Brunei, the Sulu Archipelago, Mindanao, etc., Brunei Museum Journal 5, 1984 6-34, Van Lerje. C. 1955, Indonesian Trade and Society, Essays in Asian Social and Economic History. Dordrecht 1983. Van Nieuwert, Olivier, 1601. Durets om Wereld door Olivier van Nieuwert 1599-1601. S. Gravenhage 1926. Vera, Santiago de. 1587 Carta del Gobernador de Filipinas Alviri de Mexico, Dandali Cuenta del Estado de las Islas Filipinas. Manila June 25, 1587. HPAF 15, 26585. 1589 Carta, Refiere la Rebeli 6 NK Intentaron Algunos Principales de Filipinas. Manila July 13, 1589, HPAF 15, 370-87, Villegas, Ramon N. 1983, Kayamanan, The Philippine Jewelry Tradition. Manila. Bernstedt, Frederick L. and J. E. Spencer. 1967 The Philippine Island World, of Physical, Cultural, and Regional Geography, Berkeley, Los Angeles. Wicks, Robert Dollar. 1992 Money, Markets, and Trade in Early Southeast Asia. Ithaca. Yabes, Leopoldo Y. 1935. The Ilocano Epic. Manila 1935. Reprinted in Philippine Social Sciences and Humanities Review 23, 1958 283-337, Zamora, Juan Poberta, 1595. Historia de la Partida y Descubrimiento del Gale 6 en San Felipe, chapters 15-16. In Fidel de Lejarza, L.Os Indios de Camarines en el siglo XVI, Mission Alia Hispanica 9, 1952 394-403. Zorc, R. David. 1984, The Philippine Language Scene, the Sociolo-Linguistic Contributions of Historical Linguistics, Philippine Journal of Linguistics 14-15, 135-48. Zuniga, Joaquin Martinez de 1798 Estadismo de las Islas Filipinas, o mis viajes por este país. Ed. W. E. Ratana. Madrid 1893. Zweig, Stefan. 1938 Conqueror of the Seas, The Story of Magellan. New York. Austronesian Languages, 13 Awang, Animal Pits, 44 Awi, Datu, Abutuan, 19, 29, 151 Awit, 110 Ayam, Dogs, 43 Babalan, 82, 84-85, 121 Babui, 182 Bacchanales, 50 Backstrap Loom, 69 Badhala, 233-34 Bagidi, Making Fire by Friction, 47 Baggio, 190 Bahag, 22, 28, 272 Bahandi, Heirloom, 32, 66, 129 Balada, Balara, Dagger, 147, 232 Balas, Northeast Wind, 189 Balatique, 44 Ballet, 57, 58-59, Illustration, Ballad, Crossbow, 265 Balian, Female Shamans, 185 Belolong, 44 Banale Condula, Datu, 192 _ Bangut, 21 Bangka, 149 Banzil, 19 Bantara, Bamboo Tower, 186 Banway, 113-14 Barangay, Balagay, Balanavi, 4-6, 14, 62, 102, 219, 220, 265 Bare Feet in the Palace, 7 Barot, 150-51 Barato, 62 Bazahan, Alphabet, 186 Basing, 68 Batak, 183 Batara Shaten Gal, Sultan of Sulu, 164 Bathala Makapal, 80, 252 Battle of Bangkusay Channel, 244 Bog, Binagok, Healing Period, 20 Bayan, Town, 190 Bibayan, Tagalog Script, 20910, 213-16 Balan, 168 Bayok, Shamans, 252 Bergafio, Diego, 244 Beetle Nut. 49 Bayer, H. Otley, 10 Bayer Wave Migration Theory, 10, 11 Bibit, 26 Bichara Adas, Council of Elders, 17 Bihag, 133 Bicolandia, Agriculture, 180-81, Alphabet, 186, Area, 179, Belligerence, 187, Common Culture with Visayas, 179-80, Drinking, 182, Fishing, 181, Gold Mines, 179, Martial Terminology 187-88, People, 179, Religion, 184-86, Rights, 185, Social Structure, 183-84, Terms, 182, Tuba, 182, Warfare, 186 to 88 Bing Bing, 26 Binji of Lawan, 106 Binji, Binjile, Virgin, 106 Binakode Maiden, 49, 60. Barangay, Standard Measure, 69 Biro, Soot and Ink, 20 Blair and Robertson, Blancas San Jose, 8, 43, 218, 228, 224, 241 Blood Brothers, 156 Bangto, 136 Boat Building, 62 to 63 Boxer Codex, 21, 29, 32, 127, 131, 134, 209, 222, 227, 232, 234, 238, 268 Bride Price, 270 Brujas, 78 Bugarin, Jose, Father, 267, 268 Bugay, 140 Buglas, Negros is, 253 Bohis, 131. Bulawan, 67 Bulat, 150 Bulkia, Sultan, 178, 192 Bungso, youngest, 218. Burial practices, 88 to 91, 238 to 39, 275 Busa, 168 Butang, 138 Butuan, 164 to 65 Caballeria, 221 Cabunian, Igorot God, 260 Cagayan, Agriculture, 266 to 67, Ibanags of, 264 to 65, Religion, 270 to 71, Society, 267-68, Technology, 263 to 64 Cagayan Valley, 268 Caraga, Pacific Coast of Mindanao, 162, Humaban, Raja, 128, 129, Humadapnan, Panay Epic, 49 Hundawas, 20 Batan, 179 Ibanags, 264 to 65 Iberan, Datu, from Samar, 32 Ifugeo Culture, 260 to 63 Igorot, S, Igalot, People of the Mountains, 257 to 63 Ilaya. Higher Ground, 189 Ina, 217 Inalag, Daggers, 268 Indo, Grandmother, 218 Information on the customs which the natives of Pampanga anciently held, 245 Anitao Burial Cave, 26 International Commerce, 75 to 76 Intas, 51 Iron Smelting, 55 Iron Working, 54 to 56 Isla, Wandala, 17, 29,79, 93, 127, 131, 150 Islam, Circumcision, 25 Jewelry, 32, 34 Kabayong, 185 Kabarawan, 51 Kabayangan, 138 Kabunga and Bubungjin Buna, Tail, 99 Kabungsawan, 176 Kahimtang, 138 Kaing in Preparation, 37 Kalig, 80. Kalan, 47 Kalana, Chief, 166 Kalasig, 151, 232 Kalanga, 264 Kalyalawa, 238 Kamajai, 34, Camaranan, Principal, 267 Kandu, 157 Kapampangan, S, 243 to 56 Kapolong, Dionisio, son of Lakan Dula, 230, 244, 263 Carico, 63, 64 to 65, Illustration, 150, 154-55, 161, 170 Caranduan, 100 Kat Ulunan. C. Shaman Katuna, Datu, of Bohol, 29 Kasikas, 34 Keith, Agnes Newton, 7 Kinamakaing, 24 Kinship, 217 to 19 Colombu, Datu, 29, 37, 151, 152 Korlong, 108 Kota, Fortification, 186, 268 Chris, 232 Kudara, Sultan, 175, 176 Kudyapai, 108 Kulmat, 20 Kulat, 26 Kuritang, 270 Labid, 21 Ladyang Matanda. Ake, Raja, 192 Lakan, Paramount Ruler, 220 Lagdug, 69 Lalad, Lineage, 218, 220 Lambang, 29, 52 Land, 229 to 31 Langi, 21 Languages, similarities in, 13 Laniaka, Swivel Gun, 175, 233, 235, Illustration, Leon, 80 Lit, 189 Law, 138 to 40, 245 to 48 Lapu Lapu, 129 Legazpi, Augustin, 193 Libro de Nuestra Señora del Rosario, 210 Lion, 28 Limasawa, 151 Lapang, 21 Lisboa, 2, 183 Lorca, Miguel de, 1, 9, 18, 37, 50, 72, 79, 87, 122, 129, 133, 233 Loaza Expedition, 2 Longan, Casket, 89, 185 Lopez de Legazpi, Miguel, 87 Lopez de Legazpi Expedition, 2 Lopez de Villalobos Expedition, 2 Lopez, Francisco, Father, 212, 215 Luthang, 150 Pigafetta, Antonio, 1, 4, 17, 19, 28, 42, 50, 53, 57, 79, 86, 94, 116, 166 Binayusan, 71 Pintados 20, 151 Paisat, 25 Plasencia, 1, Father, 1, 219, 223 24, 296, 229, 232, 233 to 34, 238, 245, 247 Puk, 220 Port of Japan, 248 Posgo, 37 Pottery, 63, 66 to 67 Property and Labor, 145 to 46 Pogna, Diego, 1 Prestige Feasts, 260, 261 Principales, 221 Pudong, 31. Pula, 238 Pumara, 92 Pungapul, Kapampangan Friedman, 244 Pusad, 19 Pusang, 152 Pusang of Magtayan, 105 Quirant, Alonso Martin, Commander, 43, 260 Raja, Paramount Ruler, 220 Raja Humaban, 29 Raja Sironan of Buian, 175 Raja Solomon, 192, 218 Raja. C. Datu, S. Raja Tupas Collection, 24 Relation to Divers Voyages Curios, 212 Religion, 77 to 93, 184-88, 233 to 34, 236 to 42, 259 to 60, 270 to 71, 275 Ribaden Marcelo de, Father, 183 Rice Growing, 35, 180 to 81, 191, 199 to 200, 249, 250, 264, 267 Rites of Passage, 240 Saavedra, Alvaro de, 2 Sabi, 110 Sacra, 24 Sago, 40 Salake, 153 Salcedo, Wanda, 250, 257 Salig, 57 Samaluta, 165, 166 San Antonio, Juan Francisco de, 6, 227 San Buenaventura, Lucas, 2-3, 48, 190, 212, 219, 223, 224, 225 to 26, 229, 234, 236, 237, 238 Sanchez, 2, 4, 18, 21, 22, 29, 31, 37, 40, 42, 44, 53, 66, 82, 84, 114, 131, 34 Sandy, Governor, 210 Sanjago, 136, 156 Sangar Island 171 to 72 Sunga, 18 Santa Maria del Parval, 172 Sayab, 29 Sarangani, S, 170 to 71 Sarangani Island, 170 to 73 Sarangani Maguindanao conflict, 173 Saripara, C. Bulkia, Sultan, Sayap, 31 Sarak, 31 Shaman, Spirit Medium, 239, 249, 261, 270 Sidi, 98 Sierra Madras, Luzon, 189 Sigway, Rainstorm, 190 Sipa, 167 Sisip, 26 Skull Molding, 22 Social Structure, Baikal, 188 to 84, Cagayan, 263, Igorots, 259 to 60, Maguindanao, 175 to 77, Sulu, 177, 178, Tagalog, 21,330, Visayan, 127 to 46 Sanjil, 149 Sorcerers, 240 to 41 Sorcery, 120 Southern Mongoloid. See Austronesian Spanish expeditions, 2 Suarez, Francisco, 7 Subang, 121 Subanon Epic, 49 Subanon, S, 166 S Suagcoebs OS1 D5E0 Las Islas Filipinas, 1 Sulad, 93 Sulu, Sula Sultanate, 177 to 78 Suluanan, 71 Sumpit, 150 Surigao, 168 Swidens, 35, 168, 180, 191, 266.